O bull of Bharata's race. Accorded an encounter, I will fight anyone amongst you and will certainly gain the victory on the field. Today I will reach the end of these hostilities that is difficult to reach, with the aid, O tiger among men, of my mace wrapped with cloth of gold. I think there is none to be my match in an encounter with the mace. With my mace I shall slay all of you one after another. Amongst all of you there is no one who is competent to fight fairly with me. It is not proper for me to speak such words of pride with respect to my own self. I shall, however, make these words of mine true in your presence. Within this very hour, these words will become either true or false. Let him amongst you take up the mace that will fight with me. 33. Sanjaya said, whilst Duryodhana, O king, was repeatedly roaring in this strain, Vasudeva, filled with wrath, said these words unto Yudhishthira, What rash words hast thou spoken, O king, to the effect, slaying one amongst us be thou king among the Kurus. If, indeed, O Yudhishthira, Duryodhana select thee for battle, or Arjuna, or Nakula, or Sahadeva, what will be the consequence? From desire of slaying Bhimasena, O king, for these 13 years hath Duryodhana practised with the mace upon a statue of iron. How then, O bull of Bharata's race, will our purpose be achieved? From compassion, O best of kings, thou hast acted with great rashness. I do not at this moment behold a match for Duryodhana, except Britha's son Vrikadara. His practice, again, with the mace, is not so great. Thou hast, therefore, once more allowed the wretched game of chance to commence as that one in former days between thyself and Shakuni, O monarch. Bhima is possessed of might and prowess. King Sayadana, however, is possessed of skill. In a contest between might and skill, he that is possessed of skill, O king, always prevails. Such a foe, O king, thou hast, by thy words, placed in a position of ease and comfort. Thou hast placed thine own self, however, in a position of difficulty. We have, in consequence of this, been placed in great danger. Who is there that would abandon sovereignty within grasp, after having vanquished all his foes, and when he hath only one foe to dispose of, and that one plunged in difficulties? I do not see that man in the world today, be he a god, who is competent to vanquish the mace-armed Duryodhana in battle. Neither thou nor Bhima, nor Nakula nor Sahadeva, nor Fulgana, is capable of vanquishing Duryodhana in fair fight. King Duryodhana is possessed of great skill. How then, O Bharata, canst thou say unto such a foe words such as these, fight, selecting the mace as thy weapon, and if thou canst slay one amongst us, thou shalt then be king. If Duryodhana encounters Vrikadara amongst us wishing to fight fairly with him, even then our victory would be doubtful. Duryodhana is possessed of great might and great skill. How couldst thou say unto him, slaying only one amongst us be thou king? Without a doubt, the offspring of Pandu and Kunti are not destined to enjoy sovereignty. They were born for passing their lives in continued exile in the woods or in mendicancy. Bhimasena said, O slayer of Madhu, do not, O delighter of the Yadas, give way to sorrow. However difficult to reach it, I shall today reach the end of these hostilities. Without doubt, I shall slay Sayadana in battle. It appears, O Krishna, that the victory of Yudhishthira the just is certain. This mace of mine is heavier than Duryodhana's by 1.5 times. Do not, O Madhava, give way to grief. I dare fight him, selecting the mace as the weapon. Let all of you, O Janardana, stand as spectators of the encounter. What do you say of Sayadana? I would fight with the 3 worlds, including the very gods, even if they be armed with every kind of weapon. Sanjaya continued, after Vrikadara had said these words, Vasudeva, filled with joy, applauded him highly, and said unto him, Relying on thee, O thou of mighty arms, King Yudhishthira the just will, without doubt, get back his own blazing prosperity after the slaughter of all his foes. Thou hast slain all the sons of Dhritarashtra in battle. At thy hands many kings and princes and elephants have met with their fate. The Kalingas, the Magadhas, the Kauravas, the Westerners, the Gandharas have all been slain in dreadful battle, O son of Pandu. Slaying Duryodhana then, O son of Kunti, bestow the earth with her oceans upon Yudhishthira the just, like Vishnu, conferring the sovereignty of 3 worlds, upon the lord of Sakhi. The wretched son of Dhritarashtra, obtaining thee for a foe in battle, will, without doubt, meet with his fate. Thou wilt certainly accomplish thy vow by breaking his bones. Thou shouldst, however, O son of Pritha, always fight with care with the son of Dhritarashtra. He is possessed of both skill and strength and always takes delight in battle. Then Satyaki, O king, applauded the son of Pandu. The Bankalas and the Pandavas, also, headed by King Yudhishthira the Just, all applauded those words of Bhimasena. Then Bhima of terrible might addressed Yudhishthira, who was staying amid the Saranjayas like the blazing sun himself, saying, Encountering this one in battle, I venture to fight with him. This wretch among men is not competent to vanquish me in fight. Today I shall vomit that wrath which hath been nursed in my bosom upon Sayadana, the son of Dhritarashtra, like Arjuna throwing fire on the forest of Kandava. I shall today pluck out the dart, O son of Pandu, that lay so long sticking to thy heart. Be happy, O king, after I shall have laid low this wretch with my mace. Today I shall recover, O sinless one, thy wreath of glory. Today Sayadana shall abandon his life breath, his prosperity, and his kingdom. Today King Dhritarashtra also, hearing of his son's slaughter, will remember all those wrongs that he did done to us, arising from the suggestions of Shakuni. Having said these words, that prince of Bharata's race, possessed of great energy, stood up for battle, like Shakra summoning Vritra to an encounter. Unable to endure that summons, thy son, of great energy, proceeded to the encounter, like one infuriated elephant proceeding to assail another. The Pandavas beheld thy son, as he came armed with mace, look like the crested mountain of Kailasa. Indeed, seeing that mighty son of thine standing alone like a prince of elephants separated from the herd, the Pandavas became filled with delight. Standing in battle like a very lion, Duryodhana had no fear, no alarm, no pain, no anxiety. Beholding him stand there with uplifted mace like the crested mountain of Kailasa, Bhimasena, O monarch, addressed him, saying, Call to thy mind all those wrongs that King Dhritarashtra and thyself have done unto us. Recollect what happened at Mahabharata. Recollect how Draupadi, while in her season, was maltreated in the midst of the assembly, and how King Yudhishthira was defeated at dice through Shakuni's suggestion. See now, O thou of wicked soul, the terrible consequence of those acts, as also of the other wrongs that thou didst unto the innocent Pathas. It is for thee that that illustrious chief of the Bharatas, the son of Ganga, the grandsire of us all, lieth now on the bed of arrows, struck down by us. Drona also hath been slain. Kanna hath been slain. Sholya of great valour hath been slain. Yonder Shakuni also, the root of these hostilities, hath been slain in battle. Thy heroic brothers, as also thy sons, with all thy troops, have been slain. Other kings also, possessed of heroism, and never retreating from battle, have been slain. These and many other bulls among Kshatriyas, as also the Pratakamine, that wretch who had seized the tresses of Draupadi, have been slain. Thou alone art still alive, thou exterminator of thy race, thou wretch among men. Thee also I shall today slay with my mace. Of this there is no doubt. Today, O king, I shall, in battle, quell all thy pride. I shall destroy also thy hope of sovereignty, O king, and pay off all thy misdeeds unto the sons of Pandu. Duryodhana said, What use is there of many words? Fight now with me. Today, O Vrikadara, I shall beat out of thee thy desire for battle. Why dost thou not behold me, O wretch, standing here for an encounter with the mace? Am I not armed with a formidable mace that looks like a cliff of him of it? What foe is there, O wretch, that would venture to vanquish me armed with this weapon? If it be a fair fight, Purandara himself, amongst the gods, is not competent for that end. For all those wicked deeds of mine to which thou hast referred, thou couldst not, hitherto, do me the slightest injury. By exercising my might, I caused ye to dwell in the woods, to serve in another's dwelling, to conceal yourselves in disguises. Your friends and allies also have been slain. Our loss has been equal. If, then, my fall takes place in this battle, that would be highly praiseworthy. Or, perhaps, time will be the cause. Up to this day I have never been vanquished in fair fight on the field of battle. If you vanquish me by deceit, your infamy will certainly last forever. That act of yours will, without doubt, be unrighteous and infamous. Do not, O son of Kunti, roar fruitlessly in this way like autumnal clouds uncharged with water. Show all the strength thou hast in battle now. Hearing these words of his, the Pandavas with the Srinjayas, all inspired with desire of victory, applauded them highly. Like men exciting an infuriated elephant with clapping of hands, all of them then gladdened King Duryodhana with those praises and cheers. The elephants that were there began to grunt and the steeds to neigh repeatedly. The weapons of the Pandavas, who were inspired with desire of victory, blazed forth of their own accord. 34. Sanjaya said, When that fierce battle, O monarch, was about to commence, and when all the high-souled Pandavas has taken their seats, indeed, having heard that battle between those two heroes, both of whom were his disciples, was about to begin, Rama, whose banner bore the device of the Pamira palm, and who owns the plough for his weapon, came to that spot. Beholding him, the Pandavas, with Geshava, filled with joy advanced towards him, and receiving him, worshipped him with due rites. Their worship over, they then, O king, said unto him these words, Witness, O Rama, the skill, in battle, of thy two disciples. Rama then casting his eyes on Krishna and the Pandavas, and looking at Duryodhana also of Kuru's race who was standing there armed with mace, said, 42 days have passed since I left home. I had set out under the constellation Pushaya and have come back under Shravana. I am desirous, O Madhava, of beholding this encounter with a mace between these two disciples of mine. At that time the two heroes, Duryodhana and Vrikadara, looked resplendent as they stood on the field, both armed with maces. King Yudhishthira, embracing him owning the plough for his weapon, duly inquired about his welfare and bade him welcome. Those two great bowmen, the two illustrious Krishnas, filled with joy, cheerfully saluted the hero having the plough for his weapon and embraced him. Similarly, the two sons of Madri and the 5 sons of Draupadi saluted Rohini's son of great strength and stood, at a respectful distance. Bhimasna of great strength and thy son, O monarch, both with uplifted maces, in their arms, worshipped Valadeva. The other kings honoured him by binding him welcome, and then all of them said unto Rama, Witness this encounter, O thou of mighty arms. Even thus those mighty Ka warriors said unto the high-souled son of Rohini. Endued with immeasurable energy, Rama, having embraced the Pandavas and the Srinjayas, inquired after the welfare of all their other kings. Similarly, all of them, approaching, inquired after his welfare. The hero of the plough, Having in return saluted all the high Kshatriyas, and having made courteous inquiries about each according to their years, affectionately embraced Janardana and Satyaki. Smelling their heads, he inquired after their welfare. Those two, in return, O king, duly worshipped him, their superior, joyfully, like Indra and Upendra worshipping Brahman, the lord of the celestials. Then Dharma's son, O Bharata, said these words unto the chastiser of foes, the son of Rohini, Behold, O Rama, this formidable encounter between the two brothers. Thus worshipped by those great car warriors, the elder brother of Keshava, of mighty arms and great beauty, shook his seat amongst them. Clad in blue robes and possessed of a fair complexion, Rama, as he sat amidst those kings, looked resplendent like the moon in the firmament, encompassed by multitudes of stars. Then that dreadful encounter, making the very hair stand on end, shook place between those two sons of thine, O king, for terminating the quarrel that had raged for many years. 35. Janamejaya said, on the eve of the great battle between the Kurus and the Pandus, the Lord Rama, with Keshava's leave, had gone away from Dwaraka, accompanied by many of the Vrishnis. He had said unto Keshava, I will render aid neither unto the son of Dhritarashtra nor unto the sons of Pandu, but will go whithersoever I like. Having said these words, Rama, that resister of foes, had gone away. It behoveth thee, O Brahmana, to tell me everything about his return. Tell me in detail how Rama came to that spot, how he witnessed the battle. In my opinion thou art well skilled in narration. Vshampayana said, after the Hysud Bandavas has taken up their post at Paplavya, they dispatched the slayer of Madhu to Dhritarashtra's presence, for the object of peace, O mighty armed one, and for the good of all creatures. Having gone to Hastinapura and met Dhritarashtra, Keshava spoke words of true and especially beneficial import. The king, however, as I have told thee before, listened not to those counsels. Unable to obtain peace, the mighty armed Krishna, that foremost of men, came back, O monarch, to Paplavya. Dismissed by Dhritarashtra's son, Krishna returned to the Pandava camp, and upon the failure of his mission, O tiger among kings, said these words unto the Pandavas, urged by fate, the Kauravas after disregarding my words. Come, ye sons of Pandu, with me, to the field of battle, setting out under the constellation Pushaya. After this, while the troops of both sides were being mustered and arrayed, the Hysud son of Rohini, that foremost of all persons endued with might, addressed his brother Krishna, saying, O mighty armed one, O slayer of Madhu, let us render assistance to the Kurus. Krishna, however, did not listen to those words of his. With heart filled with rage, at this, that illustrious son of Yadu's race, the wielder of the plough then set out on a pilgrimage to the Sarasvati. Accompanied by all the Yadavas, he set out under the conjunction of the asterism called Maitra. The Boa chief, Kritavama, however, adopted the side of Duryodhana. Accompanied by Ayudhana, Vasudeva adopted that of the Pandavas. After the heroic son of Rohini had set out under the constellation Pushaya, the slayer of Madhu, placing the Pandavas in his van, proceeded against the Kurus. While proceeding, Rama ordered his servants on the way, saying, Bring all things that are necessary for a pilgrimage, that is, every article of use. Bring the sacred fire that is at Dwaraka, and our priests. Bring gold, silver, kine, robes, steeds, elephants, cars, mules, camels, and other draft cattle. Bring all these necessaries for a trip to the sacred waters, and proceed with great speed towards the Sarasvati. Bring also some priests to be especially employed, and hundreds of the foremost of Brahmanas. Having given these orders to the servants, The mighty Valadeva set out on a pilgrimage at that time of great calamity to the Kuras. Setting out towards the Sarasvati, he visited all the sacred places along her course, accompanied by priests, friends, and many foremost of Brahmanas, as also with cars and elephants and steeds and servants, O bull of Bharata's race, and with many vehicles drawn by kine and mules and camels. Diverse kinds of necessaries of life were given away in large measure and in diverse countries, and to the weary and worn, children and the old, in response, O king, to solicitations. Everywhere, O king, Brahmanas were promptly gratified with whatever viands they desired. At the command of Rohini's son, men at different stages of the journey stored food and drink in large quantities. Costly garments and bedsteads and coverlets were given for the gratification of Brahmanas, desirous of ease and comfort. Whatever Brahman or Kshatriya solicited, whatever thing, that O Bharata, it was seen to be ungrudgingly given to him. All who formed the party proceeded with great happiness and lived happily. The people of Valara's train gave away vehicles to persons desirous of making journeys, drinks to them that were thirsty, and savoury viands to them that were hungry, as also robes and ornaments, O bull of Bharata's race, to many. The road, O king, along which the party proceeded, looked resplendent, O hero, and was highly comfortable for all, and resembled heaven itself. There were rejoicings everywhere upon it, and savoury viands were procurable everywhere. There were shops and stalls and diverse objects exposed for sale. The whole way was, besides, crowded with human beings. And it was adorned with various kinds of trees and creatures, and various kinds of gems. The high-souled Valadeva, observant of rigid vows, gave away unto the Brahmanas much wealth and plentiful sacrificial presents, O king, in diverse sacred spots. That chief of Yadu's race also gave away thousands of milch kine covered with excellent cloths and having their horns cased in gold, many steeds belonging to different countries, many vehicles, and many beautiful slaves. Even thus did the high Sudrama give away wealth in diverse excellent tirthas on the Sarasvati. In course of his wanderings, that hero of unrivalled power and magnanimous conduct at last came to Kurukshetra. Janamejaya said, Tell me, O foremost of men, the features, the origin, and the merits of the several tirthas on the Sarasvati and the ordinances to be observed while sojourning there. Tell me these, in their order, O illustrious one. My curiosity is irrepressible, O foremost of all persons acquainted with Brahma. Shampayana said, The subject of the features and origin of all these tirthas, O king, is very large. I shall, however, describe them to thee. Listen to that sacred account in its entirety, O king. Accompanied by his priests and friends, Valadeva first proceeded to the tirtha called Prabhasa. There, the lord of the constellations, Soma, who had been affected with phthisis, became freed from his curse. Regaining energy there, O king, he now illuminates the universe. And because that foremost of tirthas on earth had formerly contributed to invest Soma with splendour, after he had lost it, it is, therefore, called Prabhasa. Janamejaya said, For what reason was the adorable Soma afflicted with phthisis? How also did he bathe in that tirtha? How did he, having bathed in that sacred water, regain his energy? Tell me all this in detail, O great Muni. Shampayana said, Daksha had 27 daughters, O king. These he bestowed, in marriage, upon Soma. Connected with the several constellations, those wives, O king, of Soma of auspicious deeds, served to help men in calculating time. Possessed of large eyes, all of them were unrivalled in beauty in the world. In wealth of beauty, however, Rohini was the foremost of them all. The adorable Soma took great delight in her. she became very agreeable to him, and therefore he enjoyed the pleasures of her company exclusively. In those days of yore, O monarch, Soma lived long with Rowena exclusively. For this, those other wives of his, they that were called the constellations, became displeased with that high-souled one. Repairing speedily to their sire, Daksha, that lord of creation, they said unto him, Soma doth not live with us. He always payeth court to Rowena only. All of us, therefore, O Lord of creatures, shall dwell by thy side, on regulated diet and observant of austere penances. Hearing these words of theirs, Daksha saw Soma and said unto him, Behave equally towards all thy wives. Let not a great sin stain thee. And Daksha then said unto those daughters of his, Go, all of you, to the presence of Sisin. At my command, he, otherwise called Chandramas, will behave equally towards all of you. Dismissed by him, they then proceeded to the abode of him having cool rays. Still the adorable Soma, O Lord of earth, continued to act as before, for pleased with Rowena alone, he continued to live with her exclusively. His other wives then once more came together to their sire and said unto him, Employed in serving thee, we will dwell in thy asylum. Soma does not live with us and is unmindful of thy commands. Hearing these words of theirs, Daksha once more said unto Soma, Behave equally towards all thy wives. Let me not, O Virachana, curse thee. Disregarding, however, these words of Daksha, the adorable Soma continued to live with Rowena alone. At this, his other wives became once more angry. Repairing to the sire, they bowed unto him by lowering their heads, and said, Soma doth not live with us. Give us thy protection. The adorable Chandramas always lives with Rowena exclusively. He sets no importance to thy words, and does not wish to show us any affection. Therefore, save us so that Soma may accept us all. Hearing these words, the adorable Daksha, O king, became angry and in consequence thereof hurled the curse of phthisis upon Soma. Thus did that disease overtake the Lord of the Stars. Afflicted with phthisis, Sisin began to waste away day by day. He made many endeavors for freeing himself from that disease by performing diverse sacrifices, O monarch. The maker of night, however, could not free himself from that curse. On the other hand, he continued to endure waste and emaciation. In consequence, however, of the wasting of Soma, the deciduous herbs failed to grow. Their juices dried up and they became tasteless, and all of them became deprived of their virtues. And, in consequence of this decadence of the deciduous herbs, living creatures also began to decay. Indeed, owing to the wasting of Soma, all creatures began to be emaciated. Then all the celestials, coming to Soma, O king, asked him, saying, Why is it that thy form is not so beautiful and resplendent as before? Tell us the reason whence hath proceeded this great calamity. Hearing thy answer, we shall do what is needed for dispelling thy fear. Thus addressed, the god having the hair for his mark, replied unto them and informed them of the cause of the curse and the phthisis with which he was afflicted. The gods then, having heard those words, repaired to Daksha and said, Be gratified, O adorable one, with Soma. Let this curse of thine be withdrawn. Chandramas is very emaciated. Only a small portion of him may be seen. In consequence of his wasting, O Lord of the Celestials, all creatures also are wasting. Creepers and herbs of diverse kinds are also wasting. In their waste we ourselves also are suffering emaciation. Without us, what will this universe be? Knowing this, O Master of the universe, it behoveth thee to be gratified with Soma. Thus addressed, Daksha, that Lord of creatures, said these words unto the celestials, It is impossible to make my words become otherwise. By some contrivance, however, ye blessed ones, my words may be withdrawn. lets his son always behave equally towards all his wives. Having bathed also in that foremost of Turthers on the Sarasvati, the god having the hair for his mark shall, ye gods, grow once more. These words of mine are true. For half the month Soma shall wane every day, and for half the month following he will wax every day. These words of mine are true. Proceeding to the western ocean at the spot where the Sarasvati mingles with the ocean, that vast receptacle of waters, let him adore that god of gods, Mahadeva, there. He will then regain his form and beauty. Apostrophe at this command of the celestial Rishi, Daksha, Soma then proceeded to the Sarasvati. He arrived at that foremost of Turthers called Prabhasa belonging to the Sarasvati. Bathing there on the day of the new moon, that god of great energy and great effulgence got back his cool rays and continued once more to illumine the worlds. All the creatures also, O monarch, having repaired to Prabhasa, returned with Soma amongst them to the place where Daksha was. Receiving them duly, that lord of creatures then dismissed them. Pleased with Soma, the adorable Daksha once more addressed him, saying, Do not, O son, disregard women, and never disregard Brahmanas. Go and attentively obey my commands. Dismissed by him, Soma came back to his own abode. All creatures, filled with joy, continued to live as before. I have thus told thee everything about how the maker of the night had been cursed, and how also Prabhasa became the foremost of all Turthas. On every recurring day of the new moon, O monarch, the god having the hair for his mark bathes in the excellent Turtha of Prabhasa and regains his form and beauty. It is for this reason, O Lord of earth, that Turtha is known by the name of Prabhasa, since bathing there, Chandramas regained his great, Prabha, effulgence. After this, the mighty ballet diva of undecaying glory proceeded to Chamasodbida, that is, to the Turtha which is called by that name. Giving away many costly gifts at that place, the hero having the plough for his weapon passed one night there and performed his ablutions duly. The elder brother of Keshava then proceeded quickly to Udapana. Although the Sarasvati seems to be lost there, yet persons crowned with ascetic success, in consequence of their obtaining great merits and great blessedness at that spot, and owing also to the coolness of the herbs and of the land there, know that the river has an invisible current, O monarch, through the bowels of the earth there. 36. Champayana said, Ballet Diva, as already said, proceeded next to the Turtha called Udapana in the Sarasvati, that had formerly been the residence, O king, of the illustrious, ascetic, Trita. Having given away much wealth and worshipped the Brahmanas, the hero having the plough for his weapon bathed therein became filled with joy. Devoted to righteousness, the great ascetic Trita had lived there. While in a hole, that Hysold one had drunk the soma juice. His two brothers, dashing him down into that pit, had returned to their home. That foremost of Brahmanas, Trita, had thereupon cursed them both. Janamjaya said, What is the origin of Udapana? How did the great ascetic, Trita, fall into a pit there? Why was that foremost of Brahmanas thrown into that pit by his brothers? How did his brothers, after throwing him into that hole, return home? How did Trita perform his sacrifice, and how did he drink soma? Tell me all this, O Brahmana, if thou thinkest that I may listen to it without impropriety. Champayana continued, In a former yuga, O king, there were 3 brothers that were ascetics. They were called Dukata, Dwita, and Trita, and all 3 were endued with effulgence like that of the sun. They were like lords of the creation and were blessed with children. Urtras of Brahma, they had by their penances acquired the privilege of attaining to the regions of Brahman after death. With their penances, vows, and self-restraint, their sire Kodama, who was ever devoted to virtue, became highly and always pleased with them. Having obtained great joy in consequence of his sons, the adorable Gautama, after passing a long life here, went at last to the region, in the other world, that was fit for him. Those kings, however, O monarch, that had been the Yajamas of Gautama, continued to worship Gautama's sons after the sire had proceeded to heaven. Amongst them, however, Trita, by his acts and study of the Vedas, O king, became the foremost, even like his sire Gautama. Then all the highly blessed ascetics, characterized by righteousness, began to worship Trita as they had worshipped his sire Gautama before him. Once upon a time, the two brothers Akata and Vita thought of performing a sacrifice and became anxious for wealth. The plan they formed, O scorcher of foes, was to take Trita with them, and calling upon all their Yajamanas and collecting the needful number of animals, they would joyfully drink the soma juice and acquire the great merits of sacrifice. The three brothers then, O monarch, did as settled, calling upon all their Yajamanas for obtaining animals, and assisting them in their sacrifices and receiving a large number of animals from them, and having duly accepted them in gift in consequence of those priestly services which they rendered, those high-souled and great rishis came towards the east. Trita, O king, with a cheerful heart was walking before them. Akata and Vita were in his rear, bringing up the animals. Beholding that large herd of animals, they began to reflect as to how they too could appropriate that property without giving a share unto Trita. Hear, O king, what those two sinful wretches, Akata and Vita, said while conversing with each other. They said, Trita is skilled in assisting at sacrifices. Trita is devoted to the Vedas. Trita is capable of earning many other kine. Let us too, therefore, go away, taking the kine with us. Let Trita go whithersoever he chooses, without being in our company. As they proceeded, night came upon them on the way. They then saw a wolf before them. Not far from that spot was a deep hole on the bank of the Sarasvati. Trita, who was in advance of his brothers, seeing the wolf, ran in fright and fell into that hole. That hole was fathomless and terrible and capable of inspiring all creatures with fear. Then Trita, O king, that best of ascetics, from within that hole, began to utter wails of woe. His two brothers heard his cries. Understanding that he had fallen into a pit, his brothers Akata and Vita, moved by fear of the wolf as also by temptation, went on, deserting their brother. Thus deserted by his two brothers, who were moved by the temptation of appropriating those animals, the great ascetic Trita, O king, while within that lonely well covered with dust and herbs and creepers, thought himself plunged, O chief of the Bharatas, into hell itself like a sinful wretch. He feared to die inasmuch as he had not earned the merit of drinking soma juice. Possessed of great wisdom, he began to reflect with the aid of his intelligence as to how he could succeed in drinking soma even there. While thinking on that subject, the great ascetic, standing in that pit, beheld a creeper hanging down into it in course of its growth. Although the pit was dry, the sage imagined the existence of water and of sacrificial fires there. Constituting himself the hotri, in imagination, the great ascetic imagined the creeper he saw to be the soma plant. He then mentally uttered the richs, the yayushes and the samans, that were necessary for the performance of a sacrifice. The pebbles, lying at the bottom of the well, Trita converted into grains of sugar, in imagination. He then, O king, mentally, performed his ablutions. He conceived the water, he had imagined, to be clarified butter. He allotted to the celestials their respective shares of those sacrificial offerings. Having next, mentally, drunk soma, he began to utter a loud noise. Those sounds, O king, first uttered by the sacrificing rishi, penetrated into heaven, and Trita completed that sacrifice after the manner laid down by utterers of Brahma. During the progress of that sacrifice of the high-souled Trita, the whole region of the celestials became agitated. None knew, however, the cause. Brihaspati, the preceptor of the gods, heard that loud noise, made by Trita. The priests of the celestials said unto the latter, Trita is performing a sacrifice. We must go there, ye gods. Endued with great ascetic merit, if angry, he is competent to create other gods. Hearing these words of Brihaspati, all the gods, united together, repaired to that spot where the sacrifice of Trita was going on. Having proceeded to that spot, the gods beheld the high-souled Trita installed in the performance of his sacrifice. Beholding that high-souled one resplendent with beauty, the gods addressed him, saying, We have come hither for our shares in thy offerings. The rishi said unto them, Behold me, ye denizens of heaven, fallen into this terrible well, almost deprived of my senses. Then, Trita, O monarch, duly gave unto them their shares with proper mantras. The gods took them and became very glad. Having duly obtained their allotted shares, the denizens of heaven, gratified with him, gave him such boons as he desired. The boon, however, that he solicited was that the gods should relieve him from his distressful situation in the well. He also said, Let him that bathes in this well have the end that is attained by persons that have drunk soma. At these words, O king, the Sarasvati with her waves appeared within that well. Raised aloft by her, Trita came up and worshipped the denizens of heaven. The gods then said unto him, Be it as thou wishest. All of them, then, O king, went to the place whence they had come, and Trita, filled with joy, proceeded to his own abode. Meeting with those two rishis, his brothers, he became enraged with them. Possessed of great ascetic merit, he said certain harsh words unto them and cursed them, saying, Since, moved by covetousness, you ran away, deserting me, therefore, you shall become fierce wolves with sharp teeth and range the forest, cursed by me in consequence of that sinful act of yours. The offspring also that you shall have will consist of leopards, and bears and apes. After Trita had said these words, O monarch, his two brothers were seen to be very soon transformed into these shapes in consequence of the words of that truthful sage. Of immeasurable prowess, Valadeva touched the waters of Udapana, and he gave away divers kinds of wealth there and worshipped many Brahmanas. Beholding Udapana and applauding it repeatedly, Valadeva next proceeded to Vinasna, which also was on the Sarasvati. 37. Vshampayana said, Then Valadeva, O king, proceeded to Vinasna, where the Sarasvati hath become invisible in consequence of her contempt for Sudras and Abhiras. And since the Sarasvati, in consequence of such contempt, is lost at that spot, the rishis, for that reason, O chief of the Bharatas, always name the place as Vinasna. Having bathed in that tirtha of the Sarasvati, the mighty Baladeva then proceeded to Subhumika, situated on the excellent bank of the same river. The many fair-complexioned apsaras, of beautiful faces, are always engaged in sports of a pure character without any intermission. The gods and the Gandharvas, every month, O ruler of men, repair to that sacred tirtha which is the resort of Brahman himself. The Gandharvas and diverse tribes of apsaras are to be seen there, O king, assembled together and passing the time as happily as they like. There the gods and the Baitras sport enjoy, with sacred and auspicious flowers repeatedly rained over them, and all the creepers also were adorned with flowery loads. And because, O king, that spot is the beautiful sporting ground of those apsaras, therefore is that tirtha on the excellent bank of the Sarasvati called Subhumika. Baladeva of Madhu's race, having bathed in that tirtha and given away much wealth unto the Brahmanas, heard the sound of those celestial songs and musical instruments, He also saw the many shadows of gods, Gandharvas, and Rakshasas. The son of Rohini then proceeded to the Tirtha of the Gandharvas. The many Gandharvas, headed by Viswavasu and possessed of ascetic merit, passed their time in dance and song of the most charming kind, giving away diverse kinds of wealth unto the Brahmanas, as also goats and sheep and kine and mules and camels and gold and silver, and feeding many Brahmanas and gratifying them with many costly gifts that were desired by them. Baladeva of Madhu's race proceeded thence, accompanied by many Brahmanas and eulogized by them. Leaving the Tirtha, resorted to buy Gandharvas, that mighty armed chastiser of foes, having but one earring, then proceeded to the famous Tirtha called Gargasarota. There, in that sacred Tirtha of the Sarasvati, the illustrious Garga of venerable years and soul cleansed by ascetic penances, O Janamjaya, had acquired a knowledge of time and its course, of the deviations of luminous bodies in the firmament, and of all auspicious and inauspicious portents. That Tirtha, for this reason, came to be called after his name as Gargasarota. There, O king, highly blessed rishis of excellent vows always waited upon Garga, O Lord, for obtaining a knowledge of time. Smeared with white sandal paste, O king, Baladeva, repairing to that Tirtha, duly gave away wealth unto many ascetics of cleansed souls. Having given also many kinds of costly viands unto the Brahmanas, that illustrious one, attired in blue robes, then proceeded to the Tirtha called Sankha. There, on the bank of the Sarasvati, that mighty hero, having the Pamira on his banner, beheld a gigantic tree, called Mohasankha, tall as Meru, looking like the White Mountain, and resorted to buy rishis, the Dwelyakshas, and Vidyadharas, and Rakshasas of immeasurable energy, and Pisachas of immeasurable might, and Siddhas, numbering thousands. All of them, abandoning other kinds of food, observe vows and regulations, and take at due seasons the fruits of that lord of the forest for their sustenance, and wander in separate bands, unseen by men, O foremost of human beings. That monarch of the forest, O king, is known for this throughout the world. That tree is the cause of the celebrated and sacred Tirtha on the Sarasvati. Having given away in that Tirtha many milch cows, and vessels of copper and iron, and diverse kinds of other vessels, the tiger of Yadu's race, Baladeva, having the plough for his weapon, worshipped the Brahmanas and was worshipped by them in return. He then, O king, proceeded to the Dwaita lake. Arrived there, Vala saw diverse kinds of ascetics in diverse kinds of attire. Bathing in its waters, he worshipped the Brahmanas. Having given away unto the Brahmanas diverse articles of enjoyment in profusion, Baladeva then, O king, proceeded along the southern bank of the Sarasvati. The mighty armed and illustrious Rama of virtuous soul and unfading glory then proceeded to the Tirtha called Nagadanwana. Swarming with numerous snakes, O monarch, it was the abode of Vasuki of great splendor, the king of the snakes. The 14,000 rishis also had their permanent home. The celestials, having come there, in days of yore, had according to due rites, installed the excellent snake Vasuki as king of all the snakes. There is no fear of snakes in that place, O thou of Kuru's race. Duly giving away many valuables thereunto the Brahmanas, Baladeva then set out with face towards the east and reached, one after another, hundreds and thousands of famous Tirthas that occurred at every step. Bathing in all those Tirthas, and observing fasts and other vows as directed by the rishis, and giving away wealth in profusion, and saluting all the ascetics who had taken up their residence there, Baladeva once more set out, along the way that those ascetics pointed out to him, for reaching that spot where the Sarasvati turns in an eastward direction, like torrents of rain bent by the action of the wind. The river took that course for beholding the Hysald rishis dwelling in the forest of Naimashka. Always smeared with white sandal paste, valor, having the plough for his weapon, beholding that foremost of rivers change her course, became, O king, filled with wonder. Janamejaya said, Why, O Brahmana, did the Sarasvati bend her course there in an easternly direction? O best of Darius, it behoveth thee to tell me everything relating to this. For what reason was that daughter of Theodas filled with wonder? Why, indeed, did that foremost of rivers thus alter her course? Vshampayana said, Formerly, in the Krita age, O king, the ascetics dwelling in Naimishka were engaged in a grand sacrifice extending for 12 years. Many were the rishis, O king, that came to that sacrifice, passing their days, according to due rites, in the performance of that sacrifice. Those highly blessed ones, after the completion of that 12 years' sacrifice at Naimishka, set out in large number for visiting the Tirthas. In consequence of the number of the rishis, O king, the Tirthas on the southern banks of the Sarasvati all looked like towns and cities. Those foremost of Brahmanas, O tiger among men, in consequence of their eagerness for enjoying the merits of Tirthas, shook up their abodes on the bank of the river up to the site of Samantap and Chaka. The whole region seemed to resound with the loud Vedic recitations of those rishis of cleansed souls, all employed in pouring libations on sacrificial fires. That foremost of rivers looked exceedingly beautiful with those blazing Homer fires all around, over which those high-souled ascetics poured libations of clarified butter. Volkalias and Asmakutas, Dantolakalinas, Samprakshanas and other ascetics, as also those that subsisted on air, and those that lived on water, and those that lived on dry leaves of trees, and divers others that were observant of divers kinds of vows, and those that forswore beds for the bare and hard earth, all came to that spot in the vicinity of the Sarasvati. And they made that foremost of rivers exceedingly beautiful, like the celestials beautifying, with their presence, the heavenly stream called Mandakini. Hundreds upon hundreds of rishis, all given to the observance of sacrifices, came thither. Those practices of high vows, however, failed to find sufficient room on the banks of the Sarasvati. Measuring small plots of land with their sacred threads, they performed their Agnihotras and diverse other rites. The river Sarasvati beheld, O monarch, that large body of rishis penetrated with despair and plunged into anxiety for want of a broad there wherein to perform their rites. For their sake, that foremost of streams came there, having made many abodes for herself in that spot, through kindness for those rishis of sacred penances, O Janamejaya. Having thus, O monarch, turned her course for their sake, the Sarasvati, that foremost of rivers, once more flowed in a westerly direction, as if she said, I must go hence, having prevented the arrival of these rishis from becoming futile. This wonderful feat, O king, was accomplished by that great river. Even thus those receptacles of water, O king, were formed in Naimishka. There, at Kurukshetra, O foremost of Kuru's care, do thou perform grand sacrifices and rites. As he beheld those many receptacles of water and seeing that foremost of rivers turn her course, wonder filled the heart of the high-souled Rama. Bathing in those tirthas duly and giving away wealth and diverse articles of enjoyment unto the Brahmanas, that delighter of Yadu's race also gave away diverse kinds of food and diverse desirable articles unto them. Worshipped by those regenerate ones, valor, O king, then set out from that foremost of all tirthas on the Sarasvati, Saptasaraswat. Numerous feathery creatures have their home there, and it abounded with Vadari, Ingada, Xamaria, Plakshaw, Aswata, Vibhadaka, Kakola, Palasa, Karira, Pilu, and diverse other kinds of trees that grow on the banks of the Sarasvati. And it was adorned with forest of Karashakas, Vilwas, and Amritakas, and Atamuktas, and Kashhandas, and Parijatas. agreeable to the sight and most charming. It abounded with forests of plantains, and it was resorted to by diverse tribes of ascetics, some living on air, some on water, some on fruit, some on leaves, some on raw grain which they husked with the aid only of stones, and some that were called vainas. And it resounded with the chanting of the Vedas, and teemed with diverse kinds of animals. And it was the favourite abode of men without malice and devoted to righteousness. Valadeva, having the plough for his weapon, arrived at that turther called Saptas Araswat, where the great ascetic Mankaneka has performed his penances and became crowned with success. 38. Janamjaya said, "Why was the turther called Saptas Araswat? Who was the ascetic Mankaneka? How did that adorable one become crowned with success? What were his vows and observances? In whose race was he born? What books did that best of regenerate ones study? I desire to hear all this, O foremost of regenerate ones." Vshampayana said, "O king, the 7 Sarasvatis cover this universe. Whithersoever this Sarasvati was summoned by persons of great energy, thither she made her appearance. These are the 7 forms of the Sarasvati: Suprava, Kanjanakshi, Visala, Manorama, Ogavati, Shoranu, and Vimladaka. The Supreme Grandsire had at one time performed a great sacrifice. While that sacrifice was in course of performance on the ground selected, many regenerate ones crowned with ascetic success came there. The spot resounded with the recitation of sacred hymns and the chanting of the Vedas. In the matter of those sacrificial rites, the very gods lost their coolness, so grand were the preparations. There, O monarch, while the grandsire was installed in the sacrifice and was performing the grand ceremony capable of bestowing prosperity and every wish, many notable ones conversant with righteousness and profit were present. As soon as they thought of the articles of which they stood in need, these, O monarch, immediately appeared before the regenerate ones. Among the guests that came there, the Gandharvas sang and the diverse tribes of Apsaras danced, and they played upon many celestial instruments all the time. The wealth of provisions procured in that sacrifice satisfied the very gods. What shall I say, then, of human beings? The very celestials became filled with wonder. During the continuance of that sacrifice at Pushkara and in the presence of the grandsire, the rishis, O king, said, "This sacrifice cannot be said to possess high attributes, since that foremost of rivers, Sarasvati, is not to be seen here." Hearing these words, the divine Brahman cheerfully thought of Sarasvati. Summoned at Pushkara by the grandsire engaged in the performance of a sacrifice, Sarasvati, O king, appeared there, under the name of Suprava. Beholding Sarasvati quickly pay that regard to the grandsire, the Munis esteemed that sacrifice highly. Even thus that foremost of rivers, the Sarasvati, made her appearance at Pushkara for the sake of the grandsire and for gratifying the Munis. At another time, O king, many Munis, mustering together at Naimishka, took up their residence there. Delightful disquisition occurred among them, O king, about the Vedas. There were those Munis, conversant with diverse scriptures, shook up their abode. There they thought of the Sarasvati. Thus thought of, O monarch, by those rishis performing a sacrifice, the highly blessed and sacred Sarasvati, for rendering assistance, O king, to those high-souled Munis assembled together, made her appearance at Naimishka and came to be called Kanjanakshi. That foremost of rivers, worshipped by all, thus came there, O Bharata. While King Gaya was engaged in the performance of a great sacrifice at Gaya, the foremost of rivers, Sarasvati, summoned at Gaya's sacrifice, made her appearance there. The rishis of rigid vows that were there, named this form of hers at Gaya as Visala. That river of swift current flows from the sides of the Himavat. Urdalaka had also, O Bharata, performed a sacrifice. A large concourse of munis had been gathered there. It was on that sacred region, the northern part of Kosala, O king, that the sacrifice of High-Souled Ordalaka was performed. Before Ordalaka began his sacrifice, he had thought of the Sarasvati. That foremost of rivers came to that region for the sake of those rishis. Worshipped by all those munis clad in barks and deer skins, she became known by the name of Manorama, as those rishis mentally called her. While, again, the High-Souled Kuru was engaged in the sacrifice at Kurukshetra, that foremost of rivers, the highly blessed Sarasvati, made her appearance there. Summoned, O monarch, by the High-Souled Vasishta, who assisted Kuru in his sacrifice, the Sarasvati, full of celestial water, appeared at Kurukshetra under the name of Ogavati. Daksha at one time performed a sacrifice at the source of Ganga. The Sarasvati appeared there under the name of the fast-flowing Shoranu. Once again, while Brahman was engaged in a sacrifice on the sacred forest of the Himavat mountains, the adorable Sarasvati, summoned by him, appeared there. All these 7 forms then came and joined together in that tur there where Baladeva came. And because the 7 mingle together at that spot, therefore is that tur known on earth by the name of Sapta Sarasvati. Thus have I told thee of the 7 Sarasvatis, according to their names. I have also told thee of the sacred tur called Sapta Saraswat. Listen now to a great feat of Mankanika, who had from his youth led the life of a brahmachari. While employed in performing his ablutions in the river, he beheld, one day, O Bharata, a woman of faultless limbs and fair brows, bathing in the river at will, her person uncovered. At this sight, O monarch, the vital seed of the rishi fell into the Sarasvati. The great ascetic took it up and placed it within his earthen pot. Kept within that vessel, the fluid became divided into 7 parts. From those 7 portions were born 7 rishis, from whom sprang there 49 Maruts. The 7 rishis were named Vayuvga, Vayugan, Vayumandala, Vayujata, Vayuratas, and Vayuchakra of great energy. Thus were born these progenitors of the diverse Maruts. Hear now a more wonderful thing, O king, a fact exceedingly marvelous on earth, about the conduct of the great rishi, which is well known in the 3 worlds. In days of yore, after Mankanika had become crowned with success, O king, his hand, on one occasion, became pierced with a cursor blade. Thereupon, a vegetable juice came out of the wound, and not red blood. Seeing that vegetable juice, the rishi became filled with joy and danced about on the spot. Seeing him dance, all mobile and immobile creatures, O hero, stupefied by his energy, began to dance. Then the gods, with Brahman at the head, and the rishis possessed of wealth of asceticism, O king, all went to Mahadeva and informed him of the act of the rishi, Mankanika. And they said unto him, It behoveth thee, O God, to do that which may prevent the rishi from dancing. Then Mahadeva, seeing the rishi filled with great joy, and moved by the desire of doing good unto the gods, addressed him, saying, Why, O Brahmana, dost thou dance in this way, acquainted as thou art with thy duties? What grave cause is there for such joy of thine, O sage, that, an ascetic as thou art, O best of Brahmanas, and walking as thou dost along the path of virtue, thou shouldst act in this way? The rishi said, Why, sayest thou not, O Brahmana, that a vegetable juice is flowing from this wound of mine? Seeing this, O Lord, I am dancing in great joy. Laughing at the rishi who was stupefied by passion, the god said, I do not, O Brahmana, at all wonder at this. Behold me. Having said this unto that foremost of rishis, Mahadeva of great intelligence struck his thumb with the end of one of his fingers. Thereupon, O king, ashes, white as snow, came out of that wound. Seeing this, the rishi became ashamed, O monarch, and fell at the feet of the god. He understood the god to be none else than Mahadeva. Filled with wonder, he said, I do not think that thou art anyone else than Rudra, that great and supreme being. O wielder of the trident, thou art the refuge of this universe consisting of gods and asuras. The wise say that this universe hath been created by thee. At the universal destruction, everything once more enters thee. Thou art incapable of being known by the gods. How then canst thou be known by me? All forms of being that are in the universe are seen in thee. The gods with Brahman at their head worship thy boon-giving self, O sinless one. Thou art everything. Thou art the creator of the gods, and it was thou who hadst caused them to be created. Through thy grace, the gods passed their time in joy and perfect fearlessness. Having praised Mahadeva in this manner, the rishi bowed to him. Let not this absence of gravity, ridiculous in the extreme, that I displayed, O God, destroy my ascetic merit. I pray to thee for this. The god, with a cheerful heart, once more said unto him, Let thy asceticism increase 1,000-fold, O Brahmana, through my grace. I shall also always dwell with thee in this asylum. For the man that will worship me in the Tirtha Sapta Saraswat, there will be nothing unattainable here or hereafter. Without doubt, such a one shall go to the region called Saraswat, in heaven, after death. Even this is the history of Mankanika of abundant energy. He was a son begotten by the god of wind upon the lady, Sukanya. 39. Vshampayana said, having passed one night more, Rama, having the plough for his weapon, worshipped the dwellers of the Tirtha and showed his regard for Mankanika. Having given wealth unto the Brahmanas, and passed the night there, the hero having the plough for his weapon was worshipped by their munis. Rising up in the morning, he took leave of all the ascetics, and having touched the sacred water, O Bharata, set out quickly for other Tirthas. Baladeva then went to the Tirtha known by the name of Usanas. It is also called Kapalamakana. Formerly, Rama, the son of Dasaratha, slew a Rakshasa and hurled his head to a great distance. That head, O king, fell upon the thigh of the great sage named Mahabharata and stuck to it. Bathing in this Tirtha, the great rishi became freed from the burthen. The high-souled Kavi, Sukra, had performed his ascetic penances there. It was there that the whole science of politics and morals, that goes by Sukra's name, appeared to him by inward light. While residing there, Sukra meditated upon the war of the Daityas and the Danavas with the gods. Arrived at that foremost of Tirthas, Baladeva, O king, duly made presents unto the high-souled Brahmanas. Janamjaya said, Why is it called Kapalamakana, where the great Muni became freed from the Rakshasa's head? For what reason and how did that head stick unto him? Vshampayana said, Formerly, O tiger among kings, the high-souled Rama, the son of Dasaratha, lived, for some time, in the forest of Dandaka, from desire of slaying the Rakshasas. At Janasthana he cut off the head of the wicked Rakshasa with a razor-headed shaft of great sharpness. That head fell in the deep forest. That head, coursing at will through the welkin, fell upon the thigh of Mahabharata while the latter was wandering through the woods. Piercing his thigh, O king, it stuck to it and remained there. In consequence of that head thus sticking to his thigh, the Brahmana, Mahabharata, of great wisdom could not, with ease, proceed to Tirthas and other sacred spots. Afflicted with great pain and with putrid matter flowing from his thigh, he went to all the Tirthas of the earth, one after another, as heard by us. He went to all the rivers and to the ocean also. Not finding any relief, the great ascetic spoke of his sufferings to many rishis of cleansed souls about his having bathed in all the Tirthas without having found the relief he sought. That foremost of Brahmanas then heard from those sages words of high import about this foremost of Tirthas situate on the Sarasvati, and known by the name of Usanasa, which was represented as competent to cleanse from every sin and as an excellent spot for attaining to ascetic success. That Brahmana, then, repairing to that Usanasa Tirtha, bathed in its waters. Upon this, the Rakshasa's head, leaving the thigh, fell into the water. Freed from that dead head, the Rishi felt great happiness. As regards the head itself, it was lost in the waters. Mahabharata then, O king, freed from the Rakshasa's head, cheerfully returned, with cleansed soul and all his sins washed away, to his asylum after achieving success. The great ascetic thus freed, after returning to his sacred asylum, spoke of what had happened to those rishis of cleansed souls. The assembled rishis, having heard his words, bestowed the name of Kapalamakana on the Tirtha. The great Rishi Mahabharata, repairing once more to that foremost of Tirthas, drank its water and attained to great ascetic success. He of Madhu's race, having given away much wealth unto the Brahmanas and worshipped them, then proceeded to the asylum of Rishangu. There, O Bharata, Ashtishna had in former days undergone the austerest of penances. There the great Muni Vishvamitra, who had before been a Kshatriya, became a Brahmana. That great asylum is capable of granting the fruition of every wish. It is always, O Lord, the abode of Munis and Brahmanas. Baladeva of great beauty, surrounded by Brahmanas, then went to that spot, O monarch, where Rishangu had, in former days, cast off his body. Rishangu, O Bharata, was an old Brahmana, who was always devoted to ascetic penances. Resolved to cast off his body, he reflected for a long while. Endued with great ascetic merit, he then summoned all his sons and told them to take him to a spot where water was abundant. Those ascetics, knowing their sire had become very old, took that ascetic to a Tirtha on the Sarasvati. Brought by his sons to the sacred Sarasvati containing hundreds of Tirthas and on whose banks dwelt rishis unconnected with the world, that intelligent ascetic of austere penance bathed in that Tirtha according to due rites, and that foremost of rishis conversant with the merits of Tirthas, then cheerfully said, O tiger among men, unto all his sons, who were dutifully waiting upon him, these words, he that would cast off his body on the northern bank of the Sarasvati containing much water, while employed in mentally reciting sacred mantras, would never again be afflicted with death. The righteous Baladeva, touching the water of that Tirtha and bathing in it, gave considerable wealth unto the Brahmanas, being devoted to them. Possessed of great might and great prowess, Baladeva then proceeded to that Tirtha where the adorable grandsire had created the mountains called Lokloka, where that foremost of rishis, Ashtishna of rigid vows, O thou of Kuru's race, had by austere penances acquired the status of Brahmanhood, where the royal sage Santadhipa, and the great ascetic Devapi, and the adorable and illustrious Muni Vishvamitra of austere penances and fierce energy, had all acquired a similar status. 40. Janamjaya said, Why did the adorable Ashtishna undergo the austerest of penances? How also did Santadhipa acquire the status of a Brahmana? How also did Devapi, O Brahmana, and how Vishvamitra, O best of men, acquire the same status? Tell me all this, O adorable one. Great is my curiosity to listen to all these. Vshampayana said, Formerly, in the Krita age, O king, there was a foremost of regenerate persons called Ashtishna. Residing in his preceptor's house, he attended to his lessons every day. Although, O king, he resided long in the abode of his preceptor, he could not still acquire the mastery of any branch of knowledge or of the Vedas, O monarch. In great disappointment, O king, the great ascetic performed very austere penances. By his penances he then acquired the mastery of the Vedas, to which there is nothing superior. Acquiring great learning and a mastery of the Vedas, that foremost of rishis became crowned with success in that tirtha. He then bestowed 3 boons on that place. He said, "From this day, a person, by bathing in this tirtha of the great river, Sarasvati, shall obtain the great fruit of a horse sacrifice. From this day there will be no fear in this tirtha from snakes and wild beasts. By small exertions, again, one shall attain to great result here." Having said these words, that Muni of great energy proceeded to heaven. Even thus the adorable Ashtishna of great energy became crowned with success. In that very tirtha in the great age, Sindhadhipa of great energy, and Devapi also, O monarch, had acquired the high status of Brahmanhood. Similarly Kusika's son, devoted to ascetic penances and with his senses under control, acquired the status of Brahmanhood by practicing well-directed austerities. There was a great Kshatriya, celebrated over the world, known by the name of Gadi. He had a son born to him, of the name of Vishvamitra of great prowess. King Kausika became a great ascetic. Possessed of great ascetic merit, he wished to install his son Vishvamitra on his throne, himself having resolved to cast off his body. His subjects, bowing unto him, said, "Thou shouldst not go away, O thou of great wisdom, but do thou protect us from a great fear." Thus addressed, Gadi replied unto his subjects, saying, "My son will become the protector of the wide universe." Having said these words, and placed Vishvamitra on the throne, Gadi, O king, went to heaven, and Vishvamitra became king. He could not, however, protect the earth with even his best exertions. The king then heard of the existence of a great fear of Rakshasas in his kingdom. With his 4 kinds of forces, he went out of his capital. Having proceeded far on his way, he reached the asylum of Vasishtha. His troops, O king, caused much mischief thee. The adorable Brahmana Vasishtha, when he came to his asylum, saw the extensive woods in course of destruction. That best of rishis, Vasishtha, O king, became angry, O monarch, with Vishvamitra. He commanded his own Homer cow, saying, "Create a number of terrible savaras." Thus addressed, the cow created a swarm of men of frightful visages. These encountered the army of Vishvamitra and began to cause a great carnage everywhere. Seeing this, his troops fled away. Vishvamitra, the son of Gadi, however, regarding ascetic austerities highly efficacious, set his heart upon them. In this foremost of tirthas of the Sarasvati, O king, he began to emaciate his own body by means of vows and fasts with fixed resolve. He made water and air and the fallen leaves of trees his food. He slept on the bare ground, and observed other vows, enjoined for ascetics. The gods made repeated attempts for impeding him in the observance of his vows. His heart, however, never swerved from the vows he had proposed to himself. Then, having practiced diverse kinds of austerities with great devotion, the son of Gadi became like the sun himself in effulgence. The boon-giving grandsire, of great energy, resolved to grant Vishvamitra, when he had become endued with ascetic merit, the boon the latter desired. The boon that Vishvamitra solicited was that he should be permitted to become a Brahmana. Brahma, the grandsire of all the worlds, said unto him, "So be it." Having by his austere penances acquired the status of Brahmanhood, the illustrious Vishvamitra, after the attainment of his wish, wandered over the whole earth like a celestial, giving away diverse kinds of wealth in that foremost of tirthas. Rama also cheerfully gave away milch cows and vehicles and beds, ornaments, and food and drink of the best kinds, O king, unto many foremost of Brahmanas, after having worshipped them duly. Then, O king, Rama proceeded to the asylum of Vaka, which was not very distant from where he was. that asylum in which, as heard by us, Dalviavaka had practiced the ostrest of penances. 41. Champayana said, the delighter of the Eddas then proceeded to the asylum of Vaka, which resounded with the chanting of the Vedas. The great ascetic, O king, named Dalviavaka poured the kingdom of Dhritarashtra, the son of Vichitravirya, as a libation on the sacrificial fire. By practicing very austere penances he emaciated his own body. Endued with great energy, the virtuous rishi, filled with great wrath, did that act. In former times, the rishis residing in the Naimisha forest had performed a sacrifice extending for 12 years. In course of that sacrifice, after a particular one called Viswajit had been completed, the rishis set out for the country of the Panchalas. Arrived there, they solicited the king for giving them 120 strong and healthy calves to be given away as dakshina in the sacrifice they have completed. Dalviavaka, however, calling those rishis, said unto them, Do you divide those animals of mine among you? Giving away these unto you, I shall solicit a great king for some. Having said so unto all those rishis, Vaka of great energy, that best of Brahmanas, then proceeded to the abode of Dhritarashtra. Arrived at the presence of King Dhritarashtra, Dalvia begged some animals of him. That best of kings, however, seeing that some of his kind died without any cause, angrily said unto him, Wretch of a Brahmana, take, if thou likest, these animals that are dead. Hearing these words, the rishi, conversant with duties, thought, Alas, cruel are the words that have been addressed to me in the assembly. Having reflected in this strain, that best of Brahmanas, filled with wrath, set his heart upon the destruction of the king Dhritarashtra. Cutting the flesh from off the dead animals, that best of sages, having ignited a sacrificial fire on the turtha of the Sarasvati, poured those pieces as libations for the destruction of the king Dhritarashtra's kingdom. Observant of rigid vows, the great Dalviavaka, O monarch, poured Dhritarashtra's kingdom as a libation on the fire, with the aid of those pieces of meat. Upon the commencement of that fierce sacrifice, according to due rites, the kingdom of Dhritarashtra, O monarch, began to waste away. Indeed, O Lord, the kingdom of that monarch began to waste away, even as a large forest begins to disappear when men proceed to cut it down with the axe. Overtaken by calamities, the kingdom began to lose its prosperity and life. Seeing his kingdom thus afflicted, the puissant monarch, O king, became very cheerless and thoughtful. Consulting with the Brahmanas, he began to make great endeavors for freeing his territories from affliction. No good, however, came of his efforts, for the kingdom continued to waste away. The king became very cheerless. The Brahmanas also, O sinless one, became filled with grief. When at last the king failed to save his kingdom, he asked his counsellors, O Janamjaya, about the remedy. The counsellors reminded him of the evil he had done in connection with the dead kine. And they said, The sage Vaka is pouring thy kingdom as a libation on the fire with the aid of the flesh of those animals. Thence is this great waste of thy kingdom. This is the consequence of ascetic rites. Thence is this great calamity. Go, O king, and gratify that rishi by the side of a receptacle of water on the bank of the Sarasvati. Repairing to the bank of the Sarasvati, the king, falling at his feet and touching them with his head, joined his hands and said, O thou of Bharata's race, these words, I gratify thee, O adorable one, forgive my offence. I am a senseless fool, a wretch inspired with avarice. Thou art my refuge, thou art my protector, it behoveth thee to show me thy grace. Beholding him thus overwhelmed with grief and indulging in lamentations like these, Vaka felt compassion for him and freed his kingdom. The rishi became gratified with him, having dismissed his angry feelings. For freeing his kingdom, the sage again poured libations on the fire. Having freed the kingdom from calamities, and taken many animals in grief, he became pleased at heart and once more proceeded to the Namishka woods. The liberal-minded King Dhritarashtra also, of righteous soul, with a cheerful heart, returned to his own capital full of prosperity. In that tour the Brihaspati also, of great intelligence, for the destruction of the Asuras and the prosperity of the denizens of heaven, poured libations on the sacrificial fire, with the aid of flesh. Upon this, the Asuras began to waste away and were destroyed by the gods, inspired by desire of victory in battle. Having with due rights given unto the Brahmanas steeds and elephants and vehicles with mules yoked unto them and jewels of great value and much wealth, and much corn, the illustrious and mighty armed Rama then proceeded, O king, to the tour called Yata. There, O monarch, at the sacrifice of the high Sult Yayati, the son of Nuashur, the Sarasvati produced milk and clarified butter. That tiger among men, King Yayati, having performed a sacrifice there, went cheerfully to heaven and obtained many regions of blessedness. Once again, O Lord, King Yayati performed a sacrifice there. Beholding his great magnanimity of soul and his immutable devotion to herself, the river Sarasvati gave unto the Brahmanas, invited to that sacrifice, everything for which each of them cherished only a wish in his heart. That foremost of rivers gave unto each where he was, amongst those that were invited to the sacrifice, houses and beds and food of the 6 different kinds of taste, and divers other kinds of things. The Brahmanas regarded those valuable gifts as made to them by the king. Cheerfully they praised the monarch and bestowed their auspicious blessings upon him. The gods and the Gandharvas were all pleased with the profusion of articles in that sacrifice. As regards human beings, they were filled with wonder at sight of that profusion. The illustrious Baladeva, of soul subdued and restrained and cleansed, having the Pamira on his banner, distinguished by great righteousness, and ever giving away the most valuable things, then proceeded to the Tirtha of fierce current called Vasishtapavaha. 42. Janamjaya said, Why is the current of the Tirtha known by the name of Vasishtapavaha so rapid? For what reason did the foremost of rivers bear away Vasishta? What, O Lord, was the cause of the dispute between Vasishta and Vishvamitra? Questioned by me, O thou of great wisdom, tell me all this. I am never satiated with hearing thee. Shampayana said, A great enmity arose between Vishvamitra and Vasishta, O Bharata, due to the rivalry in respect of ascetic austerities. The high abode of Vasishta was in the Tirtha called Stanu on the eastern bank of the Sarasvati. On the opposite bank was the asylum of the intelligent Vishvamitra. There, in that Tirtha, O monarch, Stanu, Mahadeva, had practiced the austerest penances. Sages still speak of those fierce feats. Having performed a sacrifice there and worshipped the river Sarasvati, Stanu established their Tirtha there. Hence it is known by the name Stanu Tirtha, O Lord. In that Tirtha, the celestials had, in days of yore, O king, installed Skanda, that slayer of the enemies of the gods, in the supreme command of their army. And to that Tirtha of the Sarasvati, the great Rishi Vishvamitra, by the aid of his austere penances, brought Vasishta. Listen to that history. The 2 ascetics Vishvamitra and Vasishta, O Bharata, every day challenged each other very earnestly in respect of the superiority of their penances. The great Muni Vishvamitra, burning with jealousy at sight of the energy of Vasishta, began to reflect on the matter, though devoted to the performance of his duties. This, however, is the resolution, O Bharata, that he formed. This Sarasvati shall quickly bring, by force of her current, that foremost of ascetics, Vasishta, to my presence. After he shall have been brought hither, I shall, without doubt, slay that foremost of regenerate ones. Having settled this, the illustrious and great Rishi Vishvamitra, with eyes red in wrath, thought of that foremost of rivers. Thus remembered by the ascetic, she became exceedingly agitated. The fair lady, however, repaired to the Rishi of great energy and great wrath. Pale and trembling, Sarasvati, with joined hands, appeared before that foremost of sages. Indeed, the lady was much afflicted with grief, even like a woman who has lost her mighty lord. And she said unto that best of sages, Tell me what is there that I shall do for thee. Filled with rage, the ascetic said unto her, Bring hither Vasishta without delay, so that I may slay him. Hearing these words, the river became agitated. With joined hands the lotus-eyed lady began to tremble exceedingly in fear like a creeper shaken by the wind. Beholding the great river in that plight, the ascetic said unto her, without any scruple, Bring Vasishta unto my presence. Hearing these words of his, and knowing the evil he intended to do, and acquainted also with the prowess of Vasishta that was unrivalled on earth, she repaired to Vasishta and informed him of what the intelligent Vishvamitra had said unto her. Fearing the curse of both, she trembled repeatedly. Indeed, her heart was on the grievous curse that either of them might pronounce on her. She stood in terror of both. Seeing her pale and plunged in anxiety, the righteous Vasishta, that foremost of men, O king, said these words unto her. Vasishta said, O foremost of rivers, save thyself. O thou of rapid current, bear me away, otherwise Vishvamitra will curse thee. Do not feel any scruple. Hearing these words of that compassionate Rishi, the river began to think, O Kauravya, as to what course would be best for her to follow. Even these were the thoughts that arose in her mind. Vasishta showeth great compassion for me. It is proper for me that I should serve him. Beholding then that best of rishis, Vasishta, engaged in silent recitation of mantras on her bank, and seeing Kusika's son, Vishvamitra, also engaged in Homa, Sarasvati thought, Even this is my opportunity. Then that foremost of rivers, by her current, washed away one of her banks. In washing away that bank, she bore Vasishta away. While being borne away, O king, Vasishta praised the river in these words, From the grandsires, Manasa, lake thou hast taken thy rise, O Sarasvati. This whole universe is filled with thy excellent waters. Wending through the firmament, O goddess, thou impartest thy waters to the clouds. All the waters are thee. Through thee we exercise our thinking faculties. Thou art Pushti and Dipti, Kirti, and Siddhi and Ama. Thou art speech, and thou art Svaha. This whole universe is dependent on thee. It is thou that dwellest in all creatures, in four forms. Thus praised by that great Rishi, Sarasvati, O king, speedily bore that Brahmana towards the asylum of Vishvamitra and repeatedly represented unto the latter the arrival of the former. Beholding Vasishta thus brought before him by Sarasvati, Vishvamitra, filled with rage, began to look for a weapon wherewith to slay that Brahmana. Seeing him filled with wrath, the river from fear of witnessing and aiding in a Brahmana's slaughter, quickly bore Vasishta away to her eastern bank once more. She thus obeyed the words of both, although she deceived the son of Gadi by her act. Seeing that best of rishis, Vasishta, borne away, the vindictive Vishvamitra, filled with wrath, addressed Sarasvati, saying, Since, O foremost of rivers, thou hast gone away, having deceived me, let thy current be changed into blood that is acceptable to Rakshasas. Then, cursed by the intelligent Vishvamitra, Sarasvati flowed for a whole year, bearing blood mixed with water. The gods, the Gandharvas, and the Apsaras, beholding the Sarasvati reduced to that plight, became filled with great sorrow. For this reason, O king, the Tirtha came to be called Vasishtapravaha on earth. The foremost of rivers, however, once more got back her own proper condition. 43. Vshampayana said, cursed by the intelligent Vishvamitra in anger, Sarasvati, in that auspicious and best of tirthas, flowed, bearing blood in her current. Then, O king, many Rakshasas came, O Bharata, and lived happily there, drinking the blood that flowed. Exceedingly gratified with that blood, cheerfully and without anxiety of any kind, they danced and laughed like persons that have, by merit, attained to heaven. After some time had passed away, some rishis, possessed of wealth of asceticism, came to the Sarasvati, O king, on a sojourn to her tirthas. Those foremost of munis, having bathed in all the tirthas and obtained great happiness, became desirous of acquiring more merit. Those learned persons at last came, O king, to that tirtha where the Sarasvati ran a bloody current. Those highly blessed ones, arriving at that frightful tirtha, saw the water of the Sarasvati mixed with blood, and that innumerable Rakshasas, O monarch, were drinking it. Beholding those Rakshasas, O king, those ascetics of rigid vows made great endeavours for rescuing the Sarasvati from that plight. Those blessed ones of high vows arrived there, invoked that foremost of rivers, and said these words unto her, Tell us the reason, O auspicious lady, why this lake in thee hath been afflicted with such distress. Hearing it, we shall endeavour to restore it to its proper condition. Thus questioned, Sarasvati, trembling as she spoke, informed them of everything that had occurred. Seeing her afflicted with woe, those ascetics said, We have heard the reason. We have heard of thy curse, O sinless lady. All of us shall exert ourselves. Having said these words unto that foremost of rivers, they then consulted with one another thus, All of us shall emancipate Sarasvati from her curse. Then all those Brahmanas, O king, worshipping Mahadeva, that Lord of the universe and protector of all creatures, with penance and vows and fasts and diverse kinds of abstinences and painful observances, emancipated that foremost of rivers, the divine Sarasvati. Beholding the water of Sarasvati purified by those munis, the Rakshasas, that had taken up their abode there, afflicted with hunger, sought the protection of those munis themselves. Afflicted with hunger, the Rakshasas, with joined hands, repeatedly said unto those ascetics filled with compassion, these words, All of us are hungry. We have swerved from eternal virtue. That we are sinful in behavior is not of our free will. Through the absence of your grace and through our own evil acts, as also through the sexual sins of our women, our demerits increase and we have become Brahma-Rakshasas. So amongst Vaisyas and Sudras, and Kshatriyas, those that hate and injure Brahmanas became Rakshasas. Ye best of Brahmanas, make arrangements then for our relief. Ye are competent to relieve all the worlds. Hearing these words of theirs, those ascetics praised the great river. For the rescue of those Rakshasas, with rapt minds those ascetics said, the food over which one sneezed, that in which there are worms and insects, that which may be mixed with any leavings of dishes, that which is mixed with hair, that which is mixed with tears, that which is trodden upon shall form the portion of these Rakshasas. The learned man, knowing all this, shall carefully avoid these kinds of food. He that shall take such food shall be regarded as eating the food of Rakshasas. Having purified the tirtha in this way, those ascetics thus solicited that river for the relief of those Rakshasas. Understanding the views of those great rishis, that foremost of rivers caused her body, O bull among men, to assume a new shape called Arana. Bathing in that new river, a branch of the Sarasvati, the Rakshasas cast off their bodies and went to heaven. Ascertaining all this, the chief of the celestials, Indra of 100 sacrifices, bathed in that foremost of tirthas and became cleansed of a grievous sin. Janamejaya said, For what reason was Indra tainted with the sin of Brahmana sighed. How also did he become cleansed by bathing in that Tirtha? Vshampayana said, listen to that history, O ruler of men. Hear of those occurrences as they happened. Hear how Vasava, in days of yore, broke his treaty with Namachi. The Asura Namachi, from fear of Vasava, had entered a ray of the Sunday. Indra then made friends with Namachi and entered into a covenant with him, saying, O foremost of Asuras, I shall not slay thee, O friend, with anything that is wet or with anything that is dry. I shall not slay thee in the night or in the day. I swear this to thee by truth. Having made this covenant, the Lord Indra one day beheld a fog. He then, O king, cut off Namachi's head, using the foam of water as his weapon. The severed head of Namachi thereupon pursued Indra from behind, saying unto him from an ear point these words, O slayer of a friend, O wretch. Urged on incessantly by that head, Indra repaired to the grandsire and informed him, in grief, of what had occurred. The Supreme Lord of the universe said unto him, performing a sacrifice, bathe with due rites, O chief of the celestials, in Aruna, the Tirtha which saveth from the fear of sin. The water of that river, O Chakra, hath been made sacred by the Munis. Formerly the presence of that river at its site was concealed. The divine Sarasvati repaired to the Aruna, and flooded it with her waters. This confluence of Sarasvati and Aruna is highly sacred. Thither, O chief of the celestials, perform a sacrifice. Give away gifts in profusion. Performing thy ablutions there, thou shalt be freed from thy sin. Thus addressed, Chakra, at these words of Brahma, O Janamjaya, performed in that abode of Sarasvati diverse sacrifices, giving away many gifts and bathing in that Tirtha, he of 100 sacrifices, the Pirsa of valor, duly performed certain sacrifices and then plunged in the Aruna. He became freed from the sin arising out of the slaughter of the Brahmana. The Lord of heaven then returned to heaven with a joyful heart. The head of Namachi also fell into that stream, O Bharata, and the Asura obtained many eternal regions, O best of kings, that granted every wish. Vshampayana continued, the high-souled ballet diva having bathed in that Tirtha and given away many kinds of gifts, obtained great merit of righteous deeds. He then proceeded to the great Tirtha of Soma. There, in days of yore, Soma himself, O king of kings, had performed the Rajasuya sacrifice. The high Sudra, that foremost of Brahmanas, gifted with great intelligence, became the Hotri in that grand sacrifice. Upon the conclusion of that sacrifice, a great battle took place between the gods, on the one side, and the Danavas, the Daityas, and the Rakshasas, on the other. That fierce battle is known after the name of the Asura, Taraka. In that battle Skanda slew Taraka. There, on that occasion, Mahesana, Skanda, that destroyer of Daityas, obtained the command of the celestial forces. In that Tirtha is a gigantic as water tree. Under its shade, Kartikya, otherwise called Kumara, always resides in person. 44. Janamjaya said, Thou hast described the merits of this Sarasvati, O best of Brahmanas. It behoveth thee, O regenerate one, to describe to me the investiture of Kumara by the gods. Great is the curiosity I feel. Tell me everything, therefore, about the time when and the place where and the manner in which the adorable and puissant Lord Skanda was invested with the command of the celestial forces. Tell me also, O foremost of speakers, who they were that invested him and who performed the actual rites, and how the celestial generalissimo made a great carnage of the Daityas. Vshampayana said, This curiosity that thou feelest is worthy of thy birth in Kuru's race. The words that I shall speak will, O Janamjaya, be conducive to thy pleasure. I shall narrate to thee the story of the investiture of Kumara and the prowess of that high-souled one, since, O ruler of men, thou wishest to hear it. In days of yore the vital seed of Mahabharata coming out, fell into a blazing fire. The consumer of everything, the adorable Agni, could not burn that indestructible seed. On the other hand, the bearer of sacrificial libations, in consequence of that seed, became possessed of great energy and splendor. He could not bear within himself that seed of mighty energy. At the command of Brahman, the Lord Agni, approaching the river Ganga, threw into her that divine seed possessed of the effulgence of the Sunday Ganga also, unable to hold it, cast it on the beautiful breast of Himawat that is worshipped by the celestials. Thereupon Agni's sun began to grow there, overwhelming all the worlds by his energy. Meanwhile, the 6 criticers beheld that child of fiery splendor. Seeing that puissant lord, that high-souled son of Agni, lying on a clump of heath, all the 6 criticers, who were desirous of a son, cried aloud, saying, "This child is mine, this child is mine." Understanding the state of mind of those 6 mothers, the adorable Lord Skanda sucked the breasts of all, having assumed 6 mouths. Beholding that puissance of the child, the criticers, those goddesses of beautiful forms, became filled with wonder. And since the adorable child had been cast by the river Ganga upon the summit of Himawat, that mountain looked beautiful, having, O delighter of the chorus, been transformed into gold. With that growing child the whole earth became beautiful, and it was for this reason that mountains, from that time, came to be producers of gold. Possessed of great energy, the child came to be called by the name of Kartikeya. At first he had been called by the name of Ganjir. He became possessed of high ascetic powers. Endued with self-restraint and asceticism and great energy, the child grew up, O monarch, into a person of highly agreeable features like Soma himself. Possessed of great beauty, the child lay on that excellent and golden clump of heath, adored and praised by Gandharvas and ascetics. Celestial girls, by thousands, conversant with celestial music and dance, and of very beautiful features, praised him and danced before him. The foremost of all rivers, Ganga, waited upon that god. The earth also, assuming great beauty, held the child on her lap. The celestial priest Brihaspati performed the usual rites after birth, in respect of that child. The Vedas, assuming a fourfold form, approached the child with joined hands. The science of arms, with its 4 divisions, and all the weapons as also all kinds of arrows, came to him. One day, the child, of great energy, saw that god of gods, the lord of seated with the daughter of Himawat, amid a swarm of ghostly creatures. Those ghostly creatures, of emaciated bodies, were of wonderful features. They were ugly and of ugly features, and wore awkward ornaments and marks. Their faces were like those of tigers and lions and bears and cats and macaras. Others were of faces like those of scorpions, others of faces like those of elephants and camels and owls. And some had faces like those of vultures and jackals. And some there were that had faces like those of cranes and pigeons and curus. And many amongst them had bodies like those of dogs and porcupines and iguanas and goats and sheep and cows. And some resembled mountains and some oceans, and some stood with uplifted discs and maces for their weapons. And some looked like masses of antimony, and some like white mountains. The 7 Madras also were present there, O monarch, and the Sadhyas, the Viswadevyas, the Maruts, the Vasas, the Rudras, the Adityas, the Siddhas, the Danavas, the birds, the self-born and adorable Brahman with his sons, and Vishnu, and Shakra, all went thither, O beholding that child of unfading glory. And many of the foremost of celestials and Gandharvas, headed by Narada, and many celestial rishis and siddhas headed by Brihaspati, and the fathers of the universe, those foremost ones, they that are regarded as gods of the gods, and the yamas and the dharmas, all went there. endued with great strength, the child, possessed of great ascetic power, proceeded to the presence of that lord of the gods, Mahadeva, armed with trident and pinnacle. Seeing the child coming, the thought entered the mind of Shiva, as it did that of Himavat's daughter and that of Ganga and of Agni, as to whom amongst the four the child would first approach for honoring him or her. Each of them thought, "He will come to me." Understanding that this was the expectation cherished by each of those four, he had recourse to his yoga powers and assumed at the same time 4 different forms. Indeed, the adorable and puissant Lord assumed those 4 forms in an instant. The 3 forms that stood behind were Sakka and Visakha and Nagamiya. The adorable and puissant one, having divided himself into 4 forms, proceeded towards the 4 that sat expecting him. The form called Skanda of wonderful appearance proceeded to the spot where Rudra was sitting. Visakha went to the spot where the divine daughter of Himavat was. The adorable Sakka, which is Kartikeya's Vayu form, proceeded towards Agni. Nagamiya, that child of fiery splendor, proceeded to the presence of Ganga. All those forms, of similar appearance, were endued with great effulgence. The 4 forms proceeded calmly to the 4 gods and goddesses, already mentioned. All this seemed exceedingly wonderful. The gods, the Danavas, and the Rakshasas made a loud noise at sight of that exceedingly wonderful incident, making the very hair to stand on end. Then Rudra and the goddess Amandagni and Ganga all bowed unto the grandsire, that Lord of the universe. Having duly bowed unto him, O bull among kings, they said these words, "O monarch, from desire of doing good unto Kartikeya, it behoveth thee, O Lord of the gods, to grant to this youth, for the sake of our happiness, some kind of sovereignty that may be suitable to him and that he may desire." At this, the adorable grandsire of all the worlds, possessed of great intelligence, began to think within his mind as to what he should bestow upon that youth. He had formerly given away unto the formless ones, gods, all kinds of wealth over which the high souled celestials, the Gandharvas, the Rakshasas, ghosts, yakshas, birds, and snakes have dominion. Brahma, therefore, regarded that youth to be fully entitled to that dominion, which had been bestowed upon the gods. Having reflected for a moment, the grandsire, ever mindful of the welfare of the gods, bestowed upon him the status of a generalissimo among all creatures, O Bharata. And the grandsire further ordered all those gods that were regarded as the chief of the celestials and other formless beings to wait upon him. Then the gods, headed by Brahman, taking the youth with them, together came to Himavat. The spot they selected was the bank of the sacred and divine Sarasvati, that foremost of rivers, taking her rise from Himavat, that Sarasvati which, at Samantapanchaka, is celebrated over the 3 worlds. There, on the sacred bank, possessing every merit of the Sarasvati, the gods and the Gandharvas took their seats with hearts well pleased in consequence of the gratification of all their desires. 45. Champayana said, collecting all articles as laid down in the scriptures for the ceremony of investiture, Brihaspati duly poured libations on the blazing fire. Himavat gave a seat which was adorned with many costly gems. Kartikeya was made to sit on that auspicious and best of seats decked with excellent gems. The gods brought thither all kinds of auspicious articles, with due rites and mantras, that were necessary for a ceremony of the kind. The diverse gods, Indra and Vishnu, both of great energy, and Surya and Chandramas, and Datri, and Vitri, and Vayu, and Agni, and Pushan, and Bhaga, and Aryaman, and Ansa, and Vivaswat, and Rudra of great intelligence, and Mitra, and their 11 Rudras, the 8 Vasas, the 12 Adityas, the twin Ashvinis, the Viswadevyas, the Maruts, the Sadyas, the Pitras, the Gandharvas, the Apsaras, the Yakshas, the Rakshasas, the Panagas, innumerable celestial rishis, the Vkanasas, the Valakilyas, those others, among rishis, that subsist only on air, and those that subsist on the rays of the sun, the descendants of Bhrigu and Angiras, many high-souled yatis, all the Vidyadharas, all those that were crowned with ascetic success, the grandsire, Pulastya, Pulaha of great ascetic merits, Angiras, Kasyapa, Atri, Marichi, Bhrigu, Kratu, Hara, Prishitas, Manu, Daksha, the seasons, the planets, and all the luminaries, O monarch, all the rivers in their embodied forms, the eternal Vedas, the seas, the diverse Tirthas, the earth, the sky, the cardinal and subsidiary points of the compass, and all the trees, O king, Aditi, the mother of the gods, Shri, Swaha, Sarasvati, Sakhi, Sinivali, Anumati, Q, the day of the new moon, the day of the full moon, the wives of the denizens of heaven, Himravat, Vindhya, Mru of many summits, Aravat with all his followers, the divisions of time called Kala, Kishtha, fortnight, the seasons, night and day, O king, the prince of steeds, Uche's rivers, Vasuki the king of the snakes, Arana, Garuda, the trees, the deciduous herbs, and the adorable god Dharma, all came together. And there came also Kala, Yama, Mritu, and the followers of the Yama. From fear of swelling the list, I do not mention the diverse other gods that came there. All of them came to that ceremony for investing Kartikeya with the status of Generalissimo. All the denizens of heaven, O king, brought there everything necessary for the ceremony and every auspicious article. Filled with joy, the denizens of heaven made that high-souled youth, that terror of the Asuras, the Generalissimo of the celestial forces, after pouring upon his head the sacred and excellent water of the Sarasvati from golden jars that contained other sacred articles needed for the purpose. The grandsire of the worlds, Brahman, and Kasyapa of great energy, and the others, mentioned and not mentioned, all poured water upon Skanda, even as, O monarch, the gods had poured water on the head of Varuna, the lord of waters, for investing him with dominion. The Lord Brahman then, with a gratified heart, gave unto Skanda 4 companions, possessed of great might, endued with speed like that of the wind, crowned with ascetic success, and gifted with energy which they could increase at will. They were named Nandisana and Lohitaksha and Gantakana and Kumadhamalin. The Lord Stanu, O monarch, gave unto Skanda a companion possessed of great impetuosity, capable of producing 100 illusions, and endued with might and energy that he could enhance at will. And he was the great destroyer of Asuras. In the great battle between the gods and the Asuras, this companion that Stanu gave, filled with wrath, slew, with his hands alone, 14 millions of daityas of fierce deeds. The gods then made over to Skanda the celestial host, invincible, abounding with celestial troops, capable of destroying the enemies of the gods, and of forms like that of Vishnu. The gods then, with Vasava at their head, and the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Rakshasas, the Munis, and the Pitris, all shouted, "Victory!" to Skanda. Then Yama gave him 2 companions, both of whom resembled death, Enmathka and Pramathka, possessed of great energy and great splendor. Endued with great prowess, Surya, with a gratified heart, gave unto Kartikeya 2 of his followers named Sabra and Baswara. Soma also gave him 2 companions, Mani and Sumani, both of whom looked like summits of the Kailasa mountain and always used white garlands and white unguents. Agni gave unto him 2 heroic companions, grinders of hostile armies, who were named Jwalajiva and Jyoti. Anza gave unto Skanda of great intelligence 5 companions, Paraya, and Vata, and Bhima of terrible strength, and Dahati and Dahana, both of whom were exceedingly fierce and possessed of great energy. Vasava, that slayer of hostile heroes, gave unto Agnes sent 2 companions, Utcrosa and Panchaka, who were armed respectively with thunderbolt and club. These had in battle slain innumerable enemies of Chakra. The illustrious Vishnu gave unto Skanda 3 companions, Chakra and Vikrama and Sankrama of great might. The Ashvinis, O bull of Bharata's race, with gratified hearts, gave unto Skanda 2 companions, Vardhana and Nandana, who had mastered all the sciences. The illustrious Datari given to that Hisuld won 5 companions, Kunda, Kusuma, Kumuda, Damvara and Adamvara. Tvashtri gave unto Skanda 2 companions named Chakra and Danu Chakra, both of whom were endued with great strength. The Lord Maitra gave unto the Hisuld Kumara 2 illustrious companions named Suvarata and Satyasunda, both of whom were endued with great learning and ascetic merit, possessed of agreeable features, capable of granting boons and celebrated over the 3 worlds. Vitri gave unto Kartikeya 2 companions of great celebrity, the Hisuld Suprabha and Sabakaman. Pushan gave him, O Bharata, 2 companions, Panatrika and Kalika, both endued with great powers of illusion. Vayu gave him, O best of the Bharatas, 2 companions, Vala and Ativala, endued with great might and very large mouths. Varuna, firmly adhering to truth, gave him Dasa and Atayasa of great might and possessed of mouths like those of whales. Himavat gave unto Agnes sent 2 companions, O king, Shavakas and Ativakas. Mru, O Bharata, gave him 2 companions named Kanchana and Megamalan. Manu also gave unto Agnes sent 2 others endued with great strength and prowess, Stira and Atisthira. Vindai gave unto Agnes sent 2 companions named Uscharita and Agnisringa, both of whom fought with large stones. Ocean gave him 2 mighty companions named Sangraha and Vigraha, both armed with maces. Parvati of beautiful features given to Agnes Sananmada and Pushhedanta and Sankakana. Vasuki, the king of the snakes, O tiger among men, gave unto the son of Agni 2 snakes named Jaya and Mahajaya. Similarly the Sadayas, the Rudras, the Vasas, the Pitras, the seas, the rivers, and the mountains, all endued with great might, gave commanders of forces, armed with lances and battle-axes and decked with diverse kinds of ornaments. Listen now to the names of those other combatants armed with diverse weapons and clad in diverse kinds of robes and ornaments that Skanda procured. They were Sankakana, Nilkama, Padmai, Gumad, Ananta, Dwadasabhua, Krishna, Apakrishnika, Granastravas, Kapaskanda, Kanjanakshaw, Jalandharma, Akshasantarjana, Kannadika, Tamobrakrit, Akakshaw, Dwadasakshaw, Ekajata, Sahasravau, Vikata, Vyagrakshaw, Kshita Kumpana, Panyanaman, Sunaman, Shuvakta, Priyadasana, Parasruta, Kokanada, Prayamalyanulpana, Ajadara, Gajasiras, Skanakshaw, Satalachana, Jwalajiba, Karala, Sitakisa, Jati, Hari, Krishnakisa, Jitadara, Chaturdashtra, Ashtajiva, Megananda, Prithusravas, Vidyutakshaw, Danivakta, Jaithara, Marutasana, Udarakshaw, Raithakshaw, Vajranaba, Badabrabha, Samudraviga, Sayalakampin, Vrisha, Meshapravaha, Nanda, Apadanka, Dhamra, Sweta, Kalinga, Siddhartha, Bharada, Prayaka, Nanda, Gonanda, Ananda, Pramoda, Swastika, Druvaka, Kshim of Aha, Sabala, Siddhapatra, Govara, Kanakapida, Gyana, Husna, Vana, Kaga, Vaitli, Atitli, Katharka, Vatika, Hansa, Pakshadikt Anga, Samudran Madana, Ranitkata, Prashasa, Swetasida, Nandaka, Kalakantha, Prabhasa, Kamhandaka, Kalakakshaw, Sita, Budal on Mathana, Yaj Navaha, Pravaha, Divajli, Somapa, Majjala, Dratha Tuhara Chitradeva, Madhura, Suprasada, Kirutin, Vatsala, Madhuvana, Kalasadara, Dharmada, Manma, Thakara, Sakivaktra, Swetavaktra, Shuvaktra, Charuvaktra, Pandura, Dandavau, Shuvau, Rajas, Kokalurka, Wakala, Kanakakshaw, Vilikarakshaka, Sancharaka, Kokanada, Grirapatra, Jamvuka, Lohajvaktra, Javana, Kamavaktra, Kamaka, Mandagraiva, Krishnaorjas, Hansavaktra, Kandraba, Panakachas, Samvuka, Panchavaktra, Sikshaka, Chasavaktra, Jamvuka, Kavaktra, and Kanchaka. Besides these, many other high-souled and mighty companions, devoted to ascetic austerities and regardful of Brahmanas, were given unto him by the grandsire. Some of them were in youth, some were old, and some, O Janimjaya, were very young in years. Thousands upon thousands of such came to Kartikya. They were possessed of diverse kinds of faces. Listen to me, O Janimjaya, as I describe them. Some had faces like those of tortoises, and some like those of cocks. The faces of some were very long, O Bharata. Some, again, had faces like those of dogs, and wolves, and hares, and owls, and asses, and camels, and hogs. Some had human faces, and some had faces like those of sheep, and jackals. Some were terrible, and had faces like those of macas and porpoises. Some had faces like those of cats, and some like those of biting flies, and the faces of some were very long. Some had faces like those of the mongoose, the owl, and the crow. Some had faces like those of mice and peacocks and fishes and goats and sheep and buffaloes. The faces of some resembled those of bears and tigers and leopards and lions. Some had faces like those of elephants and crocodiles. The faces of some resembled those of Garuda and the rhinoceros and the wolf. Some had faces like those of cows and mules and camels and cats. Possessed of large stomachs and large legs and limbs, some had eyes like stars. The faces of some resembled those of pigeons and bulls. Others had faces like those of koalas and hawks and titiras and lizards. Some were clad in white robes. Some had faces like those of snakes. The faces of some resembled those of porcupines. Indeed, some had frightful and some very agreeable faces. Some had snakes for their clothes. The faces as also the noses of some resembled those of cows. Some had large limbs protruding stomachs, but other limbs very lean. Some had large limbs but lean stomachs. The necks of some were very short and the ears of some were very large. Some had diverse kinds of snakes for their ornaments. Some were clad in skins of large elephants, and some in black deer skins. The mouths of some were on their shoulders. Some had mouths on their stomachs, some on their backs, some on their cheeks, some on their calves, and some on their flanks, and the mouths of many were placed on other parts of their bodies. The faces of many amongst those leaders of troops were like those of insects and worms. The mouths of many amongst them were like those of diverse beasts of prey. Some had many arms and some many heads. The arms of some resembled trees, and the heads of some were on their loins. The faces of some were tapering like the bodies of snakes. Many amongst them had their abodes on diverse kinds of plants and herbs. Some were clad in rags, some in diverse kinds of bones, some were diversely clad, and some were adorned in diverse kinds of garlands and diverse kinds of unguents. Dressed diversely, some had skins for their robes. Some had headgears, the brows of some were furrowed into lines. The necks of some bore marks like those on conch shells. Some were possessed of great effulgence. Some had diadems. Some had 5 tufts of hair on their heads, and the hair of some was very hard. Some had 2 tufts, some 3, and some 7. Some had feathers on their heads. Some had crowns. Some had heads that were perfectly bald, and some had matted locks. Some were adorned with beautiful garlands. and the faces of some were very hairy. Battle was the one thing in which they took great delight, and all of them were invincible by even the foremost ones amongst the gods. Many amongst them were clad in diverse kinds of celestial robes. All were fond of battle. Some were of dark complexion, and the faces of some had no flesh on them. Some had very long backs, and some had no stomachs. The backs of some were very large, while those of some were very short. Some had long stomachs, and the limbs of some were long. The arms of some were long, while those of some were short. Some were dwarfs of short limbs. Some were hunchbacked. Some had short hips. The cars and heads of some were like those of elephants. Some had noses like those of tortoises, some like those of wolves. Some had long lips, some had long hips, and some were frightful, having their faces downwards. Some had very large teeth, some had very short teeth, and some had only 4 teeth. Thousands among them, O king, were exceedingly terrible, looking like infuriated elephants of gigantic size. Some were of symmetrical limbs, possessed of great splendor, and adorned with ornaments. Some had yellow eyes, some had ears like arrows, some had noses like gavials, O Bharata. Some had broad teeth, some had broad lips, and some had green hair. Possessed of diverse kinds of feet and lips and teeth, they had diverse kinds of arms and heads. Clad in diverse kinds of skins, they spoke diverse kinds of languages, O Bharata. Skilled in all provincial dialects, those puissant ones conversed with one another. Those mighty companions, filled with joy, gambled there, cutting capers, around Kartikeya. Some were long-necked, some long-nailed, some long-legged. Some amongst them were large-headed and some large-armed. The eyes of some were yellow. The throats of some were blue, and the ears of some were long, O Bharata. The stomachs of some were like masses of antimony. The eyes of some were white, the necks of some were red, and some had eyes of a tawny hue. Many were dark in colour, and many, O king, were of diverse colours, O Bharata. Many had ornaments on their persons that looked like yak tails. Some bore white streaks on their bodies, and some bore red streaks. Some were of diversified colours, and some had golden complexions, and some were endued with splendours like those of the peacock. I shall describe to thee the weapons that were taken by those that came last to Kartikeya. Listen to me. Some had noses on their uplifted arms. Their faces were like those of tigers and asses. Their eyes were on their backs, their throats were blue, and their arms resembled spiked clubs. Some were armed with satagnis and discs, and some had heavy and short clubs. Some had swords and mallets, and some were armed with bludgeons, O Bharata. Some, possessed of gigantic sizes and great strength, were armed with lances and scimitars. Some were armed with maces and busundis, and some had spears on their hands. Possessed of high souls and great strength, and endued with great speed and great impetuosity, those mighty companions had diverse kinds of terrible weapons in their arms. Beholding the installation of Kartikeya, those beings of mighty energy, delighting in battle and wearing on their persons rows of the tinkling bells, danced around him in joy. These and many other mighty companions, O king, came to the high-souled and illustrious Kartikeya. Some belonged to the celestial regions, some to the aerial, and some to the regions of the earth. All of them were endued with speed like that of the wind. Commanded by the gods, those brave and mighty ones became the companions of Kartikeya. Thousands upon thousands, millions upon millions, of such beings came there at the installation of the high-souled Kartikeya and stood surrounding him. 46. Shampayana said, Listen now to the large bands of the mothers, those slayers of foes, O hero, that became the companions of Kumara, as I mention their names. Listen, O Bharata, to the names of those illustrious mothers. The mobile and immobile universe is pervaded by those auspicious ones. They are Prabhavati, Vishalakshi, Kalita, Gonasi, Shrimati, Bahila, Utputrika, Apsujata, Gopali, Brihadamalika, Jyavati, Malatika, Dhruvaratna, Bhayankari, Vasudama, Sudama, Vishoka, Nandini, Akakyuda, Mahakuda, Kakranmai, Jani, Jayatsana, Kamalukshi, Shobana, Shatranjaya, Shailabi, Gari, Madhavi, Shabivakta, Tirth Anmai, Gitapraya, Kalyani, Kadrala, Amitashana, Megasvana, Bhagavati, Sabru, Kanakavati, Alitakshi, Viryavati, Vijayjiva, Padmavati, Sunakshidra, Kandara, Ujjana, Santamika, Kamala, Mahabala, Sudama, Bahadama, Suprabha, Yashasvini, Nritya Praya, Shatoliu Kalaim Kala, Shaitahanta, Shaitananda, Bhagananda, Baimani, Vapushmati, Kandrashita, Badrakli, Samkarika, Nishgutaka, Brahma, Kavarvasini, Sumangala, Safastamati, Raidakama, Jayapraya, Danada, Suprasada, Bhavada, Jailshvari, Eid, Bidi, Samadi, Vitalajanani, Kanduti, Kalika, Divamitra, Lambasi, Kidaki, Sitarasana, Bala, Kakutaka, Shanknika, Jarjarika, Kandarika, Koklika, Kandara, Shatodari, Utkravini, Jaina, Mahavika, Kankana, Manajava, Kandakini, Pragasa, Putana, Kashaya, Kurviti, Vama, Kroshanatha, Tadat Prabha, Mandadari, Dunda, Kotara, Megavasini, Sabaga, Lampini, Lamba, Vasaguta, Vikathani, Urdvavanadara, Pingakshi, Lahamkala, Prithuvakta, Madharika, Madhakama, Pakshalika, Manthanika, Jarayu, Jarjaranana, Gata, Dahadaha, Damadama, Kandakanda, Pushana, Manakundala, Amogha, Lambapaya Dara, Venuvinadara, Pingakshi, Lahamkala, Shazholukamaki, Krishna, Karajana, Mahajava, Shishhumaramaki, Shvata, Lohitakshi, Vibhishana, Jaitleka, Kamakari, Durgajiva, Balatkata, Kaladuka, Vamanika, Mugata, Lohitakshi, Mahakaya, Harai Pindi, Ekakshara, Sakuzuma, Krishnakani, Ksharakani, Katushkani, Kana Pravarana, Katush Pathanikata, Gokani, Mahashanana, Karakani, Mahakani, Berisvana Mahasvana, Shankaka Masvana, Banada, Gana, Shagana, Biti, Kamada, Katush Patharata, Butitha, Anyagagara, Pashhuda, Vidada, Sukada, Mahayasha, Pay Oda, Gomahashada, Suvishana, Britishta, Supratishta, Rokamana, Surukana, Norkani, Makakani, Sazira, Thrika, Ekakakra, Megarava, Megamala, and Virakana. These and many other mothers, O bull of Bharata's race, numbering by thousands, of diverse forms, became the followers of Kartikeya. Their nails were long, their teeth were large and their lips also, O Bharata, were protruding. Of straight forms and sweet features, all of them, endowed with youth, were decked with ornaments. Possessed of ascetic merit, they were capable of assuming any form at will. Having not much flesh on their limbs, they were of fair complexions and endued with splendour like that of gold. Some amongst them were dark and looked like clouds in hue, and some were of the colour of smoke, O bull of Bharata's race. And some were endued with the splendour of the morning sun and were highly blessed. Possessed of long dresses, they were clad in robes of white. The braids of some were tied upwards, and the eyes of some were tawny, and some had girdles that were very long. Some had long stomachs, some had long ears, and some had long breasts. Some had coppery eyes and coppery complexion, and the eyes of some were green. Capable of granting boons and of travelling at will, they were always cheerful. Possessed of great strength, some amongst them partook of the nature of Yama, some of Rudra, some of Soma, some of Guvara, some of Varuna, some of Indra, and some of Agni, O scorcher of foes. And some partook of the nature of Vayu, some of Kumara, some of Brahma, O bull of Bharata's race, and some of Vishnu and some of Surya, and some of Varaha. Of charming and delightful features, they were beautiful like the Asuras. In voice they resembled the Kokla, and in prosperity they resembled the Lord of Treasures. In battle, their energy resembled that of Chakra. In splendor they resembled fire. In battle they always inspired their foes with terror. Capable of assuming any form at will, in fleetness they resembled the very wind. Of inconceivable might and energy, their prowess also was inconceivable. They have their abodes on trees and open spots and crossings of 4 roads. They live also in caves and crematoriums, mountains and springs. Adorned with the diverse kinds of ornaments, they wear diverse kinds of attire, and speak diverse languages. These and many other tribes, of the mothers, all capable of inspiring foes with dread, followed the high-souled Kartikeya at the command of the chief of the Celestials. The adorable chastiser of Parka, O tiger among kings, gave unto Gaha, Kartikeya, a dart for the destruction of the enemies of the gods. That dart produces a loud whiz and is adorned with many large bells. Possessed of great splendor, it seemed to blaze with light. And Indra also gave him a banner refulgent as the morning sun. Shiva gave him a large army, exceedingly fierce and armed with diverse kinds of weapons, and endued with great energy begotten of ascetic penances. Invincible and possessing all the qualities of a good army, that force was known by the name of Dhananjaya. It was protected by 30,000 warriors, each of whom was possessed of might equal to that of Rudra himself. That force knew not how to fly from battle. Vishnu gave him a triumphal garland that enhances the might of the wearer. Amma gave him 2 pieces of cloth of effulgence like that of the Sunday. With great pleasure Ganga gave unto Kumara a celestial water pot, begotten of Amrita, and Brihaspati gave him a sacred stick. Garuda gave him his favourite son, a peacock of beautiful feathers. Aruna gave him a cock of sharp talons. The royal Varuna gave him a snake of great energy and might. The Lord Brahma gave unto that god devoted to Brahman a black deer skin. And the Creator of all the worlds also gave him victory in all battles. Having obtained the command of the celestial forces, Skanda looked resplendent like a blazing fire of bright flames. Accompanied by those companions and the mothers, he proceeded for the destruction of the deities, gladdening all the foremost of the gods. The terrible host of celestials, furnished with standards adorned with bells, and equipped with drums and conchs and cymbals, and armed with weapons, and decked with many banners, looked beautiful like the autumnal firmament bespangled with planets and stars. Then that vast assemblage of celestials and diverse kinds of creatures began cheerfully to beat their drums and blow their conchs numbering thousands. And they also played on their patahas and charjaras and krikaka and cow horns and adamaras and gomakas and dindamas of loud sound. All the gods, with Vasava at their head, praised Kumara. The celestials and the Gandharvas sang and the Apsaras danced. Well pleased with these attentions, Skanda granted a boon unto all the gods, saying, I shall slay all your foes, them, that is, that desire to slay you. Having obtained this boon from that best of gods, the illustrious celestials regarded their foes to be already slain. After Skanda had granted that boon, a loud sound rose from all those creatures inspired with joy, filling the 3 worlds. Accompanied by that vast host, Skanda then set out for the destruction of the deities and the protection of the denizens of heaven. exertion, and victory, and righteousness, and success, and prosperity, and courage, and the scriptures, in their embodied forms, proceeded in the van of Kartik's army, O king, with that terrible force, which was armed with lances, mallets, blazing brands, maces, heavy clubs, arrows, darts, and spears, and which was decked with beautiful ornaments and armor, and which uttered roars like those of a proud lion. The divine God set out. Beholding him, all the deities, Rakshasas and Danavas, anxious with fear, fled away on all sides. Armed with diverse weapons, the Celestials pursued them. Seeing the foe flying away, Skanda, endued with energy and might, became inflamed with wrath. He repeatedly hurled his terrible weapon, the dart he had received from Agni. The energy that he then displayed resembled a fire fed with libations of clarified butter, while the dart was repeatedly hurled by Skanda of immeasurable energy. Meteoric flashes, O king, fell upon the earth. Thunderbolts also, with tremendous noise, fell upon the earth. Everything became as frightful, O king, as it becomes on the day of universal destruction. When that terrible dart was once hurled by the son of Agni, millions of darts issued from it, O bull of Bharata's race. The puissant and adorable Skanda, filled with joy, at last slew Taraka, the chief of the deities, endued with great might and prowess, and surrounded, in that battle, by 100,000 heroic and mighty deities. He then, in that battle, slew Mahesha, who was surrounded by 8 Padmas of deities. He next slew Tripada, who was surrounded by 1,000 Agitas of deities. The puissant Skanda then slew Radadara, who was surrounded by 10 Kavas of deities, with all his followers armed with diverse weapons. Filling the 10 points of the compass, the followers of Kumara, O king, made a loud noise while those deities were being slain, and danced and jumped and laughed in joy. Thousands of deities, O king, were burned with the flames that issued from Skanda's dart, while others breathed their last, terrified by the roars of Skanda. The 3 worlds were frightened at the yawns of Skanda's soldiers. The foes were consumed with flames produced by Skanda. Many were slain by his roars alone. Some amongst the foes of the gods, struck with banners, were slain. Some, frightened by the sounds of bells, fell down on the surface of the earth. Some, mangled with weapons, fell down, deprived of life. In this way the heroic and mighty Kartikeya slew innumerable foes of the gods possessed of great strength that came to fight with him. Then Bali's son Vana of great might, getting upon the Crownka mountain, battled with the celestial host. Possessed of great intelligence, the great Generalissimo Skanda rushed against that foe of the gods. From fear of Kartikeya, he took shelter within the Crownka mountain. Inflamed with rage, the adorable Kartikeya then pierced that mountain with that dart given him by Agni. The mountain was called Crownka, crane, because of the sound it always produced resembled the cry of the crane. That mountain was variegated with charlotte trees. The apes and elephants on it were affrighted. The birds that had their abode on it rose up and wheeled around in the welkin. The snakes began to dart down its sides. It resounded also with the cries of leopards and bears in large numbers that ran hither and thither in fear. Other forests on it rang with the cries of hundreds upon hundreds of animals. Sharabas and lions suddenly ran out. In consequence of all this, that mountain, though it was reduced to a very pitiable plight, still assumed a very beautiful aspect. The Vidyadharas dwelling on its summits soared into the air. The Kinnaras also became very anxious, distracted by the fear caused by the fall of Skanda's dart. The deities then, by hundreds and thousands, came out of that blazing mountain, all clad in beautiful ornaments and garlands. The followers of Kumara, prevailing over them in battle, slew them all. The adorable Skanda, inflamed with rage, quickly slew the son of Daitya chief, Bali, along with his younger brother, even as Indra had slain Vritra in days before. The slayer of hostile heroes, Agni's son, pierced with his dart the Kraunka mountain, dividing his own self sometimes into many and sometimes uniting all his portions into one. Repeatedly hurled from his hand, the dart repeatedly came back to him. Even such was the might and glory of the adorable son of Agni. With redoubled heroism, and energy and fame and success, the god pierced the mountain and slew hundreds of Daityas. The adorable god, having thus slain the enemies of the Celestials, was worshipped and honored by the latter and obtained great joy. After the Kraunka mountain had been pierced and after the son of Kanda had been slain, drums were beaten, O king, and conchs were blown. The celestial ladis rained floral showers in succession upon the divine lord of yogis. Auspicious breezes began to blow, bearing celestial perfumes. The Gandharvas hymned his praises, as also great rishis always engaged in the performance of sacrifices. Some speak of him as the puissant son of the grandsire, Sanat Kumara, the eldest of all the sons of Brahma. Some speak of him as the son of Maheshvara, and some as that of Agni. Some again describe him as the son of Amai or of the Kritikas of Ganga. Hundreds and thousands of people speak of that lord of yogis of blazing form and great might, as the son of one of those, or of either of two of those, or of any one of four of those. I have thus told thee, O king, everything about the installation of Kartikeya. Listen now to the history of the sacredness of that foremost of Tirthas on the Sarasvati. That foremost of Tirthas, O monarch, after the enemies of the gods had been slain, became a second heaven. The puissant son of Agni gave unto each of the foremost ones among the celestials diverse kinds of dominion and affluence, and at last the sovereignty of the three worlds. Even thus, O monarch, was that adorable exterminator of the Daityas installed by the gods as their generalissimo. That other Tirtha, O bull of Bharata's race, where in days of Varuna the Lord of Waters have been installed by the Celestials, is known by the name of Dijasa. Having bathed in that Tirtha and adored Skanda, Rama gave unto the Brahmanas gold and clothes and ornaments and other things. Passing one night there, that slayer of hostile heroes, Madhava, praising that foremost of Tirthas and touching its water, became cheerful and happy. I have now told thee everything about which thou hadst inquired, how the divine Skanda was installed by the assembled gods. 47. Janamejaya said, This history, O regenerate one, that I have heard from thee is exceedingly wonderful, this narration, in detail, of the installation, according to due rites, of Skanda. O thou possessed of wealth of asceticism, I deem myself cleansed by having listened to this account. My hair stands on end and my mind hath become cheerful. Having heard the history of the installation of Kumara and the destruction of the Daityas, great hath been my joy. I feel a curiosity, however, in respect of another matter. How is the Lord of the Waters installed by the Celestials in that Tirtha in days of yore? O best of men, tell me that, for thou art possessed of great wisdom and art skilled in narration. Vshampayana said, Listen, O king, to this wonderful history of what transpired truly in a former kalpa. In days of yore, in the Krita age, O king, all celestials, duly approaching Varuna, said unto him these words, as Shakra, the lord of the celestials, always protects us from every fear, similarly be thou the lord of all the rivers. Thou always residest, O God, in the ocean, that home of Makaras. This ocean, the lord of rivers, will then be under thy dominion. Thou shalt then wax and wane with Soma. Thus addressed, Varuna answered them, saying, Let it be so. All the celestials then, assembling together, made Varuna having his abode in the ocean the lord of all the waters, according to the rites laid down in the scriptures. Having installed Varuna as the lord of all aquatic creatures and worshipping him duly, the celestials returned to their respective abodes. Installed by the celestials, the illustrious Varuna began to duly protect seas and lakes and rivers and other reservoirs of water as Shakra protects the gods. Bathing in that turtha also and giving away diverse kinds of gifts, Baladeva, the slayer of Pralamva, possessed of great wisdom, then proceeded to Agni Tirtha, that spot where the eater of clarified butter, disappearing from the view, became concealed within the entrails of the Sami wood. When the light of all the worlds thus disappeared, O sinless one, the gods then repaired to the grandsire of the universe. And they said, the adorable Agni has disappeared. We do not know the reason. Let not all creatures be destroyed. Create fire, O puissant Lord. Janamjaya said, for what reason did Agni, the creator of all the worlds, disappear? How also was he discovered by the gods? Tell me all this in detail. Shampayana said, Agni of great energy became very much frightened at the curse of Bhrigu, concealing himself within the entrails of the Sami wood. That adorable god disappeared from the view. Upon the disappearance of Agni, all the gods, with Vasava at their head, in great affliction, searched for the missing god. Finding Agni then, they saw that god lying within the entrails of the Sami wood. The celestials, O tiger among king, with Brihaspati at the head, having succeeded in finding out the god, became very glad with Vasava amongst them. They then returned to the places they had come from. Agni also, from Bhrigu's curse, became an eater of everything, as Bhrigu, that utterer of Brahma, had said. The intelligent Balarama, having bathed there, then proceeded to Brahmayoni, where the adorable grandsire of all the worlds had exercised his functions of creations. In days of yore, the Lord Brahman, along with all the gods, bathed in that tirtha, according to due rites for the celestials. Bathing there and giving away diverse kinds of gifts, Valadeva then proceeded to the tirtha called Kovara, where the puissant Lavla, having practiced severe austerities, obtained, O king, the lordship over all treasures. That while he dwelt there, engaged in austerities, all kinds of wealth, and all the precious gems came to him of their own accord. Baladeva, having repaired to that tirtha and bathed in its waters, duly gave much wealth unto the Brahmanas. Rama beheld at that spot the excellent woods of Kuvara. In days of yore, the high-souled Kuvara, the chief of the Yakshas, having practiced the severest austerities there, obtained many boons. There were the lordship of all treasures, the friendship of Rudra possessed of immeasurable energy, the status of a god, the regency over a particular point of the compass, the north, and a son named Nakakuvara. These the chief of the Yakshas speedily obtained there, O thou of mighty arms. The Maruts, coming there, installed him duly in his sovereignty. He also obtained for a vehicle a well-equipped and celestial car, fleet as thought, as also all the affluence of a god. Bathing in that tirtha and giving away much wealth, Vala using white unguents thence proceeded quickly to another tirtha, populous with all kinds of creatures. That tirtha is known by the name Vadarapashana. There the fruits of every season are always to be found, and flowers and fruits of every kind are always abundant. 48. Shampayana said, Rama, as already said, then proceeded to the tirtha called Vadarapashana, where dwelt many ascetics and siddhas. Though the daughter of Bharadwaj, unrivalled on earth for beauty, named Sravavati, practiced severe austerities. She was a maiden who led the life of a Brahmacharini. That beautiful damsel, observing diverse kinds of vows, practiced the austerest of penances, moved by the desire of obtaining the Lord of the Celestials for her husband. Many years passed away, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, during which that damsel continually observed those diverse vows exceedingly difficult of being practiced by women. The adorable chastiser of Parker at last became gratified with her in consequence of that conduct and those penances of hers and that high regard she showed for him. The puissant Lord of the Celestials then came to that hermitage, having assumed the form of the high-souled and regenerate Rishi Vasishta. Beholding that foremost of ascetics, Vasishta, of the austerest penances, she worshipped him, O Bharata, according to the rites observed by ascetics. Conversant with vows, the auspicious and sweet-speeched damsel addressed him, saying, O adorable one, O tiger among ascetics, tell me thy commands, O Lord. O thou of excellent vows, I shall serve thee according to the measure of my might. I will not, however, give thee my hand, in consequence of my regard for Chakra. I am seeking to please Chakra, the Lord of the three worlds, with vows and rigid observances and ascetic penances. Thus addressed by her, the illustrious god, smiling as he cast his eyes on her, and knowing her observances, addressed her sweetly, O Bharata, saying, Thou practisest penances of the austerest kind. This is known to me, O thou of excellent vows. That object also, cherished in thy heart, for the attainment of which thou strivest, O auspicious one, and shall, O thou of beautiful face, be accomplished for thee. Everything is attainable by penances. Everything rests on penances. All those regions of blessedness, O thou of beautiful face, that belong to the gods can be obtained by penances. Penances are the root of great happiness. Those men that cast off their bodies after having practiced austere penances, obtain the status of gods, O auspicious one. Bear in mind these words of mine. Do thou now, O blessed damsel, boil these 5 jujubes, O thou of excellent vows. Having said these words, the adorable slayer of valor went away, taking leave, to mentally recite certain mantras at an excellent tirth not far from that hermitage. That tirth came to be known in the 3 worlds after the name of Indra, O giver of honours. Indeed, it was for the purpose of testing the damsel's devotion that the Lord of the Celestials acted in that way for obstructing the boiling of the jujubes. The damsel, O king, having cleansed herself, began her task. Restraining speech and with attention fixed on it, she sat to her task without feeling any fatigue. Even thus that damsel of high vows, O tiger among kings, began to boil those jujubes. As she sat employed in her task, O bull among men, day was about to wane, but yet those jujubes showed no signs of having been softened. The fuel she had there was all consumed. Seeing the fire about to die away owing to want of fuel, she began to burn her own limbs. The beautiful maiden first thrust her feet into the fire. The sinless damsel sat still while her feet began to be consumed. The faultless girl did not at all mind her burning feet. Difficult of accomplishment, she did it from desire of doing good to the rishi that had been her guest. Her face did not at all change under that painful process, nor did she feel any cheerlessness on that account. Having thrust her limbs into the fire, she felt as much joy as if she had dipped them into cool water. The words of the rishi, cook these jujubes well, were born in her mind, O Bharata. The auspicious damsel, bearing those words of the great rishi in her mind, began to cook those jujubes, although the latter, O king, showed no signs of softening. The adorable Agni himself consumed her feet. For this, however, the maiden did not feel the slightest pain. Beholding this act of hers, the Lord of the 3 worlds became highly satisfied. He then showed himself in his own proper form to the damsel. The chief of the Celestials then addressed that maiden of very austere vows, saying, I am pleased at thy devotion, thy penances, and thy vows. The wish, therefore, O auspicious one, that thou cherishest shall be accomplished. Casting off thy body, O blessed one, thou shalt in heaven live with me, This hermitage, again, shall become the foremost of tethers in the world, capable of cleansing from every sin, O thou with fair eyebrows, and shall be known by the name of Vadarapashana. It shall be celebrated in the 3 worlds and shall be praised by great rishis. In this very tether, O auspicious, sinless, and highly blessed one, the 7 rishis had, on one occasion, left Arundhati, the wife of one of them, when they went to Himavat. Those highly blessed ones of very rigid vows had gone for gathering fruits and roots for their sustenance. While they thus lived in a forest of Himavat for procuring their sustenance, a drought occurred extending for 12 years. Those ascetics, having made an asylum for themselves, continued to live there. Meanwhile Arundhati devoted herself to ascetic penances, at the spot where she had been left. Beholding Arundhati devoted to the austerest of vows, the boon-giving and 3-eyed deity, Mahadeva, highly pleased, came there. The great Mahadeva, assuming the form of a Brahmana, came to her and said, I desire alms, O auspicious one. The beautiful Arundhati said unto him, Our store of food hath been exhausted, O Brahmana. Do thou eat jujubes? Mahadeva replied, Cook these jujubes, O thou of excellent vows. After these words, she began to cook those jujubes for doing what was agreeable to that Brahmana. Placing those jujubes on the fire, the celebrated Arundhati listened to diverse excellent and charming and sacred discourses from the lips of Mahadeva. That 12 years' drought then passed away, as if it were a single day. Without food, and employed in cooking and listening to those auspicious discourses, that terrible period passed away, as if it were a single day to her. Then the 7 rishis, having procured fruits from the mountain, returned to that spot. The adorable Mahadeva, highly pleased with Arundhati, said unto her, Approach, as formerly, these rishis, O righteous one. I have been gratified with thy penances and vows. The adorable Hara then stood confessed in his own form. Gratified, he spoke unto them about the noble conduct of Arundhati, in these words, The ascetic merit, ye regenerate ones, that this lady hath earned, is, I think, much greater than what ye have earned on the breast of Himavat. The penances practiced by this lady have been exceedingly austere, for she passed 12 years in cooking, herself fasting all the while. The divine Mahadeva then, addressing Arundhati, said unto her, Solicit thou the boon, O auspicious dame, which is in thy heart. Then that lady of large eyes that were of a reddish hue addressed that god in the midst of the 7 rishis, saying, If, O divine one, thou art gratified with me, then let this spot be an excellent tether. Let it be known by the name of Vadarapashana, and let it be the favourite resort of siddhas and celestial rishis. So also, O God of gods, let him who observes a fast here and resides for 3 nights after having cleansed himself, obtain the fruit of a 12 years' fast. The god answered her, saying, Let it be so. Praised by the 7 rishis, the god then repaired to heaven. Indeed, the rishis had been filled with wonder at the sight of the god, and upon beholding the chaste Arundhati herself unspent and still possessed of the hue of health, and so capable of bearing hunger and thirst. Even thus the pure-souled Arundhati, in days of old, obtained the highest success, like thee, O highly blessed lady, for my sake, O damsel of rigid vows. Thou, however, O amiable maiden, hast practiced severer penances. Gratified with thy vows, I shall also grant thee this special boon, O auspicious one, a boon that is superior to what was granted to Arundhati. Through the power of the high-souled God who had granted that boon to Arundhati, and through the energy of thyself, O amiable one, I shall duly grant thee another boon now, that the person who will reside in this tether for only 1 night and bathe here with soul fixed on meditation, will, after casting off his body, obtain many regions of blessedness that are difficult of acquisition by other means. Having said these words unto the cleansed Sruvavati, the 1,000-eyed chakra of great energy then went back to heaven. After the wielder of the thunderbolt, O king, had departed, a shower of celestial flowers of sweet fragrance fell there, O chief of Bharata's race. Celestial kettle drums, also, of loud sound, were beaten there. Auspicious and perfumed breezes also blew there, O monarch. The auspicious Sruvavati then, casting off her body, became the spouse of Indra. Obtaining the status through austere penances, she began to pass her time, sporting with him for ever and ever. Janamejaya said, who was the mother of Sruvavati, and how was that fair damsel reared? I desire to hear this, O Brahmana, for the curiosity I feel is great. Vshampayana said, the vital seed of the regenerate and high-souled Rishi Bharadwaja fell, upon beholding the large-eyed Apsara Gritachi as the latter was passing at one time. That foremost of ascetics thereupon held it in his hand. It was then kept in a cup made of the leaves of a tree. In that cup was born the girl Sruvavati. Having performed the usual post-genital rites, the great ascetic Bharadwaja, endued with wealth of penances, gave her a name. The name the righteous Sudrishi gave her in the presence of the gods and rishis was Sruvavati. Keeping the girl in his hermitage, Bharadwaja repaired to the forests of Himavat. That foremost one among the Yadas, ballet diva of great dignity, having bathed in that tirtha and given away much wealth unto many foremost of Brahmanas, then proceeded, with soul well fixed on meditation, to the tirtha of Sikta. 49. Vshampayana said, the mighty chief of the Yadas, having proceeded to Indra's tirtha, bathed there according to due rites and gave away wealth and gems unto the Brahmanas. Though the chief of the celestials had performed 100 horse sacrifices and given away enormous wealth unto Brihaspati. Indeed, through the assistance of Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas, Shakra performed all those sacrifices there, according to rites ordained in the scriptures. Those sacrifices were such that everything in them was unstinted. Steeds of all kinds were brought there. The gifts to Brahmanas were profuse. Having duly completed those 100 sacrifices, O chief of the Bharatas, Shakra of great splendor came to be called by the name of Satakratu. That auspicious and sacred tirtha, capable of cleansing from every sin, thereupon came to be called after his name as Indra Tirtha. Having duly bathed there, ballet diva worshipped the Brahmanas with presents of excellent food and robes. He then proceeded to that auspicious and foremost of tirthas called after the name of Rama. The highly blessed Rama of Bhrigu's race, endued with great ascetic merit, repeatedly subjugated the earth and slew all the foremost of Kshatriyas. After achieving such feats, Rama performed in that tirtha Vajapaya sacrifice and 100 horse sacrifices through the assistance of his preceptor Kasyapa, that best of munis. There, as sacrificial fee, Rama gave unto his preceptor the whole earth with her oceans. The great Rama, having duly bathed there, made presents unto the Brahmanas, O Janamejaya, and worshipped them thus. Having made diverse present consisting of diverse kinds of gems, as also kine and elephants and female slaves and sheep and goats, he then retired into the woods. Having bathed in that sacred and foremost of tirthas that was the resort of gods and regenerate rishis, ballet diva duly worshipped the ascetics there, and then proceeded to the tirtha called Yamuna. Endued with great effulgence, Varuna, the highly blessed son of Aditi, had in days of yore performed in that tirtha the Rajasuya sacrifice, O Lord of earth. Having in battle subjugated both men and celestials and Gandharvas and Rakshasas, Varuna, O king, that slayer of hostile heroes, performed his grand sacrifice in that tirtha. Upon the commencement of that foremost of sacrifices, A battle ensued between the gods and the Danavas, inspiring the three worlds with terror. After the completion of that foremost of sacrifices, the Rajasuya of Varuna, a terrible battle, O Janamjaya, ensued amongst the Kshatriyas. The ever-liberal and puissant Baladeva, having worshipped the Rishis, made many presents unto those that desired them. Filled with joy and praised by the great Rishis, Baladeva, that hero ever decked with garlands of wild flowers and possessed of eyes like lotus leaves, then proceeded to the Tirtha called Aditya. There, O best of kings, the adorable Surya of great splendor, having performed a sacrifice, obtained the sovereignty of all luminous bodies in the universe, and acquired also his great energy. There, in that Tirtha situated on the bank of that river, all the gods with Vasava at their head, the Viswadevyas, the Maruts, the Gandharvas, the Apsaras, the island-born, Vyasa, Sukha, Krishna the slayer of Madhu, the Yakshas, the Rakshasas, and the Pisachas, O king, and divers others, numbering by thousands, all crowned with ascetic success, always reside. Indeed, in that auspicious and sacred Tirtha of the Sarasvati, Vishnu himself, having in days of yore slain the Asuras, Madhu and Ketubha, had, O chief of the Bharatas, performed his ablutions. The island-born, Vyasa, also, of virtuous soul, O Bharata, having bathed in that Tirtha, obtained great yoga powers and attained to high success. Endued with great ascetic merit, the Rishi Asitadeva also, having bathed in that very Tirtha with soul wrapped in high yoga meditation, obtained great yoga powers. 50. Vshampayana said, in that Tirtha lived in days of yore a Rishi of virtuous soul, named Asitadeva, observant of the duties of domesticity. Devoted to virtue, he led a life of purity and self-restraint. Possessed of great ascetic merit, he was compassionate unto all creatures and never injured anyone. In word, deed, and thought, he maintained an equal behavior towards all creatures. Without wrath, O monarch, censure and praise were equal to him. Of equal attitude towards the agreeable and the disagreeable, he was, like Yama himself, thoroughly impartial. The great ascetic looked with an equal eye upon gold and a heap of pebbles. He daily worshipped the gods and guests, and Brahmanas, that came to him. Ever devoted to righteousness, he always practiced the vow of Brahmacharya. Once upon a time, an intelligent ascetic, O monarch, of the name of Jayajashvya, devoted to yoga and wrapped in meditation and leading the life of a mendicant, came to Devala's asylum. Possessed of great splendor, that great ascetic, ever devoted to yoga, O monarch, while residing in Devala's asylum, became crowned with ascetic success. Indeed, while the great Muni Jayajashvya resided there, Devala kept his eyes on him, never neglecting him at any time. Thus, O monarch, a long time was passed by the two in days of yore. On one occasion, Devala lost sight of Jayajashvya, that foremost of ascetics. At the hour, however, of dinner, O Janamjaya, the intelligent and righteous ascetic, leading the life of mendicancy, approached Devala for soliciting alms. Beholding that great ascetic reappear in the guise of a mendicant, Devala showed him great honor and expressed much gratification. And Devala worshipped his guest, O Bharata, according to the measure of his abilities, after the rites laid down by the rishis and with great attention for many years. One day, however, O king, in the sight of that great Muni, a deep anxiety perturbed the heart of the high Devala. The latter thought within himself, many years have I passed in worshipping this ascetic. This idle mendicant, however, hath not yet spoken to me a single word. Having thought of this, the blessed Devala proceeded to the shores of the ocean, journeying through the welkin and bearing his earthen jug with him. Arrived at the coast of the ocean, that lord of rivers, O Bharata, the righteous Devala saw Jayajashvya arrived there before him. The Lord Asita, at this sight, became filled with wonder and thought within himself, how could the mendicant come to the ocean and perform his ablutions even before my arrival? Thus thought the great Rishi Asita. Duly performing his ablutions there and purifying himself thereby, he then began to silently recite the sacred mantras. Having finished his ablutions and silent prayers, the blessed Devala returned to his asylum, O Janamjaya, bearing with him his earthen vessel filled with water. As the ascetic, however, entered his own asylum, he saw Jayajashivya seated there. The great ascetic Jayajashivya never spoke a word to Devala, but lived in the latter's asylum as if he were a piece of wood. Having beheld that ascetic, who was an ocean of austerities, plunged in the waters of the sea, before his own arrival there, Asita now saw him returned to his hermitage before his own return. Witnessing this power, derived through yoga, of Jayajashivya's penances, Asita Devala, O king, endued with great intelligence, began to reflect upon the matter. Indeed, that best of ascetics, O monarch, wondered much, saying, how could this one be seen in the ocean and again in my hermitage? While absorbed in such thoughts, the ascetic Devala, conversant with mantras, then soared aloft, O monarch, from his hermitage into the sky, for ascertaining who Jayajashivya, wedded to a life of mendicancy, really was. Devala saw crowds of sky-ranging siddhas wrapped in meditation, and he saw Jayajashivya reverentially worshipped by those siddhas. Firm in the observance of his vows and persevering in his efforts, Devala became filled with wrath at the sight. He then saw Jayajashivya set out for heaven. He next beheld him proceed to the region of the Pitris. Devala saw him then proceed to the region of Yama. From Yama's region the great ascetic Jayajashivya was then seen to soar aloft and proceed to the abode of Soma. He was then seen to proceed to the blessed regions, one after another, of the performers of certain rigid sacrifices. Thence he proceeded to the regions of the Agnihotras and thence to the region of those ascetics that perform the Dasa and the Purnamasas sacrifices. The intelligent Devala then saw him proceed from those regions of persons performing sacrifices by killing animals to that pure region which is worshipped by the very gods. Devala next saw the mendicant proceed to the place of those ascetics that perform the sacrifice called Chaturmasya and diverse others of the same kind. Thence he proceeded to the region belonging to the performers of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Devala then saw his guest repair to the place of those ascetics that perform the sacrifice called Agnishatta. Indeed, Devala next saw him in the regions of those highly wise men that perform the foremost of sacrifices, Vajapaya, and that other sacrifice in which a profusion of gold is necessary. Then he saw Jayajashivya in the region of those that perform the Rajasuya and the Pundrika. He then saw him in the regions of those foremost of men that perform the horse sacrifice and the sacrifice in which human beings are slaughtered. Indeed, Devala saw Jayajashivya in the regions also of those that perform the sacrifice called Sautramani and that other in which the flesh, so difficult to procure, of all living animals, is required. Jayajashivya was then seen in the regions of those that perform the sacrifice called Dadasaha and diverse others of similar character. Asita next saw his guest sojourning in the region of Maitravarana and then in that of the Adityas. Asita then saw his guest pass through the regions of the Rudras, the Vasas and Brihaspati. Having soared next into the blessed region called Goloka, Jayajashivya was next seen to pass into these of the Brahmasatras. Having by his energy passed through 3 other regions, he was seen to proceed to those regions that are reserved for women that are chaste and devoted to their husbands. Asita, however, at this point, O chastiser of foes, lost sight of Jayajashivya, that foremost of ascetics, who, wrapped in yoga, vanished from his sight. The highly blessed Devala then reflected upon the power of Jayashiva and the excellence of his vows, as also upon the unrivaled success of his yoga. Then the self-restrained Asita, with joined hands and in a reverential spirit, inquired of those foremost of siddhas in the regions of the Brahmasutras, saying, I do not see Jayashiva. Tell me where that ascetic of great energy is. I desire to hear this, for great is my curiosity. The siddhas said, Listen, O Devala of rigid vows, as we speak to thee the truth. Jayashiva hath gone to the eternal region of Brahman. Vshampayana continued, hearing these words of those siddhas residing in the regions of the Brahmasutras, Asita endeavoured to soar aloft, but he soon fell down. The siddhas then, once more addressing Devala, said unto him, Thou, O Devala, art not competent to proceed thither, to the abode of Brahman, whither Jayashiva hath gone. Vshampayana continued, hearing those words of the siddhas, Devala came down, descending from one region to another in due order. Indeed, he repaired to his own sacred asylum very quickly, like a winged insect. As soon as he entered his abode, he beheld Jayashiva seated there. Then Devala, beholding the power derived through yoga of Jayashiva's penances, reflected upon it with his righteous understanding, and approaching that great ascetic, O king, with humility, addressed the high soul Jayashiva, saying, I desire, O adorable one, to adopt the religion of moksha, emancipation. Hearing these words of his, Jayashiva gave him lessons, and he also taught him the ordinances of yoga and the supreme and eternal duties and their reverse. The great ascetic, seeing him firmly resolved, performed all the acts for his admission into that religion, according to the rites ordained for that end. Then all creatures, with a Pitris, beholding Devala resolved to adopt the religion of moksha, began to weep, saying, Alas, who will henceforth give us food? Hearing these lamentations of all creatures that resounded through the 10 points, Devala set his heart upon renouncing the religion of moksha. Then all kinds of sacred fruits and roots, O Bharata, and flowers and deciduous herbs, in thousands, began to weep, saying, The wicked-hearted and mean Devala will, without doubt, once more pluck and cut us. Alas, having once assured all creatures of his perfect harmlessness, he sees not the wrong that he meditates to do. At this, that best of ascetics began to reflect with the aid of his understanding, saying, Which amongst these two, the religion of moksha or that of domesticity, will be the better for me? Reflecting upon this, Devala, O best of kings, abandoned the religion of domesticity and adopted that of moksha. Having indulged in those reflections, Devala, in consequence of that resolve, obtained the highest success, O Bharata, and the highest yoga. The celestials then, headed by Brihaspati, applauded Jayashiva and the penances of that ascetic. Then that foremost of ascetics, Narada, addressing the gods, said, There is no ascetic penance in Jayashiva since he filled Asita with wonder. The denizens of heaven then, addressing Narada, who said such frightful words, said, Do not say so about the great ascetic Jayashiva. There is no one superior or even equal to this high-souled one in force of energy and penance and yoga. Even such was the power of Jayashiva as also of Asita. This is the place of those two, and this the tirtha of those two high-souled persons. Bathing there and giving away wealth unto the Brahmanas, the high-souled wielder of the plough, of noble deeds, earned great merit and then proceeded to the tirtha of Soma. 51. Vshampayana said, There, in that tirtha, O Bharata, where the Lord of Stars had in former days performed the Rajasuya sacrifice, a great battle was fought in which Taraka was the root of the evil. Bathing in that tirtha and making many presents, the virtuous Bala of cleansed soul proceeded to the tirtha of the Muni named Sarasvata. There, during a drought extending for 12 years, The sage Sarasvata, in former days, taught the Vedas unto many foremost of Brahmanas. Janamejaya said, "Why did the sage Sarasvata, O thou of ascetic merit, teach the Vedas unto the rishis during a 12 years drought?" Vshampayana continued, "In days of yore, O monarch, there was an intelligent sage of great ascetic merit. He was celebrated by the name of Didika. Possessing a complete control over his senses, he led the life of a brahmachari. In consequence of his excessive ascetic austerities, Shakra was afflicted with a great fear. The sage could not be turned away from his penance by the offer of even diverse kinds of rewards. At last the chastiser of Parka, for tempting the sage, dispatched unto him the exceedingly beautiful and celestial Apsara, by name Malambusa. Thither where on the banks of the Sarasvati the high-souled sage was engaged in the act of gratifying the gods, the celestial damsel named above, O monarch, made her appearance. Beholding the damsel of beautiful limbs, the vital seed of that ascetic of cleansed soul came out. It fell into the Sarasvati, and the latter held it with care. Indeed, O bull among men, the river, beholding that seed, held it in her womb. In time the seed developed into a fetus, and the great river held it so that it might be inspired with life as a child. When the time came, the foremost of rivers brought forth that child, and then went, O Lord, taking it with her, to that rishi. Beholding that best of rishis in a conclave, Sarasvati, O monarch, while making over the child, said these words, O regenerate rishi, this is thy son whom I held through devotion for thee. That seed of thine which fell at sight of the Apsara Alambusa had been held by me in my womb, O regenerate rishi, through devotion for thee, well knowing that that energy of thine would never suffer destruction. Given by me, accept this faultless child of thy own. Thus addressed by her, the rishi accepted the child and felt great joy. Through affection, that foremost of Brahmanas then smelt the head of his son and held him in a close embrace, O foremost one of Bharata's race, for some time. Gratified with the river, the great ascetic Didika then gave a boon to her, saying, The Vishvadevas, the rishis, and all the tribes of the Gandharvas and the Apsaras will henceforth, O blessed one, derive great happiness when oblations of thy water are presented unto them. Having said so unto that great river, the sage, gratified and filled with joy, then praised her in these words. Listen to them duly, O king. Thou hast taken thy rise, O highly blessed one, from the lake of Brahman in days of old. All ascetics of rigid vows know thee, O foremost of rivers. Always of agreeable features, thou hast done me great good. This thy great child, O thou of the fairest complexion, will be known by the name of Sarasvata. This thy son, capable of creating new worlds, will become known after thy name. Indeed, that great ascetic will be known by the name of Sarasvata. During a drought extending for 12 years, this Sarasvata, O blessed one, will teach the Vedas unto many foremost of Brahmanas. O blessed Sarasvati, through my grace, thou shalt, O beautiful one, always become the foremost of all sacred rivers. Even thus was the great river praised by the sage after the latter had granted her boons. The river then, in great joy, went away, O bull of Bharata's race, taking with her that child. Meanwhile, on the occasion of a war between the gods and the Danavas, Shakra wandered through the 3 worlds in search of weapons. The great god, however, failed to find such weapons as were fit to slay the foes of the celestials. Shakra then said unto the gods, The great Asuras are incapable of being dealt with by me. Indeed, without the bones of Didika, our foes could not be slain. Ye best of celestials, repair, therefore, to that foremost of rishis and solicit him, saying, Grant us, O Didika, thy bones. With them we will slay our foes. besought by them for his bones, that foremost of rishis, O chief of Kuru's race, unhesitatingly gave up his life. Having done what was agreeable to the gods, the sage obtained many regions of inexhaustible merit. With his bones, meanwhile, Shakra joyfully caused to be made many kinds of weapons, such as thunderbolts, discs, heavy maces, and many kinds of clubs and bludgeons. Equal unto the Creator himself, Didaka had been begotten by the great Rishi Bhrigu, the son of the Lord of all creatures, with the aid of his austere penances. Of stout limbs and possessed of great energy, Didaka had been made the strongest of creatures in the world. The puissant Didaka, celebrated for his glory, became tall like a king of mountains. The chastiser of Parker had always been anxious on account of his energy. With a thunderbolt born of Brahma energy, and inspired with mantras, O Bharata, Indra made a loud noise when he hurled it, and slew 99 heroes among the daityas. After a long and dreadful time had elapsed since then, a drought, O king, occurred that extended for 12 years. During that drought extending for 12 years, the great rishis, for the sake of sustenance, fled away, O monarch, on all sides. Beholding them scattered in all directions, the sage Sarasvati also set his heart on flight. The river Sarasvati then said unto him, Thou needest not, O son, depart hence, for I will always supply thee with food even here by giving thee large fishes. Stay thou, therefore, even here. Thus addressed, by the river, the sage continued to live there and offer oblations of food unto the rishis and the gods. He got also his daily food and thus continued to support both himself and the gods. After the 12 years' drought had passed away, the great rishis solicited one another for lectures on the Vedas. While wandering with famished stomachs, the rishis had lost the knowledge of the Vedas. There was, indeed, not one amongst them that could understand the scriptures. It chanced that someone amongst them encountered Sarasvati, that foremost of rishis, while the latter was reading the Vedas with concentrated attention. Coming back to the conclave of rishis, he spoke to them of Sarasvati of unrivaled splendor and godlike mien engaged in reading the Vedas in a solitary forest. Then all the great rishis came to that spot, and jointly spoke unto Sarasvati, that best of ascetics, these words, Teach us, O sage. And to them the ascetic replied, saying, Become ye my disciples duly. The conclave of ascetics answered, O son, thou art too young in years. Thereupon he answered the ascetics, I must act in such a way that my religious merit may not suffer a diminution. He that teaches improperly, and he that learns improperly, are both lost in no time and come to hate each other. It is not upon years, or decrepitude, or wealth, or the number of kinsmen, that rishis found their claim to merit. He amongst us is great who is capable of reading and understanding the Vedas. Hearing these words of his, those munis duly became his disciples and obtaining from him the Vedas, once more began to praise their rights. 60,000 munis became disciples of the regenerate Rishi Sarasvati for the sake of acquiring their Vedas from him. Owning obedience to that agreeable Rishi, though a boy, the munis each brought a handful of grass and offered it to him for his seat. The mighty son of Rohini, and elder brother of Keshava, having given away wealth in that turtha, then joyfully proceeded to another place where lived, in days of yore, an old lady without having passed through the ceremony of marriage. 52. Janamjaya said, Why, O regenerate one, did that maiden betake herself to ascetic penances, in days of old? For what reason did she practice penances, and what was her vow? Unrivaled and fraught with mystery is the discourse that I have already heard from thee. Tell me, now, all the particulars in detail regarding how that maid engaged herself in penances. Vshampayana said, There was a rishi of abundant energy and great fame, named Kunigaga, that foremost of ascetics, having practiced the austerest of penances, O king, created a fair-browed daughter by a fiat of his will. Beholding her, the celebrated ascetic Kunigaga became filled with joy. He abandoned his body, O king, and then went to heaven. That faultless and amiable and fair-browed maiden, meanwhile, of eyes like lotus petals, continued to practice severe and very rigid penances. She worshipped the Baitress and the gods with fasts. In the practice of such severe penances a long period elapsed. Though her sire had been for giving her away to a husband, she yet did not wish for marriage, for she did not see a husband that could be worthy of her. Continuing to emaciate her body with austere penances, she devoted herself to the worship of the Baitress and the gods in that solitary forest. Although engaged in such toil, O monarch, and although she emaciated herself by age and austerities, yet she regarded herself happy. At last, when she became very old, so that she could no longer move even a single step without being aided by somebody, she set her heart upon departing for the other world. Beholding her about to cast off her body, Narada said unto her, O sinless one, thou hast no regions of blessedness to obtain in consequence of thy not having cleansed thyself by right of marriage. O thou of great vows, we have heard this in heaven. Great hath been thy ascetic austerities, but thou hast no claim to regions of blessedness. Hearing these words of Narada, the old lady went to a concourse of rishis and said, I shall give him half my penances who will accept my hand in marriage. After she had said those words, Galava's son, a rishi, known by the name of Sarangavat, accepted her hand, having proposed this compact to her. With this compact, O beautiful lady, I shall accept thy hand, that thou shalt live with me for only one night. Having agreed to that compact, she gave him her hand. Indeed, Galava's son, according to the ordinances laid down and having duly poured libations on the fire, accepted her hand and married her. On that night, she became a young lady of the fairest complexion, robed in celestial attire and decked in celestial ornaments and garlands and smeared with celestial unguents and perfumes. Beholding her blazing with beauty, Galava's son became very happy and passed one night in her company. At morn she said unto him, The compact, O Brahmana, I had made with thee, hath been fulfilled, O foremost of ascetics. Blessed be thou, I shall now leave thee. After obtaining his permission, she once more said, He that will, with rapt attention, pass one night in this turva after having gratified the denizens of heaven with oblations of water, shall obtain that merit which is his who observes the vow of Brahmacharya for 58 years. Having said these words, that chaste lady departed for heaven. The rishi, her lord, became very jealous, by dwelling upon the memory of her beauty. In consequence of the compact he had made, he accepted with difficulty half her penances. Casting off his body he soon followed her, moved by sorrow, O chief of Bharata's race, and forced to it by her beauty. Even this is the glorious history of the old maid that I have told thee. Even this is the account of her Brahmacharya and her auspicious departure for heaven. While the ballet diva heard of the slaughter of Sholya, having made presents unto the Brahmanas there, he gave way to grief, O scorcher of his foes, for Sholya who had been slain by the Pandavas in battle. Then he of Madhu's race, having come out of the environs of Samantap and Chaka, inquired of the rishis about the results of the battle at Kurukshetra. Asked by that lion of Yadu's race about the results of the battle at Kurukshetra, those high-souled ones told him everything as it had happened. 53. The rishis said, O Rama, this Samantap and Chaka is said to be the eternal northern altar of Brahman, the lord of all creatures. They're the denizens of heaven, those givers of great boons, performed in days of yore a great sacrifice. That foremost of royal sages, The high-souled Kuru, of great intelligence and immeasurable energy, had cultivated this field for many years. Hence it came to be Kurukshetra, the field of Kuru. Rama said, "For what reason did the high-souled Kuru cultivate this field? I desire to have this narrated by you, ye rishis possessed of wealth of penances." The rishis said, "In days of yore, O Rama, Kuru was engaged in perseveringly tilling the soil of this field. Shakra, coming down from heaven, asked him the reason, saying, 'Why, O king, art thou employed in this task with such perseverance? What is thy purpose, O royal sage, for the accomplishment of which thou art tilling the soil?' Kuru thereupon replied, saying, 'O thou of 100 sacrifices, they that will die upon this plain shall proceed to regions of blessedness after being cleansed of their sins.' The Lord Shakra, ridiculing this, went back to heaven. The royal sage Kuru, however, without being at all depressed, continued to till the soil. Shakra repeatedly came to him and repeatedly receiving the same reply went away ridiculing him. Kuru, however, did not, on that account, feel depressed. Seeing the king till the soil with unflagging perseverance, Shakra summoned the celestials and informed them of the monarch's occupation. Hearing Indra's words, the celestials said unto their chief of the 1,000 eyes, "Stop the royal sage, O Shakra, by granting him a boon, if thou canst. If men, by only dying the were to come to heaven, without having performed sacrifices to us, our very existence will be endangered." Thus exhorted, Shakra then came back to that royal sage and said, "Do not toil any more. Act according to my words. Those men that will die here, having abstained from food with all their senses awake, and those that will perish here in battle, shall, O king, come to heaven. They, O thou of great soul, shall enjoy the blessings of heaven, O monarch." Thus addressed, King Kuru answered Shakra, saying, "So be it." Taking Kuru's leave, the slayer of valor, Shakra, then, with a joyful heart, quickly went back to heaven. Even thus, O foremost one of Yadu's race, that royal sage had, in days of yore, tilled this plain, and Shakra had promised great merit unto those that would cast off their bodies here. Indeed, it was sanctioned by all the foremost ones, headed by Brahman, among the gods, and by the sacred rishis, that on earth there should be no more sacred spot than this. Those men that perform austere penances here would all after casting off their bodies go to Brahman's abode. Those meritorious men, again, that would give away their wealth here would soon have their wealth doubled. They, again, that will, in expectation of good, reside constantly here, will never have to visit the region of Yama. Those kings that will perform great sacrifices here will reside as long in heaven as earth herself will last. The chief of the celestials, Shakra, himself composed a verse here and sang it. Listen to it, O Baladeva. The very dust of Kurukshetra, borne away by the wind, shall cleanse persons of wicked acts and bear them to heaven. The foremost ones amongst the gods, as also those amongst the Brahmanas, and many foremost ones among the kings of the earth such as Nriga and others, having performed costly sacrifices here, after abandoning their bodies, proceeded to heaven. The space between the Taranshuka and the Aranshuka and the lakes of Rama and Shamakakra is known as Kurukshetra. Samantapanchaka is called the northern, sacrificial, altar of Brahman, the lord of all creatures. Auspicious and highly sacred and much regarded by the denizens of heaven is this spot that possesses all attributes. It is for this that Kshatriyas slain in battle here obtain sacred regions of eternal blessedness. Even this was said by Shakra himself about the high blessedness of Kurukshetra. All that Shakra said was again approved and sanctioned by Brahman, by Vishnu, and by Maheshvara. 54. Shampayana said, Having visited Kurukshetra and given away wealth there, he of the Satwata race then proceeded, O Janamjaya, to a large and exceedingly beautiful hermitage. That hermitage was overgrown with mad heuca and mango trees, and abounded with plakshas and nyagradas. And it contained many vilwas and many excellent jack and arjuna trees. Beholding that goodly asylum with many marks of sacredness, Baladeva asked the rishis as to whose it was. Those high-souled once, O king, said unto Baladeva, listen in detail, O Rama, as to whose asylum this was in days of yore. Here the god Vishnu in days of yore performed austere penances. Here he performed duly all the eternal sacrifices. Here a Brahmani maiden, leading from youth the vow of Brahmacharya, became crowned with ascetic success. Ultimately, in the possession of yoga powers, that lady of ascetic penances proceeded to heaven. The high-souled Sandilya, O king, got a beautiful daughter who was chaste, wedded to severe vows, self-restrained, and observant of Brahmacharya. Having performed the severest of penances such as are incapable of being performed by women, the blessed lady at last went to heaven, worshipped by the gods and Brahmanas. Having heard these words of the rishis, Baladeva entered that asylum. Bidding farewell to the rishis, Baladeva of unfading glory went through the performance of all the rites and ceremonies of the evening twilight on the side of Himavat, and then began his ascent of the mountain. The mighty Balarama, having the device of the Pamira on his banner, had not proceeded far in his ascent when he beheld a sacred and goodly Tirtha and wondered at the sight. Beholding the glory of the Sarasvati, as also the Tirtha called Plakshaprasaravana, Vala next reached another excellent and foremost of Tirthas called Karavapana. The hero of the plough, of great strength, having made many presents there, bathed in the cool, clear, sacred, and sin-cleansing water of that Tirtha. Passing one night there with the ascetics and the Brahmanas, Rama then proceeded to the sacred asylum of the Maitravarunas. From Karavapana he proceeded to that spot on the Yamuna where in days of your Indra and Agni and Aryaman had obtained great happiness. Bathing there, that Balavyadhu's race, of righteous soul, obtained great happiness. The hero then sat himself down with the rishis and the siddhas there for listening to their excellent talk. The where Rama sat in the midst of that conclave, the adorable Rishi Narada came, in course of his wandering. Covered with matted locks and attired in golden rays, he bore in his hands, O king, a staff made of gold and a water-pot made of the same precious metal. Accomplished in song and dance and adored by gods and Brahmanas, he had with him a beautiful veena of melodious notes, made of the tortoise shell. A provoker of quarrels and ever fond of quarrels, the celestial Rishi came to that spot where the handsome Rama was resting. Standing up and sufficiently honoring the celestial Rishi of regulated vows, Rama asked him about all that had happened to the Kurus. Conversant with every duty and usage, Narada then, O king, told him everything, as it had happened, about the awful extermination of the Kurus. The son of Rohini then, in sorrowful words, inquired of the Rishi, saying, What is the state of the field? How are those kings now that had assembled there? I have heard everything before, O thou that art possessed of the wealth of penances, but my curiosity is great for hearing it in detail. Narada said, Already Bhishma and Drona and the lord of the Sindhus have fallen. Vikatana's son Karna also hath fallen, with his sons, those great cow warriors. Berishva too, O son of Rohini, and the valiant chief of the Madras have fallen. Those and many other mighty heroes that had assembled there, ready to lay down their lives for the victory of Duryodhana, those kings and princes and returning from battle, have all fallen. Listen now to me, O Madhava, about those that are yet alive. In the army of Dhritarashtra's son, only 3 grinders of hosts are yet alive. They are Kripa and Gritavama and the valiant son of Drona. These also, O Rama, have from fear fled away to the 10 points of the compass. After surely has fallen the flight of Kripa and the others, Duryodhana, in great grief, had entered the depths of the Dvapayana lake. While lying stretched for rest at the bottom of the lake after stupefying its waters, Duryodhana was approached by the Pandavas with Krishna and pierced by them with their cruel words. Pierced with wordy darts, O Rama, from every side, the mighty and heroic Duryodhana hath risen from the lake armed with his heavy mace. He hath come forward for fighting Bhima for the present. Their terrible encounter, O Rama, will take place today. If thou feelest any curiosity, then hasten, O Madhava, without tarrying here. Go, if thou wishest, and witness that terrible battle between thy 2 disciples. Shampayana continued. Hearing these words of Narada, Rama bade a respectful farewell to those foremost of Brahmanas and dismissed all those that had accompanied him in his pilgrimage. Indeed, he ordered his attendants, saying, "Return ye to Dwaraka." He then descended from that prince of mountains and that fair hermitage called Plakshaprasravana. Having listened to the discourse of the sages about the great merits of Tirthas, Rama of unfading glory sang this verse in the midst of the Brahmanas, where else is such happiness as that in a residence by the Sarasvati, where also such merits as those in a residence by the Sarasvati. Men have departed for heaven, having approached this Sarasvati. All should ever remember this Sarasvati. Sarasvati is the most sacred of rivers. Sarasvati always bestows the greatest happiness on men. Men, after approaching the Sarasvati, will not have to grieve for their sins either here or hereafter. Repeatedly casting his eyes with joy on the Sarasvati, that scorcher of foes then ascended an excellent car unto which were yoked goodly steeds. Journeying then on that car of great fleetness, Baladeva, that bull of Yadu's race, desirous of beholding the approaching encounter of his 2 disciples, arrived on the field. 55. Shampayana said, "Even thus, O Janamejaya, did that terrible battle take place." King Dhritarashtra, in great sorrow, said these words with reference to it. Dhritarashtra said, beholding Rama approach that spot when the mace fight was about to happen, "How, O Sanjaya, did my son fight Bhima?" Sanjaya said, beholding the presence of Rama, thy valiant son, Duryodhana of mighty arms, desirous of battle, became full of joy. Seeing the hero of the plough, King Yudhishthira, O Bharata, stood up and duly honored him, feeling great joy the while. He gave him a seat and inquired about his welfare. Rama then answered Yudhishthira in these sweet and righteous words that were highly beneficial to heroes. "I have heard it said by the rishis, O best of kings, that Kurukshetra is a highly sacred and sin-cleansing spot, equal to heaven itself, adored by gods and rishis and high-souled brahmanas. Those men that cast off their bodies while engaged in battle on this field are sure to reside, O sire, in heaven with Shakra himself. I shall, for this, O king, speedily proceed to Samantapanchaka. In the world of gods that spot is known as the northern, sacrificial, altar of Brahman, the lord of all creatures. He that dies in battle on that eternal and most sacred of spots in the 3 worlds is sure to obtain heaven. Saying, "So be it, O monarch," Kunti's brave son, the Lord Yudhishthira, proceeded towards Samantapanchaka. King Duryodhana also, taking up his gigantic mace, wrathfully proceeded on foot with the Pandavas. While proceeding thus, armed with mace and clad in armor, the celestials in the welkin applauded him, saying, "Excellent, excellent." The Charanas, fleet as air, seeing the Kuru king, became filled with delight. Surrounded by the Pandavas, thy son, the Kuru king, proceeded, assuming the tread of an infuriated elephant. All the points of the compass were filled with the blare of conches and the loud peals of drums and the leonine roars of heroes. Proceeding with face westwards to the appointed spot, with thy son in their midst, they scattered themselves on every side when they reached it. That was an excellent turver on the southern side of the Sarasvati. The ground there was not sandy and was, therefore, selected for the encounter. Clad in armour, and armed with his mace of gigantic thickness, Bhima, O monarch, assumed the form of the mighty Garuda, with headgear fastened on his head, and wearing an armour made of gold, licking the corners of his mouth, O monarch, with eyes red in wrath, and breathing hard. Thy son, on that field, O king, looked resplendent like the golden Sumeru. Taking up his mace, King Duryodhana of great energy, casting his glances on Bhimasena, challenged him to the encounter like an elephant challenging a rival elephant. Similarly, the valiant Bhima, taking up his adamantine mace, challenged the king like a lion challenging a lion. Duryodhana and Bhima, with uplifted maces, looked in that battle like two mountains with tall summits. Both of them were exceedingly angry, both were possessed of awful prowess. In encounters with the mace both were disciples of Rohini's intelligent son, both resembled each other in their feats and looked like Maya and Vasava. Both were endued with great strength, both resembled Varuna in achievements. Each resembling Vasudeva, or Rama, or Vajravana's son, Ravana, they looked, O monarch, like Madhu and Ketaba. Each like the other in feats, they looked like Sunda and Upasunda, or Rama and Ravana, or Vali and Sugriva. Those two scorchers of foes looked like Kala and Mritu. They then ran towards each other like two infuriated elephants, swelling with pride and mad with passion in the season of autumn and longing for the companionship of a she-elephant in her time. Each seemed to vomit upon the other the poison of his wrath like two fiery snakes. Those two chastisers of foes cast the angriest of glances upon each other. Both were tigers of Bharata's race, and each was possessed of great prowess. In encounters with a mace, those two scorchers of foes were invincible like lions. Indeed, O bull of Bharata's race, inspired with desire of victory, they looked like two infuriated elephants. Those heroes were unbearable, like two tigers coated with teeth and claws. They were like two uncrucible oceans lashed into fury and bent upon the destruction of the creatures, or like two angry suns risen for consuming everything. Those two mighty Ka warriors looked like an eastern and a western cloud agitated by the wind, roaring awfully and pouring torrents of rain in the rainy season. Those two high-souled and mighty heroes, both possessed of great splendor and effulgence, looked like two suns risen at the hour of the universal dissolution. Looking like two enraged tigers or like two roaring masses of clouds, they became as glad as two maned lions. Like two angry elephants or two blazing fires, those two high-souled ones appeared like two mountains with tall summits. With lips swelling with rage and casting keen glances upon each other, those two high-souled and best of men, armed with maces, encountered each other. Both were filled with joy, and each regarded the other as a worthy opponent, and Vrikadara then resembled two goodly steeds neighing at each other, or two elephants trumpeting at each other. Those two foremost of men then looked resplendent like a couple of deities swelling with might. Then Duryodhana, O monarch, said these proud words unto Yudhishthira in the midst of his brothers and of the high-souled Krishna and Rama of immeasurable energy, protected by the Kakiyas and the Saranjayas and the high-souled Pankalas. Behold ye with all those foremost of kings, seated together, this battle that is about to take place between me and Bhima. Hearing these words of Duryodhana, they did as requested. Then that large concourse of kings sat down and was seen to look resplendent like a conclave of celestials in heaven. In the midst of that concourse the mighty armed and handsome elder brother of Geshava, O monarch, as he sat down, was worshipped by all around him. In the midst of those kings, the lady clad in blue robes and possessed of a fair complexion, looked beautiful like the moon at full, surrounded in the night by thousands of stars. Meanwhile those two heroes, O monarch, both armed with maces and both unbearable by foes, stood there, goading each other with fierce speeches. Having addressed each other in disagreeable and bitter words, those two foremost of heroes of Kuru's race stood, casting angry glances upon each other, like Shakra and Vritra in fight. 56. Shampayana said, at the outset, O Janimjaya, a fierce wordy encounter took place between the two heroes. With respect to that, King Dhritarashtra, filled with grief, said this, O fie on man, who hath such an end. My son, O sinless one, had been the lord of 11 chamas of troops. He had all the kings under his command and had enjoyed the sovereignty of the whole earth. Alas, he that had been so, now a warrior proceeding to battle, on foot, shouldering his mace. My poor son, who had before been the protector of the universe, was now himself without protection. Alas, he had, on that occasion, to proceed on foot, shouldering his mace. What can it be but destiny? Alas, O Sanjaya, great was the grief that was felt by my son now. Having uttered these words, that ruler of men, afflicted with great woe, became silent. Sanjaya said, deep-voiced like a cloud, Duryodhana then roared from joy like a bull. Possessed of great energy, he challenged the son of Pritha to battle. When the high-souled king of the Kurus thus summoned Bhima to the encounter, diverse portents of an awful kind became noticeable. Fierce winds began to blow with loud noises at intervals, and a shower of dust fell. All the points of the compass became enveloped in a thick gloom. Thunderbolts of loud peal fell on all sides, causing a great confusion and making the very hair to stand on end. Hundreds of meteors fell, bursting with a loud noise from the welkin. Rahu swallowed the sun most untimely, O monarch. The earth with her forests and trees shook greatly. Hot winds blew, bearing showers of hard pebbles along the ground. The summits of mountains fell down on the earth's surface. Animals of diverse forms were seen to run in all directions. Terrible and fierce jackals, with blazing mouths, howled everywhere. Loud and terrific reports were heard on every side, making the hair stand on end. The 4 quarters seemed to be ablaze, and many were the animals of ill-omen that became visible. The water in the wells on every side swelled up of their own accord. Loud sounds came from every side, without, O king, visible creatures to utter them. Beholding these and other portents, Vrikadara said unto his eldest brother, King Yudhishthira the Just, this Sayadana of wicked soul is not competent to vanquish me in battle. I shall today vomit that wrath which I have been cherishing for a long while in the secret recesses of my heart, upon this ruler of the Kurus, like Arjuna throwing fire upon the forest of Kandava. Today, O son of Pandu, I shall extract the dart that lies sticking to thy heart. Slaying with my mace this sinful wretch of Kuru's race, I shall today place around thy neck the garland of fame. Slaying this wight of sinful deeds with my mace on the field of battle, I shall today, with this very mace of mine, break his body into 100 fragments. He shall not have again to enter the city called after the elephant. The setting of snakes at us while we were asleep, the giving of poison to us while we ate, the casting of our body into the water at Brahmanakoti, the attempt to burn us at the house of Lak, the insult offered us at the assembly, the robbing us of all our possessions, the whole year of our living in concealment, our exile into the woods. O sinless one, of all these woes, O best of Bharata's race, I shall today reach the end. O bull of Bharata's line. Slaying this wretch, I shall, in one single day, pay off all the debts I owe him. Today, the period of life of this wicked son of Dhritarashtra, of uncleansed soul, hath reached its close, O chief of the Bharatas. After this day he shall not again look at his father and mother. Today, O monarch, the happiness of this wicked king of the Kurus hath come to an end. After this day, O monarch, he shall not again cast his eyes on female beauty. Today this disgrace of Santanu's line shall sleep on the bare earth, abandoning his life breath, his prosperity, and his kingdom. Today King Dhritarashtra also, hearing of the fall of his son, shall recollect all those evil acts that were born of Shakuni's brain. With these words, O tiger among kings, Vrikadara of great energy, armed with mace, stood for fight, like Shakra challenging the azure of Ritara. Beholding Duryodhana also standing with uplifted mace like Mount Kailasa graced with its summit, Bhimasena, filled with wrath, once more addressed him, saying, Recall to thy mind that evil act of thyself and King Dhritarashtra that occurred at Mahabharata. Remember Draupadi who was ill-treated, while in her season, in the midst of the assembly. Remember the deprivation of the king Thrudis by thyself and Sabala's son. Remember that great woe suffered by us, in consequence of thee, in the forest, as also in Virata's city, as if we had once more entered the womb. I shall avenge myself of them all today. By good luck, O thou of wicked soul, I see thee today. It is for thy sake that foremost of car warriors, the son of Ganga, of great prowess, struck down by Yajnasana's son, sleepeth on the bed of arrows. Drona also hath been slain, and Karna, and Sholya of great prowess. Sabala's son Shakuni, too, that root of these hostilities, hath been slain. The wretched Pratakamine, who had seized Draupadi's dresses, hath been slain. All thy brave brothers also, who fought with great valour, have been slain. These and many other kings have been slain through thy fault. Thee too I shall slay today with my mace. There is not the slightest doubt in this. While Vrikadara, O monarch, was uttering these words in a loud voice, thy fearless son of true prowess answered him, saying, What use of such elaborate bragging? Fight me, O Vrikadara. O wretch of thy race, today I shall destroy thy desire of battle. Mean vermin as thou art, know that Duryodhana is not capable, like an ordinary person, of being terrified by a person like thee. For a long time have I cherished this desire. For a long time hath this wish been in my heart. By good luck the gods have at last brought it about, a mace encounter with thee. What use of long speeches and empty bragging, O wicked Sutwan? Accomplish these words of thine in acts. Do not tarry at all. Hearing these words of his, the Somakas and the other kings that were present there all applauded them highly. Applauded by all, Duryodhana's hair stood erect with joy and he firmly set his heart on battle. The kings present once again cheered thy wrathful son with clapping, like persons exciting an infuriated elephant to an encounter. The high-souled Vrikadara, the son of Pandu, then, uplifting his mace, rushed furiously at thy high-souled son. The elephants present the trumpeted aloud and the steeds neighed repeatedly. The weapons of the Pandavas who longed for victory blazed forth of their own accord. 57. Sanjaya said, Duryodhana, with heart undepressed, beholding Bhimasena in that state, rushed furiously against him, uttering a loud roar. They encountered each other like two bulls encountering each other with their horns. The strokes of their maces produced loud sounds like those of thunderbolts. Each longing for victory, the battle that took place between them was terrible, making the very hair stand on end, like that between Indra and Prahlada. All their limbs bathed in blood, the two high-souled warriors of great energy, both armed with maces, looked like two kinsukas decked with flowers. During the progress of that great and awful encounter, the welkin looked beautiful as if it swarmed with fireflies. After that fierce and terrible battle had lasted for some time, both those chastisers of foes became fatigued. Having rested for a little while, those two scourgers of foes, taking up their handsome maces, once again began to ward off each other's attacks. Indeed, when those two warriors of great energy, those two foremost of men, both possessed of great might, encountered each other after having taken a little rest, they looked like two elephants infuriated with passion and attacking each other for obtaining the companionship of a cow-elephant in season. Beholding those two heroes, both armed with maces and each equal to the other in energy, the gods and Gandharvas and men became filled with wonder. Beholding Duryodhana and Vrikadara both armed with maces, all creatures became doubtful as to who amongst them would be victorious. Those two cousins, those two foremost of mighty men, once again rushing at each other and desiring to take advantage of each other's lapses, waited each watching the other. The spectators, O king, beheld each armed with his uplifted mace, that was heavy, fierce, and murderous, and that resembled the bludgeon of Yama or the thunderbolt of Indra. While Bhimasena whirled his weapon, loud and awful was the sound that it produced. Beholding his foe, the son of Pandu, thus swirling his mace endued with unrivalled impetuosity, Duryodhana became filled with amazement. Indeed, the heroic Vrikadara, O Bharata, as he careered in diverse courses, presented a highly beautiful spectacle. Both bent upon carefully protecting themselves. As they approached, they repeatedly mangled each other like two cats fighting for a piece of meat. Bhimasena performed diverse kinds of evolutions. He coursed in beautiful circles, advanced, and receded. He dealt blows and warded off those of his adversary, with wonderful activity. He took up various kinds of position, for attack and defense. He delivered attacks and avoided those of his antagonist. He ran at his foe, now turning to the right and now to the left. He advanced straight against the enemy. He made ruses for drawing his foe. He stood immovable, prepared for attacking his foe as soon as the latter would expose himself to attack. He circumambulated his foe, and prevented his foe from circumambulating him. He avoided the blows of his foe by moving away in bent postures or jumping aloft. He struck, coming up to his foe face to face, or dealt back thrusts while moving away from him. Both accomplished in encounters with a mace, Bhima and Duryodhana thus careered and fought, and struck each other. Those two foremost ones of Kuru's race careered thus, each avoiding the other's blows. Indeed, those two mighty warriors thus coursed in circles and seemed to sport with each other. Displaying in that encounter their skill in battle, those two chastisers of foes sometimes suddenly attacked each other with their weapons, like two elephants approaching and attacking each other with their tusks. Covered with blood, they looked very beautiful, O monarch, on the field. Even thus occurred that battle, awfully and before the gaze of a large multitude, towards the close of the day, like the battle between Vritra and Vasava. Armed with maces, both began to career in circles. Duryodhana, O monarch, adopted the right mandala, while Bhimasena adopted the left mandala. While Bhima was thus careering in circles on the field of battle, Duryodhana, O monarch, suddenly struck him a fierce blow on one of his flanks. Struck by thy son, O sire, Bhima began to whirl his heavy mace for returning that blow. The spectators, O monarch, beheld that mace of Bhimasena look as terrible as Indra's thunderbolt or Yama's uplifted bludgeon. Seeing Bhima whirl his mace, thy son, uplifting his own terrible weapon, struck him again. Loud was the sound, O Bharata, produced by the descent of thy son's mace. So quick was that descent that it generated a flame of fire in the welkin. coursing in diverse kinds of circles, adopting each motion at the proper time. Duryodhana, possessed of great energy, once more seemed to prevail over Bhima. The massive mace of Bhimasena meanwhile, whirled with his whole force, produced a loud sound as also smoke and sparks and flames of fire. Beholding Bhimasena whirling his mace, Duryodhana also whirled his heavy and adamantine weapon and presented a highly beautiful aspect. Marking the violence of the wind produced by the whirl of Duryodhana's mace, a great fear entered the hearts of all the Pandus and the Somakas. Meanwhile those two chastisers of foes, displaying on every side their skill in battle, continued to strike each other with their maces, like two elephants approaching and striking each other with their tusks. Both of them, O monarch, covered with blood, looked highly beautiful. Even thus progressed that awful combat before the gaze of thousands of spectators at the close of day, like the fierce battle that took place between Vritra and Vasava. Beholding Bhima firmly stationed on the field, thy mighty son, careering in more beautiful motions, rushed towards that son of Kunti. Filled with wrath, Bhima struck the mace, endued with great impetuosity and adorned with gold, of the angry Duryodhana. A loud sound with sparks of fire was produced by that clash of the two maces, which resembled the clash of two thunderbolts from opposite directions. Hurled by Bhimasena, his impetuous mace, as it fell down, caused the very earth to tremble. The Kuru prince could not brook to see his own mace thus baffled in that attack. Indeed, he became filled with rage like an infuriated elephant at the sight of a rival elephant. Adopting the left mandala, O monarch, and whirling his mace, Duryodhana then, firmly resolved, struck the son of Kunti on the head with his weapon of terrible force. Thus struck by thy son, Bhima, the son of Pandu, trembled not, O monarch, at which all the spectators wondered exceedingly. That amazing patience, O king, of Bhimasena, who stirred not an inch though struck so violently, was applauded by all the warriors present there. Then Bhima of terrible prowess hurled at Duryodhana his own heavy and blazing mace adorned with gold. That blow the mighty and fearless Duryodhana warded off by his agility. Beholding this, great was the wonder that the spectators felt. That mace, hurled by Bhima, O king, as it fell baffled of effect, produced a loud sound like that of the thunderbolt and caused the very earth to tremble. Adopting the maneuver called Kausika, and repeatedly jumping up, Duryodhana, properly marking the descent of Bhima's mace, baffled the latter. Baffling Bhimasena thus, the Kuru king, endued with great strength, at last in rage struck the former on the chest. Struck very forcibly by thy son in that dreadful battle, Bhimasena became stupefied and for a time knew not what to do. At that time, O king, the Somakas and the Pandavas became greatly disappointed and very cheerless. Filled with rage at that blow, Bhima then rushed at thy son like an elephant rushing against an elephant. Indeed, with uplifted mace, Bhima rushed furiously at Duryodhana like a lion rushing against a wild elephant. Approaching the Kuru king, the son of Pandu, O monarch, accomplished in the use of the mace, began to whirl his weapon, taking aim at thy son. Bhimasena then struck Duryodhana on one of his flanks. Stupefied at that blow, the latter fell down on the earth, supporting himself on his knees. When that foremost one of Kuru's race fell upon his knees, a loud cry arose from among the Srinjayas, O ruler of the world. Hearing that loud uproar of the Srinjayas, O bull among men, thy son became filled with rage. The mighty armed hero, rising up, began to breathe like a mighty snake, and seemed to burn Bhimasena by casting his glances upon him. That foremost one of Bharata's race then rushed at Bhimasena, as if he would that time crush the head of his antagonist in that battle. The high-souled Duryodhana of terrible prowess then struck the high-souled Bhimasena on the forehead. The latter, however, moved not an inch but stood immovable like a mountain. Thus struck in that battle, the son of Pritha, O monarch, looked beautiful, as he bled profusely, like an elephant of rent temples with juicy secretions trickling down. The elder brother of Dhananjaya, then, that crusher of foes, taking up his hero-slaying mace made of iron and producing a sound loud as that of the thunderbolt, struck his adversary with great force. Struck by Bhimasena, thy son fell down, his frame trembling all over, like a gigantic sala in the forest, decked with flowers, uprooted by the violence of the tempest. Beholding thy son prostrated on the earth, the Pandavas became exceedingly glad and uttered loud cries. Recovering his consciousness, thy son then rose, like an elephant from a lake. That ever-wrathful monarch and great warrior then careering with great skill, struck Bhimasena who was standing before him. At this, the son of Pandu, with weakened limbs, fell down on the earth. Having by his energy prostrated Bhimasena on the ground, the Kuru prince uttered a leonine roar. By the descent of his mace, whose violence resembled that of the thunder, he had fractured Bhima's coat of mail. A loud uproar was then heard in the welkin, made by the denizens of heaven and the Apsaras. A floral shower, emitting great fragrance, fell, rained by the celestials. Beholding Bhima prostrated on the earth and weakened in strength, and seeing his coat of mail laid open, a great fear entered the hearts of our foes. Recovering his senses in a moment, and wiping his face which had been dyed with blood, and mustering great patience, Vrikadara stood up, with rolling eyes steadying himself with great effort. 58. Sanjaya said, beholding that fight thus raging between those two foremost heroes of Kuru's race, Arjuna said unto Vasudeva, between these two, who, in thy opinion, is superior? Who amongst them hath what merit? Tell me this, O Janardana. Vasudeva said, the instruction received by them hath been equal. Bhima, however, is possessed of greater might, while the son of Dhritarashtra is possessed of greater skill and hath laboured more. If he were to fight fairly, Bhimasena will never succeed in winning the victory. If, however, he fights unfairly, he will be surely able to slay Duryodhana. The Asuras were vanquished by the gods with the aid of deception. We have heard this. Virachana was vanquished by Shakra with the aid of deception. The slayer of Vala deprived Vritra of his energy by an act of deception. Therefore, let Bhimasena put forth his prowess, aided by deception. At the time of the gambling, O Dhananjaya, Bhima vowed to break the thighs of Sayadana with his mace in battle. Let this crusher of foes, therefore, accomplish that vow of his. Let him with deception slay the Kuru king who is full of deception. If Bhima, depending upon his might alone, were to fight fairly, King Yudhishthira will have to incur great danger. I tell thee again, O son of Pandu, listen to me. It is through the fault of King Yudhishthira alone that danger hath once more overtaken us. Having achieved great feats by the slaughter of Bhishma and the other Kurus, the king had won victory and fame and had almost attained the end of the hostilities. Having thus obtained the victory, he placed himself once more in a situation of doubt and peril. This has been an act of great folly on the part of Yudhishthira, O Pandava, since he hath made the result of the battle depend upon the victory or the defeat of only one warrior. Sayadana is accomplished, he is a hero, he is again firmly resolved. This old verse uttered by Usanas hath been heard by us. Listen to me as I recite it to thee with its true sense and meaning. Those amongst the remnant of a hostile force broken flying away for life, that rally and come back to the fight, should always be feared, for they are firmly resolved and have but one purpose. Shakra himself, O Dhananjaya, cannot stand before them that rush in fury, having abandoned all hope of life. This Sayadana had broken and fled. All his troops had been killed. He had entered the depths of a lake. He had been defeated and, therefore, he had desired to retire into the woods, having become hopeless of retaining his kingdom. What man is there, possessed of any wisdom, that would challenge such a person to a single combat? I do not know whether Duryodhana may not succeed in snatching the kingdom that had already become ours. For full 13 years he practiced with the mace with great resolution. Even now, for slaying Bhimasena, he jumpeth up and leapeth transversely. If the mighty armed Bhima does not slay him unfairly, the son of Dhritarashtra will surely remain king. Having heard those words of the High-Sult Geshava, Dhananjaya struck his own left thigh before the eyes of Bhimasena. Understanding that sign, Bhima began to career with his uplifted mace, making many a beautiful circle and many a yarmarka and other kinds of maneuvers. Sometimes adopting the right mandala, sometimes the left mandala, and sometimes the motion called Gomutrika, the son of Pandu began to career, O king, stupefying his foe. Similarly, thy son, O monarch, who was well conversant with encounters with the mace, careered beautifully and with great activity, for slaying Bhimasena. Whirling their terrible maces which were smeared with sandal paste and other perfumed unguents, the two heroes, desirous of reaching the end of their hostilities, careered in that battle like two angry Yamas. Desirous of slaying each other, those two foremost of men, possessed of great heroism, fought like two Garudas desirous of catching the same snake. While the king and Bhima careered in beautiful circles, their maces clashed, and sparks of fire were generated by those repeated clashes. Those two heroic and mighty warriors struck each other equally in that battle. They then resembled, O monarch, two oceans agitated by the tempest. Striking each other equally like two infuriated elephants, their clashing maces produced peals of thunder. During the progress of that dreadful and fierce battle at close quarters, both those chastisers of foes, while battling, became fatigued. Having rested for a while, those two scorchers of foes, filled with rage and uplifting their maces, once more began to battle with each other. When by the repeated descents of their maces, O monarch, they mangled each other, the battle they fought became exceedingly dreadful and perfectly unrestrained. Rushing at each other in that encounter, those two heroes, possessed of eyes like those of bulls and endued with great activity, struck each other fiercely like two buffaloes in the mire. All their limbs mangled and bruised, and covered with blood from head to foot, they looked like a couple of Kinsukas on the breast of Himavat. During the progress of the encounter, when Vrikadara, as a ruse, seemed to give Duryodhana an opportunity, the latter, smiling a little, advanced forward. Well skilled in battle, the mighty Vrikadara, beholding his adversary come up, suddenly hurled his mace at him. Seeing the mace hurled at him, thy son, O monarch, moved away from that spot at which the weapon fell down baffled on the earth. Having warded off that blow, thy son, that foremost one of Kuru's race, quickly struck Bhimasena with his weapon. In consequence of the large quantity of blood drawn by that blow, as also owing to the violence itself of the blow, Bhimasena of immeasurable energy seemed to be stupefied. Duryodhana, however, knew not that the son of Pandu was so afflicted at that moment. Though deeply afflicted, Bhima sustained himself, summoning all his patience. Duryodhana, therefore, regarded him to be unmoved and ready to return the blow. It was for this that thy son did not then strike him again. Having rested for a little while, the valiant Bhimasena rushed furiously, O king, at Duryodhana, who was standing near. Beholding Bhimasena of immeasurable energy filled with rage and rushing towards him, thy High-Sult son, O bull of Bharata's race, desiring to baffle his blow, set his heart on the maneuver called Avasthana. He, therefore, desired to jump upwards, O monarch, for beguiling Vrikadara. Bhimasena fully understood the intentions of his adversary. Rushing, therefore, At him, with a loud leonine roar, he fiercely hurled his mace at the thighs of the Kuru king as the latter had jumped up for baffling the first aim. That mace, endued with the force of the thunder and hurled by Bhima of terrible feats, fractured the two handsome thighs of Duryodhana. That tiger among men, thy son, after his thighs had been broken by Bhimasena, fell down, causing the earth to echo with his fall. Fierce winds began to blow, with louder sounds at repeated intervals. Showers of dust fell. The earth, with her trees and plants and mountains, began to tremble. Upon the fall of the hero who was the head of all monarchs on earth, fierce and fiery winds blew with a loud noise and with thunder falling frequently. Indeed, when that lord of earth fell, large meteors were seen to flash down from the sky. Bloody showers, as also showers of dust, fell, O Bharata. These were poured by Mahabharata upon the fall of thy son. A loud noise was heard, O bull of Bharata's race, in the welkin made by the Yakshas, and the Rakshasas and the Pisachas. At that terrible sound, animals and birds, numbering in thousands, began to utter more frightful noise on every side. Those steeds and elephants and human beings that formed there, unslain, remnant of the Pandava host uttered loud cries when thy son fell. Loud also became the blare of conchs and the peal of drums and cymbals. A terrific noise seemed to come from within the bowels of the earth. Upon the fall of thy son, O monarch, headless beings of the frightful forms, possessed of many legs and many arms, and inspiring all creatures with dread, began to dance and cover the earth on all sides. Warriors, O king, that stood with standards or weapons in their arms, began to tremble, O king, when thy son fell. Lakes and wells, O best of kings, vomited forth blood. Rivers of rapid currents flowed in opposite directions. Women seemed to look like men, and men to look like women at that hour, O king, when thy son Duryodhana fell. Beholding those wonderful portents, the Panchalas and the Pandavas, O bull of Bharata's race, became filled with anxiety. The gods and the Gandharvas went away to the regions they desired, talking, as they proceeded, of that wonderful battle between thy sons. Similarly, the Siddhas and the Charanas of the fleetest course went to those places from which they had come, applauding those two lions among men. 59. Sanjaya said, beholding Duryodhana felled upon the earth like a gigantic sallow uprooted by the tempest, the Pandavas became filled with joy. The Somakas also beheld, with hair standing on end, the Kuru king felled upon the earth like an infuriated elephant felled by a lion. Having struck Duryodhana down, the valiant Bhimasena, approaching the Kuru chief, addressed him, saying, O wretch, formerly laughing at the disrobed Draupadi in the midst of the assembly, thou hadst, O fool, addressed us as cow. Bear now the fruit of that insult. Having said these words, he touched the head of his fallen foe with his left foot. Indeed, he struck the head of that lion among kings with his foot. With eyes red in wrath, Bhimasena, that grinder of hostile armies, once more said these words. Listen to them, O monarch. They that danced at us insultingly, saying, cow. We shall now dance at them, uttering the same words, cow. We have no guile, no fire, no match, at dice, no deception. Depending upon the might of our own arms we resist and check our foes. Having attained to the other shores of those fierce hostilities, Vrikadara once more laughingly said these words slowly unto Yudhishthira and Keshava and Saranjaya and Ananjaya and the two sons of Madri, they that had dragged Draupadi, while ill, into the assembly and had disrobed her there. Behold those Dhritarashtras slain in battle by the Pandavas through the ascetic penances of Yajnasana's daughter. Those wicked-hearted sons of King Dhritarashtra who had called us sesame seeds without kernel, have all been slain by us with their relatives and followers. It matters little whether, as a consequence of those deeds, we go to heaven or fall into hell. Once more, uplifting the mace that lay on his shoulders, he struck with his left foot the head of the monarch who was prostrate on the earth, and addressing the deceitful Duryodhana, said these words. Many of the foremost warriors among the Somnikas, who were all of righteous souls, beholding the foot of the rejoicing Bhimasena of narrow heart placed upon the head of that foremost one of Kuru's race, did not at all approve of it. While Vrikodara, after having struck down thy son, was thus bragging and dancing madly, King Yudhishthira addressed him, saying, Thou hast paid off thy hostility towards Duryodhana, and accomplished thy vow by a fair or an unfair act. Cease now, O Bhima. Do not crush his head with thy foot. Do not act sinfully. Duryodhana is a king. He is, again, thy kinsman. He is fallen. This conduct of thine, O sinless one, is not proper. Duryodhana was the lord of 11 Akshayinis of troops. He was the king of the Kurus. Do not, O Bhima, touch a king and a kinsman with thy foot. His kinsmen are slain. His friends and counsellors are gone. His troops have been exterminated. He has been struck down in battle. He is to be pitied in every respect. He deserves not to be insulted, for remember that he is a king. He is ruined. His friends and kinsmen have been slain. His brothers have been killed. His sons too have been slain. His funeral cake hath been taken away. He is our brother. This that thou dost unto him is not proper. Bhimasena is a man of righteous behaviour. People used to say this before of thee. Why then, O Bhimasena, dost thou insult the king in this way? Having said these words unto Bhimasena, Yudhishthira, with voice choked in tears, and afflicted with grief, approached Duryodhana, that chastiser of foes, and said unto him, O sire, thou shouldst not give way to anger nor grieve for thyself. Without doubt thou bearest the dreadful consequences of thy own former acts. Without doubt this sad and woeful result had been ordained by the Creator himself, that we should injure thee and thou shouldst injure us, O foremost one of Kuru's race. Through thy own fault this great calamity has come upon thee, due to avarice and pride and folly, O Bharata. Having caused thy companions and brothers and sires and sons and grandsons and others to be all slain, thou comest now by thy own death. In consequence of thy fault, thy brothers, mighty warriors all, and thy kinsmen have been slain by us. I think all this to be the work of irresistible destiny. Thou art not to be pitied. On the other hand, thy death, O sinless one, is enviable. It is we that deserve to be pitied in every respect, O Kaurava. We shall have to drag on a miserable existence, reft of all our dear friends and kinsmen. Alas, how shall I behold the widows, overwhelmed with grief and deprived of their senses by sorrow, of my brothers and sons and grandsons? Thou, O king, departest from this world. Thou art sure to have thy residence in heaven. We, on the other hand, shall be reckoned as creatures of hell, and shall continue to suffer the most poignant grief. The grief-afflicted wives of Dhritarashtra's sons and grandsons, those widows crushed with sorrow, will without doubt curse us all. Having said these words, Dharma's royal son, Yudhishthira, deeply afflicted with grief, began to breathe hard and indulge in lamentations. 60. Dhritarashtra said, beholding their Kuru king struck down unfairly, what, O Suta, did the mighty Baladeva, that foremost one of Yadu's race, say? Tell me, O Sanjaya, what Rohini's son, well skilled in encounters with the mace and well acquainted with all its rules, did on that occasion. Sanjaya said, beholding thy son struck at the thighs, the mighty Rama, that foremost of smiters, became exceedingly angry. Raising his arms aloft, the hero, having the plough for his weapon, in a voice of deep sorrow, said in the midst of those kings, "Oh, fie on Bhima, fie on Bhima! Oh, fie, that in such a fair fight a blow hath been struck below the navel. Never before hath such an act as Vrikadara hath done been witnessed in an encounter with the mace. No limb below the navel should be struck. This is the precept laid down in treatises. This Bhima, however, is an ignorant wretch, unacquainted with the truths of treatises. He, therefore, acteth as he likes." While uttering these words, Rama gave way to great wrath. The mighty Baladeva then, uplifting his plough, rushed towards Bhimasena. The form of that high-souled warrior of uplifted arms then became like that of the gigantic mountains of Kailasa, variegated with diverse kinds of metals. The mighty Keshava, however, ever bending with humanity, seized the rushing Rama, encircling him with his massive and well-rounded arms. Those two foremost heroes of Yadu's race, the one dark in complexion and the other fair, looked exceedingly beautiful at that moment, like the sun and the moon, O king, on the evening sky. For pacifying the angry Rama, Keshava addressed him, saying, "There are 6 kinds of advancement that a person may have: one's own advancement, the advancement of one's friends, the advancement of one's friends, the decay of one's enemy, the decay of one's enemy's friends, and the decay of one's enemy's friends. When reverses happen to one's own self or to one's friends, one should then understand that one's fall is at hand, and, therefore, one should at such times look for the means of applying a remedy. The Pandavas of unsullied prowess are our natural friends. They are the children of our own sire's sister. They had been greatly afflicted by their foes. The accomplishment of one's vow is one's duty. Formerly Bhima had vowed in the midst of the assembly that he would in great battle break with his mace the thighs of Duryodhana. The great Rishi Maitreya also, O scorcher of foes, had formerly cursed Duryodhana, saying, "Bhima will, with his mace, break thy thighs." In consequence of all this, I do not see any fault in Bhima. Do not give way to wrath, O slayer of Pralamva. Our relationship with the Pandavas is founded upon birth and blood, as also upon an attraction of hearts. In their growth is our growth. Do not, therefore, give way to wrath, O bull among men. Hearing these words of Vasudeva, the wielder of the plough, who was conversant with rules of morality, said, "Morality is well practiced by the good. Morality, however, is always afflicted by 2 things. The desire of profit entertained by those that covet it, and the desire for pleasure cherished by those that are wedded to it. Whoever, without afflicting morality and profit, or morality and pleasure, or pleasure and profit, followeth all 3, morality, profit and pleasure, always succeeds in obtaining great happiness. In consequence, however, of morality being afflicted by Bhimasena, this harmony of which I have spoken hath been disturbed. Whatever, O Govinda, thou mayst tell me." Krishna replied, saying, "Thou art always described as bereft of wrath, and righteous and devoted to righteousness. Calm thyself, therefore, and do not give way to wrath. Know that the Kali age is at hand. Remember also the vow made by the son of Pandu. Let, therefore, the son of Pandu be regarded to have paid off the debt he owed to his hostility and to have fulfilled his vow." Sanjaya continued, hearing this fallacious discourse from Keshava, "O king, Rama failed to dispel his wrath and become cheerful. He then said in that assembly, having unfairly slain King Sayadana of righteous soul, the son of Pandu shall be reputed in the world as a crooked warrior. The righteous suit Duryodhana, on the other hand, shall obtain eternal blessedness. Dhritarashtra's royal son, that ruler of men, who hath been struck down, is a fair warrior. Having made every arrangement for the sacrifice of battle and having undergone the initiatory ceremonies on the field, and, Lastly, having poured his life as a libation upon the fire represented by his foes, Duryodhana has fairly completed his sacrifice by the final ablutions represented by the attainment of glory. Having said these words, the valiant son of Rohini, looking like the crest of a white cloud, ascended his car and proceeded towards Dwaraka. The Bankalas with the Vrishnis, as also the Pandavas, O monarch, became rather cheerless after Rama had set out for Dwaravati. Then Vasudeva, approaching Yudhishthira, who was exceedingly melancholy and filled with anxiety, and who hung down his head and knew not what to do in consequence of his deep affliction, said unto him these words. Vasudeva said, O Yudhishthira the just, why dost thou sanction this unrighteous act, since thou permittest the head of the insensible and fallen Duryodhana, whose kinsmen and friends have all been slain, to be thus struck by Bhima with his foot? Conversant with the ways of morality, why dost thou, O king, witness this act with indifference? Yudhishthira answered, This act, O Krishna, done from wrath of Vrikadaras touching the head of the king with his foot, is not agreeable to me, nor am I glad at this extermination of my race. By guile were we always deceived by the sons of Dhritarashtra. Many were the cruel words they spoke to us. We were again exiled into the woods by them. Great is the grief on account of all those acts that is in Bhimasana's heart. Reflecting on all this, O thou of Vrishni's race, I looked on with indifference. Having slain the covetous Duryodhana bereft of wisdom and enslaved by his passions, let the son of Pandu gratify his desire, be it righteousness or unrighteousness. Sanjaya continued, after Yudhishthira had said this, Vasudeva, the perpetuator of Yadu's race, said with difficulty, Let it be so. Indeed, after Vasudeva had been addressed in those words by Yudhishthira, the former, who always wished what was agreeable to and beneficial for Bhima, approved all those acts that Bhima had done in battle. Having struck down thy son in battle, the wrathful Bhimasana, his heart filled with joy, stood with joined hands before Yudhishthira and saluted him in proper form. With eyes expanded in delight and proud of the victory he had won, Vrikadara of great energy, O king, addressed his eldest brother, saying, The earth is today thine, O king, without brawls to disturb her and with all her thorns removed. Rule over her, O monarch, and observe the duties of thy order. He who was the cause of these hostilities and who fomented them by means of his guile, that wretched wight fond of deception, lieth, struck down, on the bare ground, O Lord of earth. All these wretches headed by Dushasana, who used to utter cruel words, as also those other foes of thine, the son of Radha, and Shakuni, have been slain. Teeming with all kinds of gems, the earth, with her forests and mountains, O monarch, once more cometh to thee that hast no foes alive. Yudhishthira said, Hostilities have come to an end. King Sayadana hath been struck down. The earth hath been conquered by us, ourselves having acted according to the counsels of Krishna. By good luck, thou hast paid off thy debt to thy mother and to thy wrath. By good luck, thou hast been victorious, O invincible hero, and by good luck, thy foe hath been slain. 61. Dhritarashtra said, beholding Duryodhana struck down in battle by Bhimasana, What, O Sanjaya, did the Pandavas and the Saranjayas do? Sanjaya said, beholding Duryodhana slain by Bhimasana in battle, O king, like a wild elephant slain by a lion, the Pandavas with Krishna became filled with delight. The Bankalas and the Saranjayas also, upon the fall of the Kuru king, waved their upper garments in the air and uttered leonine roars. The very earth seemed to be unable to bear those rejoicing warriors. Some stretched their bows, others drew their bowstrings. Some blew the huge conchs, others beat their drums. Some sported and jumped about, while some amongst thy foes laughed aloud. Many heroes repeatedly said these words unto Bhimsena. Exceedingly difficult and great hath been the feats that thou hast achieved today in battle, by having struck down the Kuru king, himself a great warrior, with thy mace. All these men regard this slaughter of the foe by thee to be like that of Vritra by Indra himself. Who else, save thyself, O Vrikadara, could slay the heroic Duryodhana while careering in diverse kinds of motion and performing all the wheeling maneuvers characteristic of such encounters? Thou hast now reached the other shore of these hostilities, that other shore which none else could reach. This feat that thou hast achieved is incapable of being achieved by any other warriors. By good luck, thou hast, O hero, like an infuriated elephant, crushed with thy foot the head of Duryodhana on the field of battle. Having fought a wonderful battle, by good luck, O sinless one, thou hast quaffed the blood of Dushasana, like a lion quaffing the blood of a buffalo. By good luck, thou hast, by thy own energy, placed thy foot on the head of all those that had injured the righteous Sut King Yudhishthira. In consequence of having vanquished thy foes and of thy having slain Duryodhana, by good luck, O Bhima, thy fame hath spread over the whole world. Bards and eulogists applauded Shakra after the fall of Vritra, even as we are now applauding thee, O Bharata, after the fall of thy foes. Know, O Bharata, that the joy we felt upon the fall of Duryodhana hath not yet abated in the least. Even these were the words addressed to Bhimsena by the assembled eulogists on that occasion. Whilst those tigers among men, the Bankalas and the Pandavas, all filled with delight, were indulging in such language, the slayer of Mad who addressed them, saying, You rulers of men, it is not proper to slay slain foe with such cruel speeches repeatedly uttered. This wight of wicked understanding hath already been slain. This sinful, shameless, and covetous wretch, surrounded by sinful counselors and ever regardless of the advice of wise friends, met with his death even when he refused, though repeatedly urged to contrary by Vijura and Drona and Kripa and Sanjaya, to give unto the sons of Bandu their paternal share in the kingdom which they had solicited at his hands. This wretch is not now fit to be regarded either as a friend or a foe. What use in spending bitter breath upon one who hath now become a piece of wood? Mount your cars quickly, ye kings, for we should leave this place. By good luck, this sinful wretch hath been slain with his counsellors and kinsmen and friends. Hearing these rebukes from Krishna, King Duryodhana, O monarch, gave way to wrath and endeavoured to rise. Sitting on his haunches and supporting himself on his two arms, he contracted his eyebrows and cast angry glances at Vasudeva. The form then of Duryodhana, whose body was half raised, looked like that of a poisonous snake, O Bharata, shorn of its tail. Disregarding his poignant and unbearable pains, Duryodhana began to afflict Vasudeva with keen and bitter words. O son of Kansa's slave, thou hast, it seems, no shame. Or hast thou forgotten that I have been struck down most unfairly, judged by the rules that prevail in encounters with the mace? It was thou who unfairly caused this act by reminding Bhima with a hint about the breaking of my thighs. Dost thou think I did not mark it when Arjuna, acting under thy advice, hinted it to Bhima? Having caused thousands of kings, who always fought fairly, to be slain through diverse kinds of unfair means, feelest thou no shame or no abhorrence for those acts? Day after day, having caused a great carnage of heroic warriors, thou caused the grandsire to be slain by placing Shikandi to the fore. Having again caused an elephant of the name of Ashvatthama to be slain, O thou of wicked understanding, thou caused the preceptor to lay aside his weapons. Thinkest thou that this is not known to me? While again that valiant hero was about to be slain, this cruel Drishtadama, thou didst not dissuade the latter. The dart that had been begged of Shakra as a boon by Karna for the slaughter of Arjuna was baffled by thee through Gatotkacha. Who is there that is more sinful than thou? Similarly, the mighty Brishriva, with one of his arms lopped off and while observant of the Pravow, was caused to be slain by thee through the agency of the Hysil Satyaki. Canna had done a great feat for vanquishing Partha. Thou, however, caused Iswarsana, the son of that prince of snakes, Takshaka, to be baffled in achieving his purpose. When again the wheel of Kanna's car sank in mire and Kanna was afflicted with calamity and almost vanquished on that account, when, indeed, that foremost of men became anxious to liberate his wheel, thou caused that Kanna to be then slain. If ye had fought me and Kanna and Bhishma and Drona by fair means, victory then, without doubt, would never have been yours. By adopting the most crooked and unrighteous of means thou hast caused many kings observant of the duties of their order and ourselves also to be slain. Vasudeva said, Thou, O son of Gandhari, hast been slain with thy brothers, sons, kinsmen, friends, and followers, only in consequence of the sinful path in which thou hast trod. Through thy evil acts those two heroes, Bhishma and Drona, have been slain. Kanna too hath been slain for having imitated thy behaviour. Solicited by me, O fool, thou didst not, from avarice, give the Pandavas their paternal share, acting according to the counsels of Shakuni. Thou gavest poison to Bhimasena. Thou hadst, also, O thou of wicked understanding, endeavoured to burn all the Pandavas with their mother at the palace of Lak. On the occasion also of the gambling, thou hadst persecuted the daughter of Yajnasena, while in her season, in the midst of the assembly. Shameless as thou art, even then thou becamest worthy of being slain. Thou hadst, through Sabala's son well versed in dice, unfairly vanquished the virtuous Yudhishthira who was unskilled in gambling. For that art thou slain. Through the sinful Jayadrathu again, Krishna was on another occasion persecuted when the Pandavas, her lords, had gone out hunting towards the hermitage of Trine of Hindu, causing Abhimanyu, who was a child and alone, to be surrounded by many. Thou didst slay that hero. It is in consequence of that fault, O sinful wretch, that thou art slain. All those unrighteous acts that thou sayest have been perpetrated by us, have in reality been perpetrated by thee in consequence of thy sinful nature. Thou didst never listen to the counsels of Brihaspati and Usanas. Thou didst never wait upon the old. Thou didst never hear beneficial words. Enslaved by ungovernable covetousness and thirst of gain, thou didst perpetrate many unrighteous acts. Bear now the consequences of those acts of thine. Duryodhana said, I have studied, made presents according to the ordinance, governed the wide earth with her seas, and stood over the heads of my foes. Who is the so fortunate as myself? That end again which is courted by Kshatriyas observant of the duties of their own order, death and battle, hath become mine. Who, therefore, is so fortunate as myself? Human enjoyments such as were worthy of the very gods and such as could with difficulty be obtained by other kings, had been mine. Prosperity of the very highest kind had been attained by me. Who then is so fortunate as myself? With all my well-wishers, and my younger brothers, I am going to heaven, O thou of unfading glory. As regards yourselves, with your purposes unachieved and torn by grief, live ye in this unhappy world. Sanjaya continued, upon the conclusion of these words of the intelligent king of the Kuras, a thick shower of fragrant flowers fell from the sky. The Gandharvas played upon many charming musical instruments. The Apsaras in a chorus sang the glory of King Duryodhana. The Siddhas uttered loud sound to the effect, Praise be to King Duryodhana. Fragrant and delicious breezes mildly blew on every side. All the quarters became clear and the firmament looked blue as the lapis lazuli. Beholding these exceedingly wonderful things and this worship offered to Duryodhana, the Pandavas headed by Vasudeva became ashamed. Hearing, invisible beings cry out that Bhishma and Drona and Karna and Bharishrava were slain unrighteously. They became afflicted with grief and wept in sorrow. Beholding the Pandavas filled with anxiety and grief, Krishna addressed them in a voice deep as that of the clouds or the drum, saying, all of them were great warriors and exceedingly quick in the use of weapons. If ye had put forth all your prowess, even then ye could never have slain them in battle by fighting fairly. King Duryodhana also could never be slain in a fair encounter. The same is the case with all those mighty warriors headed by Bhishma. From desire of doing good to you, I repeatedly applied my powers of illusion and caused them to be slain by diverse means in battle. If I had not adopted such deceitful ways in battle, victory would never have been yours, nor kingdom, nor wealth. Those four were very high-souled warriors and regarded as authorities in the world. The very regents of the earth could not slay them in fair fight. Similarly, the son of Dhritarashtra, though fatigued when armed with a mace, could not be slain in fair fight by Yama himself armed with his bludgeon. You should not take it to heart that this foe of yours hath been slain deceitfully. When the number of one's foes becomes great, then destruction should be effected by contrivances and means. The gods themselves, in slaying the Asuras, have trod the same way. That way, therefore, that hath been trod by the gods, may be trod by all. We have been crowned with success. It is evening. We had better depart to our tents. Let us all, ye kings, take rest with our steeds and elephants and cars. Hearing these words of Vasudeva, the Pandavas and the Panchalas, filled with delight, roared like a multitude of lions. All of them blew their conchs, and Jadava himself blew Panchajanya, filled with joy, O bull among men, at the sight of Duryodhana struck down in battle. 62. Sanjaya said, all those kings, possessed of arms that resembled spiked bludgeons, then proceeded towards their tents, filled with joy and blowing their conchs on their way. The Pandavas also, O monarch, proceeded towards their encampment. The great Bhaumanuitsu followed them, as also Satyaki, and Drishthadama, and Shikhandi, and the 5 sons of Draupadi. The other great bowmen also proceeded towards our tents. The Pathas then entered the tent of Duryodhana, shorn of its splendors and reft of its lord, and looking like an arena of amusement after it has been deserted by spectators. Indeed, that pavilion looked like a city reft of festivities, or a lake without its elephant. It then swarmed with women and eunuchs and certain aged counsellors. Duryodhana and other heroes, attired in robes dyed in yellow, formerly used, O king, to wait reverentially, with joined hands, on those old counsellors. Arrived at the pavilion of the Kuru king, the Pandavas, those foremost of car warriors, O monarch, dismounted from their cars. At that time, always engaged, O bull of Bharata's race, in the good of his friend, Keshava, addressed the wielder of Gandiva, saying, take down thy Gandiva as also the 2 inexhaustible quivers. I shall dismount after thee, O best of the Bharatas. Get thee down, for this is for thy good, O sinless one. Pandu's brave son Ananjaya did as he was directed. The intelligent Krishna, abandoning the reins of the steeds, then dismounted from the car of Dhananjaya. After the high-souled lord of all creatures had dismounted from that car, the celestial ape that topped the mantle of Arjuna's vehicle, disappeared therein then. The top of the vehicle, which had before been burnt by Drona and Karna with their celestial weapons, quickly blazed forth to ashes, O king, without any visible fire having been in sight. Indeed, the car of Dhananjaya, with its quick pairs of steeds, yoke, and shaft, fell down, reduced to ashes. Beholding the vehicle thus reduced to ashes, O Lord, the sons of Pandu became filled with wonder, and Arjuna, O king, having saluted Krishna and bowed unto him, said these words, with joined hands and in an affectionate voice, O Govinda, O Divine One, for what reason hath this car been consumed by fire? What is this highly wonderful incident that has happened before our eyes? O Thou of mighty arms, if thou thinkest that I can listen to it without harm, then tell me everything. Vasudeva said, that car, O Arjuna, had before been consumed by diverse kinds of weapons. It was because I had sat upon it during battle that it did not fall into pieces, O scorcher of foes. Previously consumed by the energy of Brahmastra, it has been reduced to ashes upon my abandoning it after attainment by thee of thy objects. Then, with a little pride, that slayer of foes, the divine Keshava, embracing King Yudhishthira, said unto him, by good luck, thou hast won the victory, O son of Kunti. By good luck, thy foes have been vanquished. By good luck, the wielder of Gandiva, Bhimasena the son of Pandu, thyself, O king, and the 2 sons of Madri have escaped with life from this battle so destructive of heroes, and have escaped after having slain all your foes. Quickly do that, O Bharata, which should now be done by thee. After I had arrived at Paplavya, thyself, approaching me, with the wielder of Gandiva in thy company, gavest me honey and the customary ingredients, and saidest these words, O Lord, this Dhananjaya, O Krishna, is thy brother and friend. He should, therefore, be protected by thee in all dangers. After thou didst say these words, I answered thee, saying, so be it. That save the Arsasi hath been protected by me. Victory also hath been thine, O king. With his brothers, O king of kings, that hero of true prowess hath come out of this dreadful battle, so destructive of heroes, with life. Thus addressed by Krishna, King Yudhishthira the just, with hair standing on end, O monarch, said these words unto Janardana. Yudhishthira said, who else save thee, O grinder of foes, not excepting the thunder-wielding Purandara himself, could have withstood the Brahmastras hurled by Drona and Karna. It was through thy grace that the Samsaptakas were vanquished. It was through thy grace that Partha had never to turn back from even the fiercest of encounters. Similarly, it was through thy grace, O mighty armed one, that I myself, with my posterity, have, by accomplishing diverse acts one after another, obtained the auspicious end of prowess and energy. At Paplavya, the great Rishi Krishnadvipayana told me that thither is Krishna where righteousness is, and thither is victory where Krishna is. Sanjaya continued, after this conversation, those heroes entered thy encampment and obtained the military chest, many jewels, and much wealth, and they also obtained silver and gold and gems and pearls and many costly ornaments and blankets and skins, and innumerable slaves male and female, and many other things necessary for sovereignty. Having obtained that inexhaustible wealth belonging to thee, O bull of Bharata's race, those highly blessed ones, whose foe had been slain, uttered loud cries of exultation. Having unyoked their animals, the Pandavas and Satyaki remained there a while for resting themselves. Then Vasudeva of great renown said, we should, as an initiatory act of blessedness, remain out of the camp for this night. Answering, so be it. The Pandavas and Satyaki, accompanied by Vasudeva, went out of the camp for the sake of doing that which was regarded as an auspicious act. Arrived on the banks of the sacred stream Ogavati, O king, the Pandavas, reft of foes, shook up their quarters there for that night. They dispatched Keshava of Yadu's race to Hastinapura. Vasudeva of great prowess, causing Daruka to get upon his car, proceeded very quickly to that place where the royal son of Ambika was. While about to start on his car, having Shabir and Sugriva, and the others, yoked unto it, the Pandavas, said unto him, comfort the helpless Gandhari who hath lost all her sons. Thus addressed by the Pandavas, That chief of the Satvatas then proceeded towards Hastinapura and arrived at the presence of Gandhari, who had lost all her sons in the war. 63. Janamejaya said, "For what reason did that tiger among kings, Yudhishthira the just, dispatch that scorcher of foes, Vasudeva, unto Gandhari?" Krishna had at first gone to the Kauravas for the sake of bringing about peace. He did not obtain the fruition of his wishes. In consequence of this the battle took place. When all the warriors were slain and Duryodhana was struck down, when in consequence of the battle the empire of Pandu's son became perfectly flawless, when all the Kuru camp became empty, all its inmates having fled, when great renown was won by the son of Pandu, what, O regenerate one, was the cause for which Krishna had once again to go to Hastinapura? It seems to me, O Brahmana, that the cause could not be a light one, for it was Janardana of immeasurable soul who had himself to make the journey. O foremost of all Adyarys, tell me in detail what the cause was for undertaking such a mission. Vshampayana said, "The question thou askest me, O king, is, indeed, worthy of thee. I will tell thee everything truly as it occurred, O bull of Bharata's race. Beholding Duryodhana, the mighty son of Dhritarashtra, struck down by Bhimasena in contravention of the rules of fair fight, in fact, beholding the Kuru king slain unfairly, O Bharata, Yudhishthira, O monarch, became filled with great fear at the thought of the highly blessed Gandhari possessed of ascetic merit. She hath undergone severe ascetic austerities and can, therefore, consume the three worlds. Even thus thought the son of Pandu. By sending Krishna, Gandhari, blazing with wrath, would be comforted before Yudhishthira's own arrival. Hearing of the death of her son brought to such a plight by ourselves, she will, in wrath, with the fire of her mind, reduce us to ashes. How will Gandhari endure such poignant grief after she hears her son, who always fought fairly, slain unfairly by us? Having reflected in this strain for a long while, King Yudhishthira the Just, filled with fear and grief, said these words unto Vasudeva, "Through thy grace, O Govinda, my kingdom hath been reft of thorns. That which we could not in imagination even aspire to obtain hath now become ours, O thou of unfading glory. Before my eyes, O mighty armed one, making the very hair stand on end, violent were the blows that thou hadst to bear, O delighter of the Adavas. In the battle between the gods and the Asuras, thou hadst, in days of old, lent thy aid for the destruction of the foes of the gods, and those foes were slain. In the same way, O mighty armed one, thou hast given us aid, O thou of unfading glory. By agreeing to act as our charioteer, O thou of Vrishani's race, thou hast all along protected us. If thou hadst not been the protector of Fulgana in dreadful battle, how could then this sea of troops have been capable of being vanquished? Many were the blows of the mace, and many were the strokes of spiked bludgeons and darts and sharp arrows and lances and battle axes that have been endured by thee. For our sake, O Krishna, thou hadst also to hear many harsh words and endure fall, violent as the thunder, of weapons in battle. In consequence of Duryodhana's slaughter, all this has not been fruitless, O thou of unfading glory. Act thou again in such a way that the fruit of all those acts may not be destroyed. Although victory hath been ours, O Krishna, our heart, however, is yet trembling in doubt. Know, O Madhava, that Gandhari's wrath, O mighty armed one, hath been provoked. That highly blessed lady is always emaciating herself with the austerest of penances. Hearing of the slaughter of her sons and grandsons, she will, without doubt, consume us to ashes. It is time, O hero, I think, for pacifying her. Accept thee, O foremost of men, What other person is there that is able to even behold that lady of eyes red like copper in wrath and exceedingly afflicted with the ills that have befallen her children? That thou shouldst go there, O Madhava, is what I think to be proper, for pacifying Gandhari, O chastiser of foes, who is blazing with wrath. Thou art the creator and the destroyer. Thou art the first cause of all the worlds, thyself being eternal. By words fraught with reasons, visible and invisible, that are all the result of time, thou wilt quickly, O thou with great wisdom, be able to pacify Gandhari. Our grandsire, the holy Krishna Dvaipayana, will be there. O mighty armed one, it is thy duty to dispel, by all means in thy power, the wrath of Gandhari. Hearing these words of King Yudhishthira the Just, the perpetuator of Yadu's race, summoning Daruka, said, "Let my car be equipped." Having received Keshava's command, Daruka in great haste returned and represented unto his high-souled master that the car was ready. That scorcher of foes and chief of Yadu's race, the Lord Keshava, having mounted the car, proceeded with great haste to the city of the Kuras. The adorable Madhava then, riding on his vehicle, proceeded, and arriving at the city called after the elephant entered it, causing the city to resound with the rattle of his car wheels as he entered it. He sent word to Dhritarashtra and then alighted from his vehicle and entered the palace of the old king. He that beheld that best of rishis, Dvaipayana, arrived before him. Janardana, embracing the feet of both Vyasa and Dhritarashtra, quietly saluted Gandhari also. Then foremost of the Yadavas, Vishnu seizing Dhritarashtra by the hand, O monarch, began to weep melodiously. Having shed tears for a while from sorrow, he washed his eyes and his face with water according to rules. That chastiser of foes then said these softly flowing words unto Dhritarashtra, "Nothing is known to thee, O Bharata, about the past and the future. Thou art well acquainted, O Lord, with the course of time. From regard for thee, the Pandavas had endeavoured to prevent the destruction of their race and the extermination of the Kshatriyas, O Bharata. Having made an understanding with his brothers, the virtuous Yudhishthira had lived peacefully. He even went to exile after defeat at unfair dice. With his brothers he led a life of concealment, attired in various disguises. They also every day got into diverse their woes as if they were quite helpless. On the eve of battle I myself came and in the presence of all men begged of thee only 5 villages. Afflicted by time, and moved by covetousness, thou didst not grant my request. Through thy fault, O king, all the Kshatriya race hath been exterminated. Bhishma, and Somadatta, and Valika, and Kripa, and Drona and his son, and the wise Vidura, always solicited thee for peace. Thou didst not, however, follow their counsels. Everyone, it seems, when afflicted by time, is stupefied, O Bharata, since even thou, O king, as regards this matter, did act so foolishly. What else can it be but the effect of time? Indeed, destiny is supreme. Do not, O thou with great wisdom, impute any fault to the Pandavas. The smallest transgression is not discernible in the high-souled Pandavas, judged by the rules of morality or reason or affection, O scorcher of foes. Knowing all this to be the fruit of thy own fault, it behoveth thee not to cherish any ill feeling towards the Pandavas. Race, line, funeral cake, and what else depends upon offspring, now depend on the Pandavas as regards both thyself and Gandhari. Thyself, O tiger among the Kuras, and the renowned Gandhari also, should not harbour malice towards the Pandavas. Reflecting upon all this, and thinking also of thy own transgressions, cherish good feeling towards the Pandavas. I bow to thee, O bull of Bharata's race. Thou knowest, O mighty armed one, what the devotion is of King Yudhishthira and what his affection is towards thee. O tiger among kings. Having caused this slaughter of even foes that wronged him so, he is burning day and night, and hath not succeeded in obtaining peace of mind. That tiger among men, grieving for thee and for Gandhari, faileth to obtain any happiness. Overwhelmed with shame he cometh not before thee, that heart burning with grief on account of thy children, and whose understanding and senses have been agitated by that grief. Having said these words unto Dhritarashtra, that foremost one of Yadu's race, O monarch, addressed the grief-stricken Gandhari in these words of high import. O daughter of Sabala, thou of excellent vows, listen to what I say. O auspicious dame, there is now no lady like thee in the world. Thou rememberest, O queen, those words that thou spokest in the assembly in my presence, those words fraught with righteousness and that were beneficial to both parties, which thy sons, O auspicious lady, did not obey. Duryodhana, who coveted victory, was addressed by thee in bitter words. Thou toldst him then, listen, O fool, to these words of mine. There is victory where righteousness is. Those words of thine, O princess, have now been accomplished. Knowing all this, O auspicious lady, do not set thy heart on sorrow. Let not thy heart incline towards the destruction of the Pandavas. In consequence of the strength of thy penances, thou art able, O highly blessed one, to burn, with thy eyes kindled with rage, the whole earth with her mobile and immobile creatures. Hearing these words of Vasudeva, Gandhari said, It is even so, O Keshava, as thou sayest. My heart, burning in grief, has been unsteadied. After hearing thy words, however, that heart, O Janardana, hath again become steady. As regards the blind old king, now become child, thou, O foremost of men, with those heroes, the sons of Pandu, hast become his refuge. Having said so much, Gandhari, burning in grief on account of the death of her sons, covered her face with her cloth and began to weep aloud. The mighty armed Lord Keshava then comforted the grief-stricken princess with words that were fraught with reasons drawn from visible instances. Having comforted Gandhari and Dhritarashtra, Keshava of Madhu's race came to know, by intuition, the evil that was meditated by Drona's son. Rising up in haste after worshipping the feet of Vyasa, bending his head, Keshava, O monarch, addressed Dhritarashtra, saying, I take my leave, O foremost one of Kuru's race. Do not set thy heart on grief. The son of Drona bears an evil purpose. It is for this that I rise so suddenly. It seems that he has formed a plan of destroying the Pandavas during the night. Hearing these words, both Gandhari and Dhritarashtra said unto Keshava, that slayer of Kashi, these words, Go, quickly, O mighty armed one, protect the Pandavas. Let me soon meet thee again, O Janardana. Then Keshava of unfading glory proceeded with Daruka. After Vasudeva had departed, O king, Vyasa, that adored of the whole world, of inconceivable soul, began to comfort King Dhritarashtra. The righteous Vasudeva departed, having achieved his mission successfully, from Hastinapura, foreseeing the camp and the Pandavas. Arrived at the camp, he proceeded to the presence of the Pandavas. Telling them everything about his mission to the city, he took his seat with them. 64. Dhritarashtra said, kicked at the head, his thighs broken, prostrated on the ground, exceedingly proud. What, O Sanjaya, did my son then say? King Duryodhana was exceedingly wrathful, and his hostility to the sons of Pandu was deep-rooted. When therefore this great calamity overtook him, what did he next say on the field? Sanjaya said, Listen to me, O monarch, as I describe to thee what happened. Listen, O king, to what Duryodhana said when overtaken by calamity. With his thighs broken, the king, O monarch, covered with dust, gathered his flowing locks, casting his eyes on all sides. Having with difficulty gathered his locks, he began to sigh like a snake. Filled with rage and with tears flowing fast from his eyes, he looked at me. He struck his arms against the earth for a while like an infuriated elephant. Shaking his loose locks, and gnashing his teeth, he began to censure the eldest son of Pandu. Breathing heavily, he then addressed me, saying, "Alas, I who had Santanu's son Bhishma for my protector, and Karna, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, and Gautama's son, Shakuni, and Drona, that first of all wielders of arms, and Ashvatthama, and the heroic Shalya, and Kritavama, alas, even I have come to this plight. It seems that time is irresistible. I was the lord of 11 chamas of troops, and yet I have come to this plight. O mighty armed one, no one can rise superior to time. Those of my side that have escaped with life from this battle should be informed how I have been struck down by Bhimsena in contravention of the rules of fair fight. Many have been the very unfair and sinful acts that have been perpetrated towards Vrishrava and Bhishma and Drona of great prosperity. This is another very infamous act that the cruel Pandavas have perpetrated, for which, I am certain, they will incur the condemnation of all righteous men. What pleasure can a righteously disposed person enjoy at having gained a victory by unfair acts? What wise man, again, is there that would accord his approbation to a person contravening the rules of fairness? What learned man is there that would rejoice after having won victory by unrighteousness as that sinful wretch, Vrikadara, the son of Pandu, rejoices? What can be more amazing than this, that Bhimsena in wrath should with his foot touch the head of one like me while lying with my thighs broken? Is that person, O Sanjaya, worthy of honour, who behaveth thus towards a man possessed of glory endued with prosperity, living in the midst of friends? My parents are not ignorant of the duties of battle. Instructed by me, O Sanjaya, tell them that are afflicted with grief these words: I have performed sacrifices, supported a large number of servants properly, governed the whole earth with her seas. I stayed on the heads of my living foes. I gave wealth to my kinsmen to the extent of my abilities, and I did what was agreeable to friends. I withstood all my foes. Who is there that is more fortunate than myself? I have made progresses through hostile kingdoms and commanded kings as slaves. I have acted handsomely towards all I loved and liked. Who is the more fortunate than myself? I honoured all my kinsmen and attended to the welfare of all my dependents. I have attended to the 3 ends of human existence: religion, profit, and pleasure. Who is the more fortunate than myself? I laid my commands on great kings, and honour, unattainable by others, was mine. I always made my journeys on the very best of steeds. Who is the more fortunate than myself? I studied the Vedas and made gifts according to the ordinance. My life has passed in happiness. By observance of the duties of my own order, I have earned many regions of blessedness hereafter. Who is the more fortunate than myself? By good luck, I have not been vanquished in battle and subjected to the necessity of serving my foes as masters. By good luck, O Lord, it is only after my death that my swelling prosperity abandons me for waiting upon another. That which is desired by good Kshatriyas observant of the duties of their order, that death, is obtained by me. Who is the so fortunate as myself? By good luck, I did not suffer myself to be turned away from the path of hostility and to be vanquished like an ordinary person. By good luck, I have not been vanquished after I had done some base act. Like the slaughter of a person that is asleep or that is heedless, like the slaughter of one by the administration of poison, my slaughter hath taken place, for I have been slain as unrighteously, in contravention of the rules of fair fight. The highly blessed Ashvatthama, and Kritavama of the Satwata race, and Saradwat's son Kripa, should be told these words of mine. You should never repose any confidence upon the Pandavas, those violators of rules, who have perpetrated many unrighteous acts. After this, thy royal son of true prowess addressed our message-bearers in these words: I have, in battle, been slain by Bhimsena most unrighteously. I am now like a moneyless wayfarer and shall follow in the wake of Drona, who has already gone to heaven, of Karna and Shaulya, of Vrishasena of great energy, of Shakuni the son of Sabala, of Jalasundha of great valour, of King Bhagadatta, of Somadatta's son, that mighty bowman, of Jayadratha, the king of the Centaurs, of all my brothers headed by Dushasana and equal unto myself, of Dushasana's son of great prowess, and of Lakshmana, my son, and thousands of others that fought for me. Alas, how shall my sister, stricken with woe, live sorrowfully, after hearing of the slaughter of her brothers and her husband? Alas, what shall be the plight of the old king, my sire, with Gandhari, and his daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law? Without doubt, the beautiful and large-eyed mother of Lakshmana, made sonless and husbandless, will soon meet with her death. If Charvaka, the mendicant devotee who is a master of speech, learns everything, that blessed man will certainly avenge himself of my death. By dying upon the sacred field of Samantapanchaka, celebrated over the 3 worlds, I shall certainly obtain many eternal regions. Then, O sire, thousands of men, with eyes full of tears, fled away in all directions, having heard these lamentations of the king. The whole earth, with her forests and seas, with all her mobile and immobile creatures, began to tremble violently, and produce a loud noise. All the points of the compass became murky. The messengers, repairing to Drona's son, represented to him all that had happened regarding the conduct of the mace encounter and the fall of the king. Having represented everything unto Drona's son, O Bharata, all of them remained in a thoughtful mood for a long while and then went away, grief-stricken, to the place they came from. 65. Sanjaya said, having heard of Duryodhana's fall from the messengers, those mighty car warriors, the unslain remnant of the Kaurava army, exceedingly wounded with keen shafts, and maces and lances and darts, those 3, Ashvatthama and Gripa and Gritavama of the Satvata race, came quickly on their fleet steeds to the field of battle. They beheld the high-souled son of Dhritarashtra prostrate on the ground like a gigantic salad tree laid low in the forest by a tempest. They beheld him writhing on the bare ground and covered with blood, even like a mighty elephant in the forest laid low by a hunter. They saw him weltering in agony and bathed in profuse streams of blood. Indeed, they saw him lying on the ground like the sun dropped on the earth, or like the ocean dried by a mighty wind, or like the full moon in the firmament with his disk shrouded by a fog. Equal to an elephant in prowess and possessed of long arms, the king lay on the earth, covered with dust. Around him were many terrible creatures and carnivorous animals like wealth-coveting dependents around a monarch in state. His forehead was contracted into furrows of rage, and his eyes were rolling in wrath. They beheld the king, that tiger among men, full of rage, like a tiger struck down by hunters. Those great archers Gripa and others, beholding the monarch laid low on the earth, became stupefied. Alighting from their cars, they ran towards the king. Seeing Duryodhana, all of them sat on the earth around him. Then Drona's son, O monarch, with tearful eyes and breathing like a snake, said these words unto the chief of Bharata's race, that foremost of all the kings on earth. Truly, there is nothing stable in the world of men, since thou, O tiger among men, livest on the bare earth, stained with dust. Thou wert a king who had laid thy commands on the whole earth. Why then, O foremost of monarchs, dost thou lie alone on the bare ground in such a lonely wilderness? I do not see Dushasana beside thee, nor the great warrior Karna, nor those friends of thy numbering in hundreds. What is this, O bull among men. Without doubt, it is difficult to learn the ways of Yama, since thou, O Lord of all the worlds, thus liest on the bare ground, stained with dust. Alas, this scorcher of the foes used to walk at the head of all Kshatriyas that had their locks sprinkled with holy water at ceremonies of coronation. Alas, he now eateth the dust. Behold the reverses that time bringeth on its course. Where is that pure white umbrella of thine? Where is that fanning yak tail also, O King? Where hath that vast army of thine now gone, O best of monarchs? The course of events is certainly a mystery when causes other than those relied upon are at book, since even thou that wert the master of the world hast been reduced to this plight. Without doubt, the prosperity of all mortals is very unstable, since thou that wert equal unto Chakra himself hast now been reduced to such a sorry plight. Hearing these words of the sorrowing Ashvatthama, thy son answered him in these words that were suited to the occasion. He wiped his eyes with his hands and shed tears of grief anew. The king then addressed all those heroes headed by Gripa and said, this liability to death of all living creatures is said to have been ordained by the Creator himself. Death comes to all beings in course of time. That death hath now come to me, before the eyes of you all. I who reigned over the whole earth have now been reduced to this plight. By good luck, I never turned back from battle whatever calamities overtook me. By good luck, I have been slain by those sinful men, by the aid particularly of deception. By good luck, while engaged in hostilities, I always displayed courage and perseverance. By good luck, I am slain in battle, along with all my kinsmen and friends. By good luck, I behold you escaped with life from this great slaughter, and safe and sound. This is highly agreeable to me. Do not, from affection, grieve for my death. If the Vedas are any authority, I have certainly acquired many eternal regions. I am not ignorant of the glory of Krishna of immeasurable energy. He hath not caused me to fall off from the proper observance of Kshatriya duties. I have obtained him. On no account should anybody grieve from me. Ye have done what persons like ye should do. Ye have always striven for my success. Destiny, however, is incapable of being frustrated. Having said this much, the king, with eyes laved with tears, became silent, O monarch, agitated as he was with agony. Beholding the king in tears and grief, Drona's son flamed up in anger like the fire that is seen at the universal destruction. Overwhelmed with rage, he squeezed his hand and addressing the king in a voice hoarse with tears, he said these words, my sire was slain by those wretches with a cruel contrivance. That act, however, doth not burn me so keenly as this plight to which thou hast been reduced, O king. Listen to these words of mine that I utter, swearing by truth itself, O Lord, and by all my acts of piety, all my gifts, my religion, and the religious merits I have won. I shall today, in the very presence of Vasudeva, dispatch all the Panchalas, by all means in my power, to the abode of Yama. It behoveth thee, O monarch, to grant me permission. Hearing these words of Drona's son, that were highly agreeable to his heart, the Kuru king, addressing Kripa, said, O preceptor, bring me without delay a pot full of water. At these words of the king, that foremost of Brahmanas soon brought a vessel full of water and approached the king. Thy son then, O monarch, said unto Kripa, let the son of Drona, O foremost of Brahmanas, blessed be thou, be at my command installed as generalissimo, if thou wishest to do me the good. At the command of the king, even a Brahmana may fight, especially one that has adopted Kshatriya practices. Those learned in the scriptures say this. Hearing these words of the king, Kripa, the son of Saradwat, installed Drona's son as generalissimo, at the king's command. The installation over, O monarch, Ashvatthama embraced that best of kings and left the spot. having caused the 10 points to resound with his leonine roars. That foremost of kings, Duryodhana, profusely covered with blood, began to pass that night so frightful to all creatures. Wending away quickly from the field of battle, O king, those heroes, with hearts agitated by grief, began to reflect anxiously and earnestly. The end of Shaurya-Parva. The Mahabharata. Of Krishna Dwapayana Vyasa. Book 10. Sauptika-Parva. Translated into English prose from the original Sanskrit text. By Kesari Mohan Ganguly. 1883 to 1896. Scanned and proofed by Mantra Chaitanya. Additional proofing and formatting at sacredtexts.com by J.B. Hare, October 2003. 1. Having bowed down unto Narayana, Nara, the most exalted of male beings, and unto the goddess Sarasvati, must the word Jaya be uttered. Sanjaya said, those heroes then together proceeded towards the south. At the hour of sunset they reached a spot near the Kuru encampment. Letting their animals loose they became very much frightened. Reaching then a forest, they secretly entered it. They took up their quarters there at no great distance from the encampment. Cut and mangled with many keen weapons, they breathed long and hot sighs, thinking of the Pandavas. Hearing the loud noise made by the victorious Pandavas, they feared a pursuit and therefore fled towards the east. Having proceeded for some time, their animals became tired and they themselves became thirsty. Overpowered by wrath and vindictiveness, those great bowmen could not put up with what had occurred, burning as they did with grief at the slaughter of the king. They, however, took rest for a while. Dhritarashtra said, the feat, O Sanjaya, that Bhima achieved seems to be incredible, since my son who was struck down possessed the strength of 10,000 elephants. In manhood's prime and possessed of an adamantine frame, he was not capable of being slain by any creature. Alas, even that son of mine was struck down by the Pandavas in battle. Without doubt, O Sanjaya, my heart is made of adamant, since it breaks not into 1,000 fragments even after hearing of the slaughter of my 100 sons. Alas, what will be the plight of myself and my spouse, an old couple destitute of children? I dare not dwell in the dominions of Pandu's son. Having been the sire of a king and a king myself, O Sanjaya, how shall I pass my days as a slave obedient to the commands of Pandu's son? Having laid my commands over the whole earth and having stayed over the heads of all, O Sanjaya, how shall I live now as a slave in wretchedness? How shall I be able, O Sanjaya, to endure the words of Bhima who hath single-handed slain a full 100 sons of mine? The words of the high Suldvadura have come to be realized. Alas, my son, O Sanjaya, did not listen to those words. What, however, did Gritavama and Kripa and Drona's son do after my son Duryodhana had been unfairly struck down? Sanjaya said, they had not proceeded far, O king, when they stopped, for they beheld a dense forest abounding with trees and creepers. Having rested for a little while, they entered that great forest, proceeding on their cars drawn by their excellent steeds whose thirst had been assuaged. That forest abounded with diverse kinds of animals, and it teemed with various species of birds. And it was covered with many trees and creepers and was infested by numerous carnivorous creatures, covered with many pieces of water and adorned with various kinds of flowers. It had many lakes overgrown with blue lotuses. Having entered that dense forest, they cast their eyes about and saw a gigantic banyan tree with thousands of branches. Repairing to the shade of that tree, those great car warriors, O king, those foremost of men, saw that was the biggest tree in that forest. Alighting from their cars, and letting loose their animals, They cleansed themselves duly and said their evening prayers. The sun then reached the Aster mountains, and night, the mother of the universe, came. The firmament, bespangled with planets and stars, shone like an ornamented piece of brocade and presented a highly agreeable spectacle. Those creatures that walk the night began to howl and utter their cries at will, while they that walk the day owned the influence of sleep. Awful became the noise of the night-wandering animals. The carnivorous creatures became full of glee, and the night, as it deepened, became dreadful. At that hour, filled with grief and sorrow, Kritavarma and Gripa and Drona's son all sat down together. Seated under that banyan, they began to give expression to the sorrow in respect of that very matter, the destruction that has taken place of both the Kurus and the Pandavas. Heavy with sleep, they laid themselves down on the bare earth. They had been exceedingly tired and greatly mangled with shafts. The two great car warriors, Kripa and Kritavarma, succumbed to sleep. However deserving of happiness and undeserving of misery, they then lay stretched on the bare ground. Indeed, O monarch, those two who had always slept on costly beds now slept, like helpless persons, on the bare ground, afflicted with toil and grief. Drona's son, however, O Bharata, yielding to the influence of wrath and reverence, could not sleep, but continued to breathe like a snake. Burning with rage, he could not get a wink of slumber. That hero of mighty arms cast his eyes on every side of that terrible forest. As he surveyed that forest peopled with diverse kinds of creatures, the great warrior beheld a large banyan covered with crows. On that banyan thousands of crows roosted in the night. Each perching separately from its neighbor, those crows slept at ease, O Kauravya. As, however, those birds were sleeping securely on every side, Ashvatthama beheld an owl of terrible aspect suddenly make its appearance there. Of frightful cries and gigantic body, with green eyes and tawny plumage, its nose was very large and its talons were long, and the speed with which it came resembled that of Garuda. Uttering soft cries, that winged creature, O Bharata, secretly approached the branches of that banyan. That ranger of the sky, that slayer of crows, alighting on one of the branches of the banyan, slew a large number of his sleeping enemies. He tore the wings of some and cut off the heads of others with his sharp talons and broke the legs of many. Endued with great strength, he slew many that fell down before his eyes. With the limbs and bodies, O monarch, of the slain crows, the ground covered by the spreading branches of the banyan became thickly strewn on every side. Having slain those crows, the owl became filled with delight like a slayer of foes after having behaved towards his foes according to his pleasure. Beholding that highly suggestive deed perpetrated in the night by the owl, Drona's son began to reflect on it, desirous of framing his own conduct by the light of that example. He said unto himself, "This owl teaches me a lesson in battle. Bent as I am upon the destruction of the foe, the time for the deed has come. The victorious Pandavas are incapable of being slain by me. They are possessed of might, endued with perseverance, sure of aim, and skilled in smiting. In the presence, however, of the king I have vowed to slay them. I have thus pledged myself to a self-destructive act, like an insect essaying to rush into a blazing fire. If I were to fight fairly with them, I shall, without doubt, have to lay down my life. By an act of guile, however, success may yet be mine and a great destruction may overtake my foes. People generally, as also those versed in the scriptures, always applaud those means which are certain over those which are uncertain. Whatever of censure and evil repute this act may provoke ought to be incurred by person that is observant of Kshatriya practices. The Pandavas of uncleansed souls have, at every step, perpetrated very ugly and censurable acts that are again full of guile. As regards this matter, Certain ancient verses, full of truth, are heard, sung by truth-seeing and righteousness-observing persons, who sang them after a careful consideration of the demands of justice. These verses are even these, the enemy's force, even when fatigued, or wounded with weapons, or employed in eating, or when retiring, or when resting within their camp, should be smitten. They should be dealt with in the same way when afflicted with sleep in the dead of night, or when reft of commanders, or when broken, or when under the impression of an error. Having reflected in this way, the valiant son of Drona formed the resolution of slaying during the night the slumbering Pandavas and the Panchalas. Having formed this wicked resolution and pledged himself repeatedly to its execution, he awoke both his maternal uncle and the chief of Bhujars. Awakened from sleep, those two illustrious and mighty persons, Kripa and Boa chief, heard Ashvatthama's scheme. Filled with shame, both of them abstained from giving a suitable reply. Having reflected for a short while, Ashvatthama said with tearful eyes, King Duryodhana, that one hero of great might, for whose sake we were waging hostilities with the Pandavas, hath been slain. Deserted and alone, though he was the lord of 11 Akshayinis of troops, that hero of unstained prowess hath been struck down by Bhimasena and a large number of wretches banded together in battle. Another wicked act hath been perpetrated by the vile Vrikadara, for the latter hath touched with his foot the head of a person whose coronal locks underwent the sacred bath. The Panchalas are uttering loud roars and cries and indulging in loud bursts of laughter. Filled with joy, they are blowing their conchs and beating their drums. The loud peal of their instruments, mingled with the blare of conchs, is frightful to the ear and borne by the winds, is filling all the points of the compass. Loud also is the din made by their neighing steeds and grunting elephants and roaring warriors. That deafening noise made by the rejoicing warriors as they are marching to their quarters, as also the frightful clatter of their car wheels, comes to us from the east. So great hath been the havoc made by the Pandavas on the Dhritarashtras that we three are the only survivors of that great carnage. Some were endued with the might of 100 elephants, and some were masters of all weapons. Yet have they been slain by the sons of Pandu. I regard this to be an instance of the reverses brought about by time. Truly, this is the end to which such an act leads. Truly, although the Pandavas have achieved such difficult feats, even this should be the result of those feats. If your wisdom hath not been driven away by stupefaction, then say what is proper for us to do in view of this calamitous and grave affair. 2. Kripa said, We have heard all that thou hast said, O puissant one. Listen, however, to a few words of mine, O mighty armed one. All men are subjected to and governed by these two forces, destiny and exertion. There is nothing higher than these two. Our acts do not become successful in consequence of destiny alone, nor of exertion alone, O best of men. Success springs from the union of the two. All purposes, high and low, are dependent on a union of those two. In the whole world, it is through these two that men are seen to act as also to abstain. What result is produced by the clouds pouring upon a mountain? What results are not produced by them pouring upon a cultivated field? Exertion, where destiny is not auspicious, and absence of exertion where destiny is auspicious, both these are fruitless. What I have said before, about the union of the two, is the truth. If the rains properly moisten a well-tilled soil, the seed produces great results. Human success is of this nature. Sometimes, destiny, having settled a course of events, acts of itself, without waiting for exertion. For all that, the wise, aided by skill, have recourse to exertion. All the purposes of human acts, O bull among men, are accomplished by the aid of those two together. Influenced by these two, men are seen to strive or abstain. Recourse may be had to exertion, but exertion succeeds through destiny. It is in consequence also of destiny that one who sets himself to work, depending on exertion, attains to success. The exertion, however, of even a competent man, even when well directed, is without the concurrence of destiny, seen in the world to be unproductive of fruit. Those, therefore, among men, that are idle and without intelligence, disapprove of exertion. This, however, is not the opinion of the wise. Generally, an act performed is not seen to be unproductive of fruit in the world. The absence of action, again, is seen to be productive of grave misery. A person obtaining something of itself without having made any efforts, as also one not obtaining anything even after exertion, is not to be seen. One who is busy in action is capable of supporting life. He, on the other hand, that is idle, never obtains happiness. In this world of men it is generally seen that they that are addicted to action are always inspired by the desire of earning good. If one devoted to action succeeds in gaining his object or fails to obtain the fruit of his acts, he does not become censurable in any respect. If anyone in the world is seen to luxuriously enjoy the fruits of action without doing any action, he is generally seen to incur ridicule and become an object of hatred. He who, disregarding this rule about action, liveth otherwise, is said to do an injury to himself. This is the opinion of those that are endued with intelligence. Efforts become unproductive of the fruits in consequence of these two reasons: destiny without exertion and exertion without destiny. Without exertion, no act in this world becomes successful. Devoted to action and endued with skill, that person, however, who, having bowed down to the gods, seeks the accomplishment of his objects, is never lost. The same is the case with one who, desirous of success, properly waits upon the aged, asks of them what is for his good, and obeys their beneficial counsels. Men approved by the old should always be solicited for counsel while one has recourse to exertion. These men are the infallible root of means, and success is dependent on means. He who applies his efforts after listening to the words of the old, soon reaps abundant fruits from those efforts. That man who, without reverence and respect for others, capable of giving him good counsel, seeks the accomplishment of his purposes, moved by passion, anger, fear, and avarice, soon loses his prosperity. This Duryodhana, stained by covetousness and bereft of foresight, had, without taking counsel, foolishly commenced to seek the accomplishment of an undigested project, disregarding all his well-wishers and taking counsel with only the wicked. He had, though dissuaded, waged hostilities with the Pandavas who are his superiors in all good qualities. He had, from the beginning, been very wicked. He could not restrain himself. He did not do the bidding of friends. For all that, he is now burning in grief and amid calamity. As regards ourselves, since we have followed that sinful wretch, this great calamity hath, therefore, overtaken us. This great calamity has scorched my understanding. Plunged in reflection, I fail to see what is for our good. A man that is stupefied himself should ask counsel of his friends. In such friends he hath his understanding, his humility, and his prosperity. One's actions should have their root in them. That should be done which intelligent friends, having settled by their understanding, should counsel. Let us, therefore, repair to Dhritarashtra and Gandhari and the high Suldvidura and ask them as what we should do. Asked by us, they will say what, after all this, is for our good. We should do what they say. Even this is my certain resolution. Those men whose acts do not succeed even after the application of exertion, should, without doubt, be regarded as afflicted by destiny. 3. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of Kripa that were auspicious and fraught with morality and profit, Ashvatthama, O monarch, became overwhelmed with sorrow and grief. Burning with grief as if with a blazing fire, he formed a wicked resolution and then addressed them both, saying, "The faculty of understanding is different in different men. Each man, however, is pleased with own understanding. Every man regards himself more intelligent than others. Everyone respects his own understanding and accords it great praise. Everyone's own wisdom is with everyone a subject of praise. Everyone speaks ill of the wisdom of others, and well of his own, in all instances. Men whose judgments agree with respect to any unattained object, even though there be a variety of considerations, become gratified with and applaud one another. The judgments, again, of the same men, overwhelmed with reverses through the influence of time, become opposed to one another. More particularly, in consequence of the diversity of human intellects, judgments necessarily differ when intellects are clouded. As a skillful physician, having duly diagnosed a disease, prescribes a medicine by the application of his intelligence for effecting a cure, even so men, for the accomplishment of their acts, use their intelligence, aided by their own wisdom. What they do is again disapproved by others. A man, in youth, is affected by one kind of understanding. In middle age, the same does not prevail with him, and in the period of decay, a different kind of understanding becomes agreeable to him. When fallen into terrible distress or when visited by great prosperity, the understanding of a person, O chief of the Budges, is seen to be much afflicted. In one and the same person, through want of wisdom, the understanding becomes different at different times. That understanding which at one time is acceptable becomes the reverse of that at another time. Having resolved, however, according to one's wisdom, that resolution which is excellent should be endeavoured to be accomplished. Such resolution, therefore, should force him to put forth exertion. All persons, O chief of the Budges, joyfully begin to act, even in respect of enterprises that lead to death, in the belief that those enterprises are achievable by them. All men, relying on their own judgments and wisdom, endeavour to accomplish diverse purposes, knowing them to be beneficial. The resolution that has possessed my mind today in consequence of our great calamity, as something that is capable of dispelling my grief, I will now disclose unto both of you. The Creator, having formed his creatures, assigned unto each his occupation. As regards the different orders, he gave unto each a portion of excellence. Unto Brahmanas he assigned that foremost of all things, the Veda. Unto the Kshatriya he assigned superior energy. Unto the Vaishya he gave skill, and unto the Shudra he gave the duty of serving the three other classes. Hence, a Brahmana without self-restraint is censurable. A Kshatriya without energy is base. A Vaishya without skill is worthy of dispraise, as also a Shudra who is bereft of humility, to the other orders. I am born in an adorable and high family of Brahmanas. Through ill luck, however, I am wedded to Kshatriya practices. If, conversant as I am with Kshatriya duties, I adopt now the duties of a Brahmana and achieve a high object, the purification of self under such injuries, that course would not be consistent with nobleness. I hold an excellent bow and excellent weapons in battle. If I do not avenge the slaughter of my sire, how shall I open my mouth in the midst of men? Paying regard to Kshatriya duties, therefore, without hesitation, I shall today walk in the steps of my high sire and the king. The Panchalas, elated with victory, will trustfully sleep tonight, having put off their armour and in great glee, and filled with happiness at the thought of the victory they have won, and spent with toil and exertion. While sleeping at their ease during the night within their own camp, I shall make a great and terrible assault upon their camp. Like Maghavat slaying the Danavas, I shall, attacking them while senseless and dead in sleep in their camp, slay them all, putting forth my prowess. Like a blazing fire consuming a heap of dry grass, I shall slay all of them assembled in one place with their leader Drishthadima. Having slain the Panchalas, I shall obtain peace of mind, O best of men. While engaged in the act of slaughter, I shall career in their midst like the wielder of Pinaka, Rudra himself, in rage among living creatures. Having cut off and slain all the Panchalas today, I shall then, in joy, afflict the sons of Bandu in battle, taking their lives one after another and causing the earth to be strewn with the bodies of all the Panchalas. I shall pay off the debt I owe to my sire. I shall today make the Panchalas follow in the wake, hard to tread, of Duryodhana and Karna and Bhishma, and the ruler of the Centaurs. Putting forth my might, I shall tonight grind the head, like that of any animal, of Drishthadima, the king of the Panchalas. I shall tonight, O son of Kodama, cut off with my sharp sword, in battle, the sleeping sons of the Panchalas and the Pandavas. Having exterminated the Panchalas' army tonight while sunk in sleep, I shall, O thou of great intelligence, obtain great happiness and regard myself to have done my duty. 4. Kripa said, by good luck, O thou of unfading glory, thy heart is set today on vengeance. The wielder of the thunder himself will not succeed in dissuading thee today. Both of us, however, shall accompany thee in the morning. Putting off thy armor and taking down thy standard, take rest for this night. I shall accompany thee, as also Gritavama of the Satvata race, clad in mail and riding on our cars, while thou shalt proceed against the foe. United with ourselves, thou shalt slay the foes, the Panchalas with all their followers, tomorrow in press of battle, putting forth thy prowess, O foremost of Ka warriors. If thou puttest forth thy prowess, thou art quite competent to achieve that fear. Take rest, therefore, for this night. Thou hast kept thyself awake for many a night. Having rested and slept, and having become quite refreshed, O giver of honours, encounter the foe in battle. Thou shalt then slay the enemy, without doubt. No one, not even Vasava amongst the gods, would venture to vanquish thee armed with foremost of weapons, O first of Ka warriors. Who is there that would, even if he be the chief of the gods himself, fight Drona's son, when the latter proceeds, accompanied by Kripa and protected by Kritavama? Therefore, having rested and slept this night and shaken off fatigue, we shall slay the foe tomorrow morning. Thou art a master of celestial weapons. I also am so, without doubt. This hero of Satvata's race is a mighty bowman, always skilled in battle. All of us, uniting together, O son, shall succeed in slaying our assembled foes in battle by putting forth our might. Great shall be a happiness then. Dispelling thy anxieties, rest for this night and sleep happily. Myself and Kritavama, both armed with bows and capable of scorching our enemies, will, clad in mail, follow thee, O best of men, while thou shalt proceed on thy car against the enemy. Proceeding to their camp and proclaiming thy name in battle, thou shalt then make a great slaughter of the foe. Tomorrow morning, in broad daylight, having caused a great slaughter among them, thou shalt sport like Shakra after the slaughter of great Asuras. Thou art quite competent to vanquish the army of the Panchalas in battle, like the slayer of the Danavas in vanquishing in rage the Danava host. United with myself in battle and protected by Kritavama, thou art incapable of being withstood by the wielder of the thunderbolt himself. Neither I, O son, nor Kritavama, will ever retreat from battle without having vanquished the Pandavas. Having slain the angry Panchalas along with the Pandavas, we shall come away, or slain by them, we shall proceed to heaven. By every means in our power, we too shall render thee assistance in battle tomorrow morning. O thou of mighty arms, I tell thee the truth, O sinless one. Addressed in these beneficial words by his maternal uncle, the son of Drona, with eyes red in rage, answered his uncle, "O king," saying, "Where can a person that is afflicted, or one that is under the influence of rage, or one whose heart is always engaged in revolving projects for the acquisition of wealth, or one that is under the power of lust, obtain sleep? Behold, all these four causes are present in my case. Any one of these singly would destroy sleep. How great is the grief of that person whose heart is always thinking of the slaughter of his sire. My heart is now burning day and night. I fail to obtain peace. The way in which my sire in particular was slain by those sinful wretches hath been witnessed by you all. The thought of that slaughter is cutting all my vitals. How could a person like me live for even a moment after hearing the Pancalers say that they have slain my father? I cannot bear the thought of supporting life without having slain Drishthadumna in battle. In consequence of the slaughter of my father he hath become slippable by me, as also all with whom he is united. Who is the so hard-hearted that would not burn after having heard the lamentations that I have heard of the king lying with broken thighs? Who is the so destitute of compassion whose eyes would not be filled with tears after hearing such words uttered by the king with broken thighs? They whose side was adopted by me have been vanquished. The thought of this enhances my sorrow as a rush of waters enhances the sea. Protected as they are by Vasudeva and Arjuna, I regard them, O uncle, to be resistible by the great Indra himself. I am unable to restrain this rising wrath in my heart. I do not behold the man in this world that can assuage this wrath of mine. The messengers informed me of the defeat of my friends and the victory of the Pandavas. That is burning my heart. Having, however, caused a slaughter of my enemies during their sleep, I shall then take rest and shall then sleep without anxiety. 5. Kripa said, a person who is bereft of intelligence and who hath not his passions under control, cannot, even if he waits dutifully upon his superiors, understand all the considerations of morality. This is my opinion. Similarly, an intelligent person who does not practice humility fails to understand the settled conclusions of morality. A brave man, if bereft of understanding, by waiting all his life upon a learned person, fails to know his duties, like a wooden ladle unable to taste the juicy soup in which it may lie immersed. The wise man, however, by waiting upon a learned person for even a moment, succeeds in knowing his duties, like the tongue tasting the juicy soup, as soon as it comes into contact with the latter. That person who is endued with intelligence, who waits upon his superiors, and who has his passions under control succeeds in knowing all the rules of morality and never disputes with what is accepted by all. An ungovernable, irreverent, and sinful person of wicked soul perpetrates sin in seeking his well-being by disregarding destiny. Well-wishers seek to restrain a friend from sin. He who suffers himself to be dissuaded succeeds in winning prosperity. He that does otherwise reaps misery. As a person of disordered brains is restrained by soothing words, even so should a friend be restrained by well-wishers. He that suffers himself to be so restrained never becomes a prey to misery. When a wise friend is about to perpetrate a wicked act, well-wishers possessed of wisdom repeatedly and according to the extent of their power endeavour to restrain him. Setting thy heart on what is truly beneficial, and restraining thyself by thy own self, do my bidding, O son, so that thou mayst not have to repent afterwards. In this world, the slaughter of sleeping persons is not applauded, agreeably to the dictates of religion. The same is the case with persons that have laid down their arms and come down from cars and steeds. They also are unslayable who say we are thine. And they that surrender themselves, and they whose locks are dishevelled, and they whose animals have been killed under them or whose cars have been broken. All the Pancalers will sleep tonight, O Lord, divesting themselves of armour, trustfully sunk in sleep, They will be like dead men. That crooked-minded man who would wage hostility with them then, it is evident, would sink in deep and limitless hell without a raft save himself. In this world thou art celebrated as the foremost of all persons conversant with weapons. Thou hast not as yet committed even a minute trespass. When the sun rises next morning and light shall discover all things, thyself, like a second sun in effulgence, wilt conquer the foe in battle. This censurable deed, so impossible in one like thee, will look like a red spot on a white sheet. Even this is my opinion. Ashvatthama said, without doubt, it is even so, O maternal uncle, as thou sayest. The Pandavas, however, have before this broken the bridge of righteousness into 100 fragments. In the very sight of all the kings, before thy eyes also, my sire, after he had laid down his weapons, was slain by Drishadama. Karna also, that foremost of car warriors, after the wheel of his car had sunk and he had been plunged into great distress, was slain by the wielder of Gandiva. Similarly, Shantanu's son Bhishma, after he had laid aside his weapons and become disarmed, was slain by Arjuna with Shikhandi placed in his van. So also, the mighty bowman Bhrishriva, while observant of the Pravow on the field of battle, was slain by Ayudhana in total disregard of the cries of all the kings. Duryodhana too, having encountered Bhima in battle with the mace, hath been slain unrighteously by the former in the very sight of all the lords of earth. The king was all alone in the midst of a large number of mighty car warriors standing around him. Under such circumstances was that tiger among men slain by Bhimasena. Those lamentations that I have heard, of the king lying prostrate on the earth with his thighs broken, from the messengers circulating the news, were cutting the very core of my heart. The unrighteous and sinful Panchalas, who have broken down the barrier of virtue, are even such. Why do you not censure them who have transgressed all considerations? Having slain the Panchalas, those slayers of my sire, in the night when they are buried in sleep, I care not if I am born a worm or a winged insect in my next life. That which I have resolved is hurrying me towards its accomplishment. Hurried as I am by it, how can I have sleep and happiness? That man is not yet born in the world, nor will be, who will succeed in baffling this resolution that I have formed for their destruction. Sanjaya continued, having said these words, O monarch, the valiant son of Drona yoked his steeds to his car at a corner and set out towards the direction of his enemies. Then Boa and Sharadvata's son, those high-souled persons, addressed him, saying, Why dost thou yoke the steeds to thy car? Upon what business art thou bent? We are determined to accompany thee tomorrow, O bull among men. We sympathize with thee in weal and woe. It behoveth thee not to mistrust us. Remembering the slaughter of his sire, Ashvatthama in rage told them truly about the feat that he had resolved to accomplish. When my sire, having slain hundreds and thousands of warriors with keen shafts, had laid aside his weapons, he was then slain by Drishadama. I shall slay that slayer today in a similar condition, that is, when he will have laid aside his armor. The sinful son of the king of the Panchalas I shall today slay by a sinful act. It is my resolve to slay like an animal that sinful prince of the Panchalas.